racetrack in South Ozone Park. Good to see the sun shining as we do have a couple of turf races on tap today. A few changes that we will keep you updated about, but the good news is on this Sunday, our featured race of the day, the Memories of Silver, will be run on the grass as scheduled. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. We have plenty to look forward to this afternoon, including that Memories of Silver, which will go a little bit later on this afternoon as race 8, a mile on the inner turf for the 3-year-old fillies. It is our America's Best Racing race of the week, the female version of what we saw yesterday in the Woodhaven. Couple of scratches in here, but that being said, still is an intriguing group, particularly with 2 for trainer Chad Brown and the undefeated 2-year-old star Laurelyn coming back for the first race of her 3-year-old season, as I'm pleased to welcome in my co-host Jonathan Kinchin. And it feels like it's been about 8 years since you and I have been on the set together, so good to be reunited and for some turf racing as well.
Absolutely, and it's a fun race too. It's always exciting when you see some of the 2-year-old stars come back and you get excited about them and get to see them. And so Opulent Restraint and Laurelyn, like you mentioned, and Virgin Colada, all excited to see them run.
I just noticed, is it roses on the shirt?
It is. Not only is it roses, it says the first Saturday in May in the Rose. Whoa.
We are, that's up close and personal.
Yeah, that is close, wow.
We are on brand this afternoon, of course, with the Kentucky Derby draw yesterday. More on that in a moment. But as mentioned, Laurelyn today coming back for the Memories of Silver. This is her win in the Tepin as a 2-year-old back in November. And this is kind of the natural progression with turf horses. If they're not going to continue on through the winter or go on to the Breeders' Cup, put them on the shelf for the winter, give them some time off, and bring them back for the spring turf races like today.
Let them grow up a little bit. She was outstanding. She was closing into a slow pace, one of my favorite trips to bet off of for turf horses, closing into that slow trip, that slow pace. But she was also wide in both of her starts. I mean, she's never really had an easy trip. And she's still undefeated, so I'm really looking forward to seeing her run today. This is an absolutely outstanding race this early in their 3-year-old year.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what she can do off the bench. As you said, let her grow up. There'll be some natural progression as far as those fire speed figures are concerned as well, as she'll hopefully make that jump from 2 to 3. Of course, just a reminder, today, too, is the closing day of the traditional Aqueduct meet. We are not physically moving, but it will be different next week, as we typically would go over to Belmont Park. So we'll start the Belmont at Aqueduct meet, which means mandatory payouts today as well. I know some good opportunities to get involved in.
Always nice.
Well, not only is there a stakes race, but we have a stakes caliber horse coming back today to Aqueduct, and that is Cornucopian, who is the heavy favorite in race 7. Unfortunately, I guess not a lot of people wanted to run against Cornucopian, so we had some scratches, Jonathan, but this is a incredibly talented and fast horse.
I love a cool horse with a cool blaze. It seems like the special ones always have something interesting going on with their face. Look, Cornucopian was outstanding in his debut. He was even better in the Arkansas Derby, the race that he ran, the pace that he set. And this is obviously a stepping stone to something bigger, whether it's going to be a wheel back into the Preakness in a couple weeks, or maybe even a slower pace situation leading to like maybe the Woody Stevens, a grade 1 on Belmont Stakes Festival week. So nonetheless, it's going to be very exciting to watch him run today. And the one thing I'm excited about is that Bob Baffert is never going to take a weapon away from a horse. And so although it's only a 3-horse field, and sometimes you might see them all bunched together and it'd be a sprint for home, I don't think we'll see that today. I think he'll open up, and I think he'll likely advance his position throughout the stretch. It could be a lot of fun.
Very impressive on debut with a 101 fire speed figure, arguably even more impressive in defeat with that pace in the grade 1 Arkansas Derby last time out. Over at Oaklawn, it's a stake for the Arkansas breds, fillies, and mares in race 9, the Natural State Breeders coming up as the feature race on the card this afternoon. But something that's been a lot of fun to follow is the chase for the riding title over at Oaklawn Park, as we bring in our own champion jockey, Richard Migliore. Richie, you've been keeping us apprised of what's going on for the battle for the riding title, and right now Christian Torres and Francisco Arrieta tied coming into today, and they have live mounts in the stake this afternoon.
Yeah, they're live all day actually, and I was looking. Francisco Arietta scratched early in the card on a horse that looked like had a really big chance, and it's so frustrating as a rider, and you're in a battle for leading rider to come in and get any scratches, and particularly with a horse that you felt like you could win on. You want to make the most of every opportunity. Cody Autry has just done an amazing job. He handles both Christian Torres and Francisco Arietta to have the two leading riders battling down to the wire. Rafael Bejarano's not out of it yet. He's a guy who can win races in bunches. And guys, listen, I get it. I'm a former jockey. I like exciting jockey races. I was fortunate to be a leading rider 12 times. And man, you felt that excitement, that anticipation, a little bit of nervous energy going into days when it was really, really close. So for me, I really enjoy watching this. And listen, they've all had tremendous meetings, and they should all be very proud of what they've accomplished.
And they've really made it fun for us to follow as well. Richie, thank you. We look forward to hearing your thoughts on the feature a little bit later on, as well as that chase for the riding title over at Oaklawn. 10 race card at Oaklawn, including that natural state breeders, muddy conditions in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We are fast and good today at Aqueduct on the 9 race card. 2 races off the turf, 2 races on, including that Memories of Silver. As always, our race is presented by Claiborne Farm. Well, in case you haven't noticed, the Kentucky Derby is fast approaching, and your winning opportunity is here. Join Naira Bets now to receive a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match to make your Derby picks count. Enter promo code DERBY25 and experience the thrill of betting any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com, where your next big win could be just a click away. We'll kick off our live racing with the first race today at Aqueduct. We're going 1.1 miles on the main track, $10,000 claiming race for older horses. And right now it's OP Firecracker, who won last time out for Linda Rice at this distance and against a much tougher.
Yeah, I think the interesting part of this race is the 2 and the 5 both have speed, both coming in off of wire-to-wire wins with pace figures that were coded red on Timeform US, meaning that they were fast. So the pace should be honest in here.
We'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting off with another Linda Rice runner, Lord Captain, stretching out.
Yeah, this is where I landed, thinking the pace would be hot. This one will be coming from off of it. Didn't run well in the last 2 starts, but does have some back races.
Did finish 3rd, going 9 furlongs at Saratoga. There's your favorite, OP Firecracker.
Got loose last time with Kendrick Carmouche. Doesn't seem likely to get loose today. Could win, but does have some pace pressure.
Drop in class for Centavo.
Got a race 4 back that could be okay if the pace falls apart.
Command Performance, not necessarily a winning type.
Doesn't really like to win very much. Got a big setup last time and still couldn't pull it off.
Horse that should be forward, as you mentioned, Coffray.
Drawn well, drawn outside of the other speed, the 2. I prefer this one of the 2 speed types, but I still think it's going to fall apart.
Retail Man.
Andy Sterling made a great case on the handicapping show talking horses today. I didn't see it.
Finished 4th, going 1 1/8 miles last time, and all about the money, big price to the outside.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if this one won. It just didn't have a lot to lean on. The others just seem like one of them will show up before all about the money gets the money.
That's the field for the opener. Reminder, you can follow along and get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NairaBets.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances for all the races on today's show. An early pick 5 kicking off here. Reminder, as it's closing day of the current meet, mandatory payouts in all of those pools. As we welcome in another member of our team, Sarah El Badwi, here with us at Aqueduct. Sarah, what are your thoughts on this opener?
Thanks, Acacia. Well, I agree with Jonathan that the pace of this race is going to be interesting because you do have 2 of your main competitors at number 2, OP Firecracker, as well as the 5, Coffray, who possess that early speed and who used that early speed in their last starts. Both of them trying to get the 1 1/8 distance, a win for OP Firecracker and a 2nd for Coffray. It seems as though Coffray is one that, yes, he's run well over his 2 attempts going this 1 1/8 distance, but it just seems as though he gets a little bit leg weary in the later stages, and maybe it's a little bit further than his actual comfort zone may be, especially if we do see the presence of another speed type towards his inside and he takes a little bit of pressure in here. I also think that this is a slightly tougher field than what he faced last time out, so we'll see how aggressive they are with him. But I also agree with Jonathan, he does draw advantageously towards the outside of OP Firecracker, who's taking all of the money in here and coming in off of that victory. Again, it's the same type of question. Is he going to be one that gets the same sort of trip as he did last time, where he was very aggressive on the front end, able to get this 1.125 distance, but with a great trip? And this field a little bit tougher than the one that he was in that last spot, even though there is a logical drop in class in the claiming tag price. I think that for me, I wanted to go with the number 3 Centavo, who projects to be one that's getting the right kind of trip from off the pace and who is dropping to the $10,000 level where he did get the win. Last time he was at the level, it was going a sprint distance, and it was a day where the rail was good and he was really with the racetrack, but he's one that he's always dangerous when he's able to get that little bit of class relief. He's just been facing much better horses, and I thought that he would sit the right kind of trip today, and also has a win at the 1.125 distance. Acacia?
Sarah, thank you. Yeah, does have some back races at the distance. Centavo, a nice price at 7-1, but your favorite continuing to be OP Firecracker, Jonathan, as this is a horse who, does the class moves make you a little bit leery of him? He was claimed for $35,000 back in December, ran for 25, disappointed, down to the 16, didn't get claimed that day. I know that was a condition claimer, but now he's in for the 10,000. Does it make you a little bit nervous?
No, because that's the kind of game that Linda plays. She's pretty aggressive when it comes to spotting these types of horses. I think she's perfectly fine. I think her clients are perfectly fine with her winning a race and losing a horse. Yeah. Like I think that I don't think they ever like, oh shucks, we didn't want to lose this one. And so when you have one of these aggressive spots like this, I don't usually think too much about it. The interesting part is having a closer and having a speed horse in here. How aggressive is Kendrick going to be with OP Firecracker in trying to get that lead? And if they get the pressure from the 5, what decisions does Kendrick then make? Do they let the 5 go? Do they stay engaged? It's going to be the interesting part.
Lord Captain, the other Linda Rice runner for you, does have the benefit of being second off a layoff as well, plus a nice 11-1.
Yeah, look, I'd been with Linda before, got claimed by Peter Walder, and then Linda came back and got the horse again. Didn't run well last time. I guess that was a little bit of a concern. That was a sloppy racetrack, so maybe that had something to do with it. We'll get a chance to run on a fast track here today.
And sprinting will stretch back out to the 1.125 distance today. Both Sarah and Jonathan going with some price horses against the favorite OP Firecracker as they load in for the first race of the day here at Aqueduct. Pick 5 kicking off here. Again, reminder, mandatory payouts all day today for closing day of this Aqueduct meet. That's a look at the 5 Coffre, who does have some early speed, adding that to the party as well. Track announcer Chris Griffin getting ready for the Sunday card, and we'll send it up to him for the opener at Aqueduct.
Retail Man, all about the money. Retail Man backs away. Retail Man's in. All about the money. Long shot. Going in. All set. And they're off. OP Firecracker has asked for speed, and Centavos in the early mix too. 3 wide as Coffre was off a step slow, but now Coffre's rushed up in between horses, will take him into the first turn, and is clear, is now up by a full length. Retail Man's not going to let this leader get away. It's now Coffre and Retail Man 1-2 with OP Firecracker. Comfortable to be settled right there in third, is tucked in at the rail as they slow down the tempo up front. Centavo, who broke with the leaders, is back to fourth. Out wider there comes All About the Money, and the 2 at the back, Command Performance with the trailer, Lord Captain. They work to the back stretch here in the opener. Coffre is in front. 24.45 for that measured opening quarter. Retail Man watches the action here from second. Moving up is Centavo. Senses a slow pace up front, and Centavo's on the move. Still saving ground to the inside. That's OP Firecracker just waiting for the cue. Is just comfortable in that 4th position, right in behind this leading trio, who went 50.41 for a half-mile time. Back there in 5th is still All About the Money. Now encouraged to move forward. The 2 still at the back, Lord Captain with Command Performance. Caffrey is the leader, has less than a half mile to go. OP Firecracker wanted to hold that rail position, moved to the inside here of Retail Man. 3 wide, Centavo is shoved along, but Caffrey's doing it nicely enough so far. All In is all about the money, trying to make up some ground. The last two are far, far back. Command Performance with Lord Captain. They haven't caught Caffrey, and Caffrey is in hand, just cruising right along. 1:14 and 4 for 3/4 of a mile, has a quarter mile left to go. OP Firecracker is trying to lose that second grouping, is trying to chase this leader. Caffrey, who's got the jump, is up by 4. It's Caffrey now sprinting for home. A furlong left to go, is still way out in front. Opening this margin even. OP Firecracker battles on there with Retail Man and Centavo, but no doubt, just galloping home. Caffrey is going to be a clear winner in the opener. It's all Caffrey, Dylan Davis to get the score. OP Firecracker will be in a photo there with Centavo. Another photo, all about the money, with Retail Man in 1 minute 52.45 seconds.
Not much movement throughout this first race. Caffrey got out to the lead, and honestly, Jonathan, he looked a winner every step of the way.
Yeah, I mean, he popped away from there, and the other horse, OP Firecracker, the two horse that had some speed, kind of conceded the lead, took back, had that inside position. I don't know if the idea was for Kendrick was to try to like maybe get in the pocket and sit right in behind, but hindsight being 20/20, it didn't work. This horse got loose and set nice, comfortable fractions, right? When you go 50 to the half, 114 3/4, it's going to be hard to run down a horse. You know, a horse that's better or equal to the horses that he's running against, and it's exactly what Caffrey got. Got a nice little trip here.
Yeah, he did, with Dylan Davis aboard, using that speed to his advantage. And I think up for second, barely, was the number 2, OP Firecracker, who was kind of struggling in that 3-horse group in second, down on the inside. It was tight for second, in fact, watching the replay back again, a photo for place, but no doubt about the winner, Caffrey, who wins by open lengths, pulling away at 3-1. And you had mentioned he was kind of the one of the speeds that you did prefer, and in fact, OP Firecracker did check in second, 5-2-3-6. And moments like these, especially with lower level horses, is where aggression and early speed really do come into play quite a bit.
100%. You know, being forward and being aggressive, especially at this level, is a huge weapon. And Acacia, I know you got a little nervous when you saw the replay of the photo and you backed off, but you were right the first time.
Thank you.
It was a 2.
I appreciate that. 5-2-3-6 in the opener. There's Caffrey looking quite proud of himself and making his way back to the winner's circle with Dylan Davis in the saddle. We'll bring you prices when we come back, and we will take a look at the field for Kentucky Derby 151. Now just 6 days away from the first Saturday in May. More on that after this.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Pretty cool shot. Jonathan was just telling me about his city bike adventure this morning.
Yeah.
Very proud of you.
It's fun. It's you know, it makes me feel like I'm in New York.
Yeah, you're a New Yorker now.
Yeah, allegedly.
There goes Coffray into the winner's circle. Dylan Davis in the saddle. $8.50 winner. Let's head down to Sarah.
And standing here with winning pilot Dylan Davis, who was able to secure that win in our first race here on Coffray. And Dylan, you were saying that he was really dragging you around the racetrack. He really wanted to go.
Yeah, I did good job with Pat here. I stayed with the pony that I was instructed, and he told me that I had to go to the lead here, and there wasn't much pace, so that made my job a lot easier. Just really broke well and gave him a couple nudges out there. I didn't want to be too aggressive with him and establish the lead. Once I got there, I started working the bridle with him, and he was in a tug-of-war match with me, and I didn't want to break it. So I was able to slow down mid-turn, and then I slowed down again to that second quarter. And after that, he was just sleeping down the backside. And once I got to the second turn to the half, I just eased my hands down to relax, let him do what he wanted into the quarter pole, and then time to work him down the lane. And he responded well, nice, and tough to pull up. So he was well ready today, and very happy with the win, the way he performed.
A well-rationed victory indeed. He certainly seemed to have plenty of horses. You were able to slow that pace down, and you'll have an upcoming exciting mount in the Kentucky Oaks. Lacara, 6-1 morning line for Mark Casse going out. Can you tell me about some of the plans for her from a tactical standpoint in a race that looks like there's a lot of speed signed on?
Sure, Sarah. Yeah, talking to Mark, we're coming out running for sure. He said don't take a hold, and that's the way she likes to run. She likes to be on the front end and take control of the race, and that's what she did with both of her winners. Her good efforts there at Keeneland, the Ashland, and over at Tampa. She took a dominance early, and she just goes her way and leads the pack, and that's what she likes to do. So we're looking to come out running and do the same again.
All right, thanks, Dylan. Looking to use that gate aggression early on. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Sarah, thank you. Dylan Davis, has a date with Lacara on Friday. She is a major contender in there, Jonathan.
Yeah, if you listen to some of like the buzz horses in terms of how they've been working, and what I've always found the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby, how they are working leading up to the race can really be a big indicator. American Pharaoh, Rachel Alexandra, Animal Kingdom, to name a few that were getting a lot of workout buzz. It seems like Lacara and Good Cheer have been like the fillies that have been getting the most attention for how they've been working at Churchill. So look for those two to run well on Oaks Day.
Coming off a win in the Grade 1 Ashland, Lacara 6-1 on the morning line, as Sarah mentioned. But as far as the Kentucky Derby is concerned, the field drawn last night as well. Here's a look at the 20 of them. Poor Baeza just waiting and waiting for a chance. So close yet so far. But as far as the field overall does go, Jonathan, now that the field is drawn, who benefits the most from this post-position draw?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the good news is no one really got it too bad. I mean, obviously, Citizen Bull probably didn't want to be down there, but I thought East Avenue drew the best. Of the speed types in the race, East Avenue drawing the 12 is the most outside of the speed horses. So you're not going to get anything really dictated to him. He'll be out there. He can be able to see what's happening to the inside of him and be able to potentially, stalk the pace rather than have to be hustled away from the inside. Brendan Walsh has said to me that he doesn't feel like this horse absolutely has to be on the front end. It just so happens that he ended up on the front end in a couple of his good races, but it wasn't because he has to be there, and he feels like he's learned a lot. So hopefully if he can sit outside of horses, I think he's drawn the best because all the speed is to his inside.
We'll see how the pace does play out. As it looks on paper like there could be a bit of it. That will be an interesting conversation as far as Derby 151 is concerned. As we bring Richie into the conversation, somebody that certainly knows about racing tactics and the value of speed. But Richie, as far as the post-position draw this year, the last couple of years, it's been a bit different with the starting gate that's used at Churchill Downs now.
Yeah, I think that when they used to have 2 starting gates to, be able to fit 20 horses, post positions took on even greater importance. Now that they have a 20-stall starting gate, I think it's taken on less importance. Of course, you still don't want extremes. I mean, I wouldn't want to be post 1 and I wouldn't want to be post 20. So I do think Jonathan's right. I don't see anybody other than maybe Citizen Bull who got really slammed here. But looking at Sandman, I thought 17 was a very good draw for him. He's a horse that wants to get into stride. You're 17, and the way they load the Derby field, it's a split load. They go 111, 212, 313, so on and so forth. So he's going to be a little bit later in the split. He's going to spend less time in the gate. He's a horse that's got a closing style, so he's going to get his feet under him. You got a quarter of a mile to that first turn, and then he's got to try to save some ground someplace. I was communicating last night with Terry Finley with West Point Thoroughbreds, and we were kind of looking at derbies and talking about it, and it really kind of came clear. If you remember Orb for Shug McGahee, Stuart Janney, the Phipps family, he came from post 16, and the more I watched that derby, and I watched a lot of derbies last night. Don't ask me why. I just got down that rabbit hole. I started to see Orb's trip for him. And I really think that 17 and Orb was 16. I just saw a lot of similarities there. And listen, I'm going to get accused, by Andy and Greg of being a Arkansas homer now. But I do think the Arkansas Derby was a really good dress rehearsal for the Kentucky Derby.
Well, Mig, you're in luck because Andy and Greg are not up on the set right now.
Yeah, we won't do you like that. I will say this: if I hear anyone,
I'm in a safe zone.
Yeah, if I hear anyone mention the fact that the 17 post has never won again, who cares?
It's so different as well with the gate, as Mig mentioned, because the way that auxiliary gate was with the main body of the group, and then you had the auxiliary gate attached onto it. That gap, that break, horses would get cut off. They'd run into each other so much at the start. It's so different now with the 20-horse gate and a lot fairer.
Yeah, a lot more fair. And also for the 1-2 for Citizen Bull, like they mentioned, like it's not as aggressive as it used to be down on the inside. So, look, you get the right horse, they can win from any gate, right? Super Saver won from the 4. Sierra Leone missed by an inch from the 2. Big Brown won from the 20. It doesn't make a difference. American Pharaoh, the 18, it does. And I don't know why I remember all of these, but I do. Yeah, but it doesn't make a difference.
Were you down the Kentucky Derby rabbit hole last night as well?
No, not yet. That's usually like an airplane thing.
Yeah.
Once the handicapping's done, you can kind of get excited and start watching some of the old ones, but no, not quite yet.
Is there like a favorite Kentucky Derby that you love that kind of stands out for you? I'm putting you on the spot here.
Yeah, like one that I just I could watch over and over again. Yeah. It's sad for me, but the Bodemeister all have another. That one's really good. Some of Durkin's older calls, like Big Brown Bounding Home, I love. Barbaro, Sublime Performance. There's a lot of them that are call driven. Street Sense when he won is a lot of fun to watch. I can keep going.
I love that. I love that. Well, looking forward to next weekend's Kentucky Derby. We'll talk a bit more about some of the main contenders throughout the rest of the show. We also have live racing at Oaklawn Park coming up as we'll get a chance to kick off the card over there in Hot Springs, Arkansas. There is End of Innocence for Steve Asmussen. He's still looking for his first Kentucky Derby win as well. More on his fillies' chances at Oaklawn, though, after this.
They're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The opener from Oaklawn Park coming up, one scratch of the 2. We're going 6 furlongs in this $12,500 claiming race as we check in trackside with Richie.
Yeah, guys, just so you know, we had a lot of weather overnight. The track is muddy and sealed. Really wicked thunderstorms, particularly out on the lake where I was at. The End of Innocence on the inside showed good speed last time and went gate to wire. And the inside draw certainly puts a lot more urgency on being aggressive there. Although the last time she faced the 4-horse Chipotle Pepper, she just could not keep up with her early. And I do think the 4 Chipotle Pepper with Francisco Arrieta locked in that riding title duel is the main and natural speed here. And full disclosure, that's a guilty pleasure of mine, Chipotle. But and then the 6-horse with Joey Belmere, who was injured early in the meet, came back with a couple of wins now, big long shots. This is a closer making her third start, dropping in class, third start off the layoff, I should say, dropping in class. And I think she makes a little bit of sense because she's got races to go back to that would make her competitive here, particularly if the 1 End of Innocence and the 4 Chipotle Pepper get into a heated kind of or spirited duel. So I think I'm going to send it up now to Matt Dinneman, starting the second to last Sunday.
Park, 6 fillies and mares broke in a single file line. Chipotle Pepper on the lead today. End of Innocence used up to grab forward position as well, and these 2 favorites square off on the lead. They put 2.5 lengths on Floating, who sets up shop in third. Legally Lucky parked outside of her. Sweet Mother Mary second to last, getting to the outside, chasing shadows inside of her now as they head down the backstretch. 3 pairs of 2 separated by 5 or 6 lengths as they approach the 4-turn run. Chipotle Pepper clearing off from End of Innocence, who takes a hold and is left behind in second to this point as Chipotle Pepper strides clear, opens up 2.5. Now it's 3, maybe even 3.5, rounding the 4-turn run. End of Innocence sent hard from the second position. Sweet Mother Mary's getting into the race now. She's passing Floating. Grandstand side is Sweet Mother Mary. They're all behind Chipotle Pepper, who swings off the turn. She's got a 5-length cushion with 3/16 to go. Sweet Mother Mary continues that run down the center of the track. Chipotle Pepper with about a 16th to go now. She's 5 ahead, and there are no dangers in sight. Chipotle Pepper for the Cody Rosine barn coming home strong under Francisco Arrieta. Second home in the race, it got tight, chasing shadows in the photo with Sweet Mother Mary. End of Innocence, 4th across the finish.
Easy game. Should have known. Mig was talking about Chipotle, and Chipotle Pepper aggressively handled by Francisco Arrieta for the win.
I got to be honest with you, all I can think about right now is what's Mig's order at Chipotle.
I'm a burrito bowl fan myself.
Something tells me Mig goes old school with the burrito. All his years of watching carbs for being a rider, he probably says, just give me the tortilla.
Guac is extra.
Yeah. I don't know why they tell me that. I know that.
Yeah.
I've been here before. Source was good. You know, he popped away from there. And racetracks like this, you want horses that are going to be forward. When you look at the winner, you can see that the chest is clean. And races like this, if you get stuck in behind with that kickback, you can get covered.
Francisco Arrieta picking up another one, brings him one ahead of Christian Torres. Of course, a long way to go on this Sunday, though, as we head back over to Aqueduct. Horses in the paddock for race number 2. Coming up next, this is an interesting one. An allowance going 6.5 furlongs, and right now it's the 5 Ryland, who did win at first asking for Chad Brown. The second place finisher, Claire's Charm, was a horse that broke slowly that day, would come back to win, and then finish second in a stake behind Good Cheer.
Yeah, look, Bryland was impressive first time out. Does get a long break, 252 days since that start. You like to think that, you know, when it comes to Chad, you're not too concerned about layoffs. He brings his horses back ready to run. The problem I had with her and here was just the price. You know, I had a feeling she was going to be a pretty short price. In a race where there are some others that could win. She's 6-5. I ended up gravitating towards the 3 Twirling Beauty, who I thought could get loose in here, but I'm not even against the 1. It's a small field, but it's a good one. You know, it feels like a spot like this has a future, you know, stakes type horse in it.
There's Army Gal, as you mentioned. She's intriguing, as she tried stretching out in the Maddie May last time to go a mile, but you think, given her races 2 and 3 back, she's more of a sprinter, which is what she'll get to do again today.
Yeah, absolutely. And she came back quickly last time too, right? March 2nd to March 8th. She came back on 6 days. She went long, and now she gets Lasix again too. She didn't have Lasix last time.
6-5, though, on Bryland. Pick 4 kicking off here. As you mentioned, you're going to have to take the worst of it with the price right now, 6-5. Flavian Pratt in the saddle as well. Kind of the perfect storm for a short price favorite in this upcoming second race. Horses stepping onto the track will meet the field, kicking things off with the 1, Army Gal.
Yeah, like we said, some changes, right? She's getting to go a little bit shorter. She's getting Lasix, and she's getting a little bit of a longer gap in between her races.
3-1 right now, pretty wide open board. Here's another horse that's 3-1, also for Linda Rice, Fortuna Mia.
Yeah, I mean, look, she has a chance in here as well. I think she probably needs to be a little bit of a higher price, though, for me.
Yeah. She's one with a little bit of dirtied up form, though, did run well last time. Twirling Beauty, first out winner.
I thought she ran outstanding first time out. She's got speed. It's always a weapon in a group like this.
5-1 on that one. Here's the outlier of the race, Allenhurst.
Yeah, I suppose this is the one I can't really see. Has been running against much lesser.
21-1 on the board. Here is Bryland, your favorite.
Yeah, if you win first out at Saratoga, you're pretty darn good. And she shows up back here off a little bit of a break, but that's not going to be a problem. And Chad knows his way around these McKinseys with Chancellor McPatrick winning a couple grade ones this summer.
And Nilo's Rose to the outside, cutting back.
Yeah, another one who's run well fresh. Ran first time out, or ran extremely well first time out, then came back and ran well again, then won off another break. So it seems like Rob Falcone has this one figured out in terms of getting her ready off of breaks.
Cutting back in distance today as well. We'll see who can step forward in this upcoming second race. You can earn $15 just by playing with Naira Bets. Bet at least $50 each on Aqueduct, Oaklawn, and Santa Anita today, and you get $15 back, win or lose. Opt in now at nairabets.com. Horses on the track for race 2. There's a look at Army Gal, horse who we'll take a look at her win 2 starts back, first week of March when she won sprinting. Again, you can understand she's a New York bred. You have the stake like the Maddie May come up. You try to stretch her out, see if she can do it. It didn't work back. They're going back to basics with her in the sprint distances.
A lot of times you'll hear us say, oh, this horse had a race 2 back or 3 back. It was good enough. But, you know, I think some people are like, well, what about the race last time that wasn't good? I think if you can find excuses for why that race wasn't good, you're more inclined to look back to that race 2 races back, which we're looking at now. And for me, it's the fact that she came back off of 6 days rest. She tried to go long, and she did it without Lasix. So now, those are the excuses that I have that allow me to draw a line through the last race and to look back, 2 races back, and expect that she could run that situation here, that performance again. Look, the 5 might win. I'd have a hard time not using the 1 and 3 in some way in here, depending on what your opinion is and how you're trying to play. If I was playing in a multi-race wager, I would need to be alive to these 3 horses.
There's your even money favorite, though, warming up on the track. Let's check in with Sarah.
And we'll start with the number 1 Army Gal, who is cutting back in distance, as mentioned, getting that Lasix back, making a couple of those changes, and also having a little bit more time as well between races. And I agree with Jonathan. All of those are valid reasons to think that this one will run something much more similar to that race 2 starts ago, which is good enough to win here by far, earning that 84 Beyer speed figure that day. And we did see the second place finisher of that race, Bam's Bliss Kiss, come back and get the victory in her next start. Only regressing 3 Beyer points for her. So it's a number that does hold up in terms of the likelihood of it being replicated again by her. This just seems like the right kind of spot for her. She's had a little bit of time. She gets that Lasix back. She gets to go a sprint distance in here. She doesn't need the lead, and she has the recency as well as the fastest race back on the page going these types of conditions. So she's one of the main players for sure. But anytime you have a horse that breaks their maiden first time out at Saratoga as a 2-year-old, it seems as though there's that possibility of so much potential. For number 5, Brylan, it makes sense that she's favored coming in here for these connections. Flavian Pratt will be aboard in here, and as Acacia was discussing, the second place finisher of that race went on to win and then finished second to Kentucky Oaks favorite Good Cheer. The other 4 horses in that debut, not really as productive, 3 of them yet to win, and the other rode a bias to her lone victory. But it seems as though that's a fast enough race that with any progressive improvement at all, or even just a replication of it, she's likely to get some running done in here. But I wanted a little bit of a price as well, and I went to the number 2, Fortuna Mia, a horse who's just been stakes-faced ever since breaking her maiden first time out last May at Horseshoe Indianapolis until that last start. And last time out when she finished second, I just liked that she was more forwardly placed in there. She's had to deal with some faster paces, going longer distances, facing better company, plenty of horses that we will see in that Kentucky Oaks. And now she's just getting that little bit of class relief, getting the Lasix again like she did last time, where she showed that she can still run a bit, and getting that slight cutback yet again from the 7 furlongs to the 6.5, which I don't think will be any problem for her. And I trust that she has a little bit of stamina as well coming out of some of those longer distance races.
Sarah, thank you. 5-1 on Fortuna Mia, cutting back a bit, as mentioned, from that 7/8. Tried the Busher 2 starts back when going a mile. There's a 3 Twirling Beauty, though, as she has almost a similar kind of look to Bryland, though she has a bit of the recency edge as well. What did you like about that first race?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a sucker for speed, right? And the fact that she wired that field, but she didn't do it very easily. She did it very comfortably. She did it with fractions that were coded red on Timeform US. We talked about it a little bit earlier, meaning that, you know, she ran early. She was stopping the clock in an aggressive fashion. So to be able to first time out to run that hard and run that well is something to keep in mind. And look, she's 8-1. Do I think she's a more likely winner than Brylan? No, I don't think she's a more likely winner than Brylan, but she's a much better price than Brylan. Brylan's 3-5.
8-1, as you mentioned, broke sharply. I do wish she switched leads in the stretch. She was a little bit green throughout, but you would imagine if she was able to kind of make some mistakes in that first race and still win, she should be more professional coming in here in her second start.
Yeah, I mean, she had a right to be tired after with the way the pace went. But yeah, it's definitely something you would think that Ray Handel and the team would have tried to adjust in her 1, 2, 3, 4 work since.
9-1, getting a nice price on that one. 3-5 though on Bryland. Is that just too short a price for you in this?
Yeah, it's too short. I mean, look, she can win, and like I said, she's the most likely winner. But do I think she's 3-5 likely? No, I think that the 1 can win this race. I think the 3 can win this race. So I would say that 3-5 is just a little bit too short. But you know, these types of horses for Chad win all the time. I wouldn't get beat by this horse in a multi-race wager. But from a win standpoint, it feels like there might be some other opportunities out there.
What about the 6 Nilo's Rose? She has some gaps in her races for sure, but she's another one that's cutting back in sprint to a sprint distance.
Yep, I got nothing negative to say about her either. You know, she's coming off of a little bit of a break, hadn't run since January. She's probably got to get a little bit faster than in what she's done in her last 2 starts. But her debut race is pretty sneaky good. If she could find a way to get back to that, she could be competitive with this group.
Getting some good prices if you like anybody besides the favorite. There is Nilo's Rose with Christopher Elliott moving towards the starting gate as we get ready for race 2. There's your favorite though, Brylan. Flavian Pratt aboard with 3-5 on this filly by McKenzie. A pick 4 kicking off here. Fast main track at Aqueduct. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Nilo's Rose goes in. All set. And they're off. Bit of an awkward step there after the start for Twirling Beauty. Ends up the early trailer. Nilo's Rose has speed, and Bryland is right there. Is going to take back, though. Is well settled now in third. As moving through at the rail is Army Gal. Here's Twirling Beauty. After the trouble at the start is rushing up on the far outside of Bryland. Just very headstrong now. Is tugging here at Romero Mirage. Is going all the way up towards the front. Will stalk from second. Army Gal is pushed back to third. The leader is Nilo's Rose as they're approaching 4 furlongs left to go. Trying to settle is Twirling Beauty at the rail Army Gal. There's Bryland back to fourth. Starts to move forward here into the far turn. Just behind them is Alan Hurst with the trailer Fortuna Mia. 23-1 was the opening quarter mile. Was unopposed. Nilo's Rose and Twirling Beauty is now within ahead of the leader. Army Gal is switching to the outside. Bryland is now encouraged by Pratt, just trying to move forward, not making up the ground yet as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Nilo's Rose is in hand, now gets the cue and kicks away. Twirling Beauty continues to battle on, and here comes Army Gal now motoring down the center of the racetrack, coming after Nilo's Rose. Nilo's Rose will not give in yet with a furlong left to go. Army Gal was ranging up, but hasn't pushed by yet. Bryland is battling on there with Alan Hurst. Nilo's Rose is almost there. Nilo's Rose. Big in victory. Nilo's Rose wins it over Army Gal. Got tight there. Maybe Alan Hurst in the photo with Bryland. In 1:18 seconds flat.
Nilo's Rose holding on in the stretch. A game performance from this filly. We talked about some of her merits as she was able to hold off Army Gal in the stretch.
Yeah, Rob Falcone's really found a way to get this horse to run well fresh. You look at how she ran first time out, how she came in her third career start, and how she runs here. I mean, she runs well with a little bit of a break. And look, Bryland didn't really fire. Twirling Queen?
Twirling Beauty.
Beauty, excuse me. Twirling Queen's a tour sprinter. Didn't, miss the break. So the outcome, the early part of the race changed quite a bit. But the way this horse ran, I'm not sure they were going to beat Nilo's Rose today. At some point in right outside the 8th pole, it looked like Army Gal was going to run by her. And she just kept her measured all the way down the stretch and eventually started to pull away from her.
Bryland went off 1-2. Just looked like she was spinning her wheels a bit and just not really kind of picking up any ground there late. But Nilo's Rose aggressively handled by Christopher Elliott. And yes, the pace did change. Just keep your eyes on the 3, Twirling Beauty, as she does get infected at the start. Off a bit slow, then she gets bumped and she's last and ends up dragging Romero Mirage and rushing up.
Yeah, it's those types of trips don't ever really work. But, she get a little bit more experience. She didn't get much experience first time out because she just popped away from there. But she ran well considering, you see her in the picture there, considering the way that the start of her race went.
Yeah, absolutely. But number 6, Nilo's Rose, 9-1, a generous price on this filly. 6-1-4-5 in race 2. Christopher Elliott aboard for Rob Falcone Jr. getting the win as they make their way back to the winner's circle. And she was game. And you have the 2 fillies that were cutting back in distance, running 1-2. So some stamina showing there.
6.5. I've always felt like 6.5. It plays just that extra half furlong. Might not seem like a lot, but I feel like it plays into the hands of horses cutting back and horses that can finish.
Nilo's Rose with the win. Race 2 at Aqueduct. Prices in a moment. We'll also look back at yesterday. The dream is on, that's for sure. Dream on, holding on in the Woodhaven in that tight finish. We'll recap what took place in the stake yesterday after this.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 2, game victory from Nilo's Rose into the winner's circle with Christopher Elliott aboard. Was able to gut out this win. Of course, the pace impacted by the poor break of the 3 Twirling Beauty, but still showing a little bit of tenacity there. It was good to see.
Yeah, the one thing that stands out to me here is if you look at this horse's past performances, Rob Falcone has found a way to get her to run well fresh. And it's a note that I would keep on her is that, well, you know, when she comes in off of a couple of months, 2 or 3 months off or whatever it might be, Rob just really has found out exactly how to get her prepared, because she had every right and every reason to get past in the stretch here, and she never did by a horse in Army Gal who I thought ran the race that I think many people thought she would run, but it just wasn't good enough to get past Nilo's Rose.
$21 winner there, $21.20 in race 2. Nilo's Rose with the victory at 9-1. Big price Alaners checking in third. We turn our attention on to race 3, a 6-furlong sprint, New York bred, first level allowance. And right now it is the number 3 On the Hill, who's a heavy favorite, has run some fast races, but a horse that it's always kind of right there, not necessarily a ton of wins in the wheelhouse.
Yeah, and that's definitely something that can be a concern for On the Hill. I thought this was a wide open race. I prefer the 5 slow-mo. You know, this horse ran well last time, and I think could take another step forward. But this is a wide open little group here. You know, right in the middle of there, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. They all seem to be extremely live here.
Couple of logical ones in the middle of the field. More on that third race in a moment. But yesterday, as we mentioned before the break in the Woodhaven, we were able to run this race on the turf, and there certainly was a bit of cut in the ground. As you kind of saw, the pace setter in here, Jonathan, sounds like a plan, holding on till the end, and then it was kind of one of those cavalry charges down to the wire.
Yeah, right here at the end, they kind of all just end up thrusting themselves at the end. And sometimes, you know, old adage is when they all kind of cross the wire at the same time, there's a question of how good the race actually was. But Dream On's been consistent. I'll say that. I mean, he's just been a very consistent type, and Mark Casse continues to have an outstanding year.
A very, very good quality group of horses, says Mark Casse. As Dream On, a horse that seemed very promising as a 2-year-old, came back, disappointing effort in the way the pace played out in the Columbia at Tampa last time out, but makes up for it with the Woodhaven win yesterday. Javier Castellano had a pretty strong week at Aqueduct this week as well.
Yeah, I heard him talking about it. A couple of 2-win days, and yeah, absolutely. Javier, it's amazing to me what these guys, Javier and Johnny, and Frankie and Mike Smith, are able to do as they get to the other half of their careers. I don't want to call them old, but the other half of their careers to continue to still have the success. I can't even get off the couch the wrong way.
Well, Javier Castellano picking up a stakes win yesterday, knows that horse well. So we will continue recapping yesterday's stakes action. When we come back, we'll take a look at what took place at Oaklawn Park in the Dig a Diamond, get Richie's thoughts on that, and continue on with our live racing. We're taking a quick time out on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us. We'll be back after this.
Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
And a dare manner will take the Clementelle Hirsch. Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
The only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt surface, Mid-Atlantic May, continues to produce graded stakes winners across the globe and on all surfaces. Recent grads include Eclipse champion Straight No Chaser, brilliant winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, as well as this year's Riyadh Dirt Sprint at the Saudi Cup, plus Grade 1 winners Full Count Felicia and Sacred Wish. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. his first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. We have the second race at Oaklawn coming up next, a 6-furlong sprint, $10,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life. And right now it is this horse, A La Carte, who's currently your favorite for Team Asmussen.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of early speed, a little bit concerning on a racetrack like this going 6 furlongs.
Naderade is next.
Yeah. Naderade, that was a funny name. Needs to get a little bit quicker.
Here's Clear Echo, kind of trying to build off that 4th place.
This horse just continues to get wide trips, drawn towards the inside. Maybe we'll try to work out a better one this time.
Here is the 5 Stadler.
Another one who doesn't have a lot of early speed and loves losing ground.
I like this name. Hey, look at me.
Look, this horse showed some early speed last time, but didn't run that well. But the race 2 back, if they can find that race on a wet, fast racetrack, which they're going to get today, that could be a winning performance.
Here's Cravensworth, second off the claim.
Yeah, no early speed at all.
Big price on the 8 Rev 2.
No early speed and also no late speed. Bad combination.
That's never good for anybody. Here's Big Gain, 9-2.
Yeah, puts the blinkers on, is cutting back. Will need to show a little bit more speed, but he's not too far back and will have some finish.
And 2-2-22. That's a lot of 2s.
Oh wow! I have that tattooed on my hand. That's I got engaged to 22, 22, 22.
Wow.
That's a hunch play.
There's a hunch play for you.
Look at that.
I was married on 3-3-2-2.
3-2.
Yeah.
2-2. Look at that.
Yeah.
You had ice cream at your wedding.
I did, Mr. Softy. That's great. One of the best choices. Anyway, as far as yesterday, Richie, we saw the Dig a Diamond. What were your thoughts? Well, first, we want to hear your thoughts on this race coming up. What are you making? Is the 9-5 favorite the one to beat in here?
Well, I do, just because this horse has run faster numbers. But I agree with Jonathan. This is a horse that doesn't possess a lot of early speed, and there's not a tremendous amount of speed in this race. I think the drop in class could mitigate that, and the fact that maybe this horse will be a little bit closer because of that lack of speed. Interestingly enough, another horse from the Steve Asmussen barn, Hey, You Look at Me, I think is the main speed, and particularly the way this horse warmed up. Man, was he aggressive. He didn't leave the pony, but he jumped in the bit, was pulling both the person on the pony as well as Keith Asmussen, and they got one way to go, and it's complementing styles, 2 horses from the same stable. But I thought the 6, Hey, Look at Me, was kind of interesting at probably, a decent enough price, 4-1. I thought we might get a bit more. Another horse that really kind of caught my eye is the 9 Big Gain. Now, this horse turning back in distance, but puts blinkers back on. And if you look back earlier in this horse's career, with blinkers, showed a lot more speed than had when they started stretching them out and taking the blinkers off. So I think adding the blinkers back on, dropping in class, Joey Belmere, who I'm really happy to see ride a few winners recently after being injured early in the meet. He's a good kid. I like him a lot. I think this horse is going to show improved speed, and if he can at least get in the game coming off of those longer races, gives this horse a chance, I believe.
Richie, thank you. Joey Belmere aboard the number 9 Big Gain, blinkers on, and kind of going back to a level that does seem to make sense. Now we will go back and recap the stakes action from yesterday. I got excited. The Dig a Diamond. I like diamonds. What can I say? Dig a Diamond yesterday at Oaklawn. It was Majestic Oops pulling the upset over Hoosier Philly.
Yeah, Majestic Oops has just gotten really good for Dan Ward, and it's unfortunate, right? We've talked a lot about Hoosier Philly on the show because of our affiliation with our friend Tom Amos, and he was very high on her in her young career. And while she's made over $1 million, this race put her over $1 million. She hasn't really panned out to be that consistent type I would imagine that Tom would have hoped for. But this horse, Majestic Oops, she just really has improved since moving to the Dan Ward barn, and it seems like she's going to move her way up towards the East Coast. So possibility, if she keeps going the right direction, we could see her in maybe some of our grade 3-ish type stakes up at Saratoga. Shouldn't seem like she's quite grade 1 ready, but we'll see if she can keep going in that direction and spend some time up here on the Northeast.
Faced Where's My Ring 2 starts back. Last time out had a big score, and then now picking up a stakes win last time out. Now we would like to get Richie's thoughts on yesterday's performance. As Jonathan mentioned, Richie, Majestic Oops, just a horse that's gotten very good with her current connections.
Yeah, she really has. She's improved. She was always traveling sweetly throughout. And listen, I think Hoosier Philly ran well. I thought she was a little bit compromised, not being able to use her stride, especially with that short stretch of the mile races ending at the 16th pole. And Majestic Oops got first run. That being said, I think Majestic Oops was just the best horse, a horse that's continually improving. We talked to Dan Ward after the race, and he's got some races picked out for her at Monmouth. But this was a big effort here. And you know, you can kind of identify halfway through a race when a horse is traveling as sweetly as she was that she was going to be pretty formidable. And I like the names of some of these stakes races, guys. Dig a Diamond. You've got, Diamond Crater National Park or State Park not far from here. You can go mine diamonds. Crystal Springs, you can pay a fee, and you get to keep what you find as far as that. So Dig a Diamond Stakes kind of appropriate, as is the natural state, which is Arkansas. And I can attest, I've been out hiking all the waterfalls and beautiful forests here. It's been quite fun exploring.
The perfect spot for Richie, all those parks and places to hike. Love it, love learning a lot about what is around Oaklawn Park. It really is such a beautiful area. And yeah, I have not had the chance when there. The trips have been jam-packed. When I've in Arkansas, I've not had the chance to kind of go hiking and explore some of those areas, but all the video and of course mixed pictures that we've seen, it really is a beautiful area.
You know, every time I go to Oaklawn, I just eat pizza and
Me too.
Go to the racetrack.
That's about it. Those are the fun things, for sure. Horses moving towards the starting gate, though, for this second race. Again, Muddy Main Track. We're sprinting here. A la carte. Steve Asmussen owns and trained. And Eric Asmussen, his son in the saddle. So one for the family. And Steve, of course, with 2 chances in next week's Kentucky Derby. I know every time you bring up the Derby, and he was joking with me once that he was happy once they had kind of moved past and somebody else had won after Epicenter, because he didn't have to keep seeing the replay of Rich Strike running him down every moment.
Yeah, that's got to be that one's going to haunt him a little bit. But Steve's going to win one. It's just a matter of time. It's
going to happen for sure. See if Tiztastic or Publisher can do it for him this year. Loading in for race 2, Oaklawn Park. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
222 to the outside. We're ready to go. And they're off. Statler in the middle of the field broke sharply and is showing speed today. Hey, you look at me up on the pace as well. Cravensworth in the line. Big gain far outside is 2-2-22. 5 runners across the track. A la carte right behind that quintet in the 6th position. A length clear of Clear Echo. Another 4 to Rev 2. 5 back to Naderade, who had to steady at the start. He's last well out of it early with a half mile to go. They've sorted themselves out on the lead. Hey, you look at me on the lead by a length. Cravensworth takes the 2nd position going into the far turn run to press the issue on the lead. Now a half length off of Hey, You Look at Me. 2 back to 2-2-22 in 3rd. Nickeled along a little bit. Statler giving way on the fence. He's called it an afternoon. A la carte passing him. He's 4th now down on the rail. 3 lengths off the lead, gaining ground. A la carte trying to get outside of horses at the top of the lane. Big gain is swinging deep. 5 or 6 pass off the rail coming off the corner. Hey, You Look at Me still in front. A la carte is stablemate trying to run by him. Far outside is Big Gain down the center of the track with Joe Belmer, and Big Gain has soared to the lead and is soaring away from the competition. Big Gain by 3, now by 4. Big Gain, a runaway winner to kick off the early pick 4. A la carte, 2nd best. Hey, You Look at Me, 3rd across the finish. Clear Echo is 4th.
Big Gain with the blinkers on gets the win. Richie talked about some of his merits, and he delivers here, dropping in to this $10,000 level and cutting back.
Yeah, the cutback, I think, and the drop, I think, was a combination of all of it. Just that kind of just right thing where he's a combination of a bunch of stuff. It was a pretty easy situation right down the middle of the track for him, and it was just a matter of how far.
Gets the win here, does Big Gain over the number 2, a la carte, who was running on, but just second best there in the second at Oaklawn. Joey Belmere aboard for trainer Michael Hewitt, getting the win, race 2 at Oaklawn Park. We'll bring you prices when we come back, and horses are in the paddock for the third race coming up. There's one of the best named horses around, Shlomo. We'll talk a little bit more about his chances coming in off the back of a maiden win after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen said, Gun Pilot is an absolute beast. He has a lot of gun runners' great traits. He is a bigger and stronger version and was extremely talented. His easy Grade 1 win in the 7-furlong Churchill Downs Stakes proved everything I knew.
The gold, but it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres.
Gun Pilot is Gun Runner's only son to retire to stud this year. New to 3 Chimneys.
You're watching America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2 as we take a look at the field for the third race. New York bred first level allowance on the hill, still the favorite as we're sprinting here, going these 6 furlongs, but a little bit more wide open board now, which is kind of what this race does look like as we meet the field, kicking off with Messi the Magician.
Yeah, I don't even know if Messi the Magician could pull this one off.
He can do a lot. Here's the 2 Warlow.
Yeah, has some early speed and got an outside trip last time. I'd appreciate getting back to the inside.
On the hill, your favorite is next.
Yeah, I mean, probably had some excuses last time. 2 and 3 back can absolutely win, just not at this price.
Cheek pieces going on the hill in addition to that shadow roll that he wears. There's the 4 Run and Score cutting back.
Yeah, I think this one's pretty interesting. Ran well last time, but the race 3 back showed extremely fast early speed and was able to see that through. Should appreciate cutting back to the 6 furlongs.
Shlomo, last out winner.
Yeah, this is my top choice. I'm going to go here. Really fast pace figures last time, and I'm hoping that it could get a little bit of an easier trip this time around.
There's the 6 Stewie. That's a fun name, too.
Yeah, another one who's run well since switching barns, and I think will appreciate the cutback to 6 furlongs.
Thank you, John. We'll round out the field.
It's probably a taste too slow for this group.
You can enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts exclusively on Naira Bets. In your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Fast Facts are only available in the Naira Bets app, so be sure to download today. The number 5, Shlomo, we'll take a look at. And yes, it is a fun name to say, but as Andy Sterling shared with us earlier from owner Lee Einseidler, who also bred this horse, Shlomo was Freud's middle name. And this is the son of Freud. Very clever.
Lee, what a sharp guy.
I love it.
Hi, Lee. I know Lee's watching.
Hi, Lee. We miss you, Lee. Haven't seen him around in a while, but here's Shlomo winning last time out for Bill Mott. He's a horse that had taken a lot of money throughout his career, JK, but it seems like he finally really put everything together with this last effort.
Yeah, Blinkers last time I think might have helped him kind of get it figured out. And like I said, he was, you know, close up to a really fast pace. And it's kind of a game of energy when it comes to these types of situations where, you know, if they go really fast early, they use quite a lot of energy, which is going to affect the way they finish their races. But if they can find a way where they can not have to use as much energy, not have to empty the tank, they can run a more equitable race and can be dangerous. So I'm hoping that Shlomo can just go a little bit slower this time around.
And we have been notified that the 2, Waraloo, did part ways with Manny Franco. I just watched him kind of gallop back over towards the winner's circle, slow down, and the Outriders were able to pick him up. But so good to see that he has been apprehended. Have not heard any word on Manny Franco. Hopefully he is okay. Of course, he has a date with East Avenue in the Kentucky Derby next week. Let's get an update from Sarah Elbadwi.
They were able to catch up with Rallo, who did really come right back towards the winner's circle, but both of our outriders working together to catch up to him and apprehend him successfully. So waiting to see what the status is with him and whether or not he will be participating in this upcoming 3rd race. But we will wait and hear what Chris Griffin has to say about that. But we'll talk about him for a moment while he is still technically in this race, because he's one that ran 2nd last time out at a better price, and he's a better price right now than your current favorite, On the Hill. On the Hill finished 4th in that common start, with both of them were running behind Kid Billy, and Rallo was getting a nice solo warm-up before he and Manny Franco parted ways, and so you can tell that now he definitely has had some time to warm himself up with that extra time to run loose there that he had. But On the Hill, your current favorite, he's consistent. He's one that always seems to show up. He's just not necessarily that winning type of horse. Javier Castellano gets aboard here today. He's been on him in the past, and the last time that On the Hill was successful, it was on the front end, setting a moderate pace over at Finger Lakes, where I don't think that he's just naturally fast enough to have the early lead in this spot. But Javier did give him a nice solo warm-up, so certainly seems to be well aware that he needs to keep this horse in contact with the pace to be successful. He is one that is fine. I always have plenty of respect for him, but at a short price, wanting to go elsewhere. I like the number 6, Stewie. He's a horse who's just really been outrunning his odds on multiple occasions and has plenty of good early speed. He finished 3rd last time behind Crimson Light, win number 4,000 for Kendrick Carmouche. That was with the comebacking layoff horse for Todd Pletcher, one that had plenty of buzz around him after breaking his maiden in an eventful manner. But Stewie is one that's shown up over his last 2 starts. He's cutting back slightly from the 7 furlong distance, where maybe he got a little bit tired late. But I like that he was able to step up successfully in class. I like that he's confirmed early speed with Christopher Elliott, who looks to win 2 races back-to-back. And I think that the other speed presence towards his outside in Thank You John, who is a need-the-lead type, just may not be necessarily as quick early as him. So I think that 3-1, a fair enough price on Stewie.
Sarah, thank you. As we get a look at Waraloo with Manny Franco back in the saddle, he was brought back over after being apprehended by the Outrider. It was good to see Manny on his feet. And actually, when they gave Manny a leg back up, it looked like Waraloo was quite spicy at that point. So he definitely got warmed up with his little gallop there.
Yeah, that Outrider almost got kicked a little bit if he would. But yeah, it's you know, the vet will look him over and make decisions based on what they see. I didn't really like the horse anyway, so I don't have to try to play the game of seeing if it matters.
6-1, but like I said, just good to see horse and rider. Okay, as far as on the hill, he continues to be the favorite on the board. What are your thoughts on this guy coming in here?
Yeah, I mean, he can win. It's a lot of times when you look at races like this, you'll see a handful of horses that you think can win. Then it just kind of goes down to price or what your objective is here. I mean, the 3 is a horse I would definitely use if I was, looking for logicals and multi-race wagers or trying to hook up a key horse in an exacta or trifecta. But as a win proposition, I just too short of a price for what I believe the chances are. To me, Shlomo at 5-2. With this kind of newfound effort that he got last time from him after adding the blinkers. He's got a lot of speed. He can kind of overcome different scenarios. And that's what I'm going to lean on here. I wouldn't be shocked if the 4 won. It's more of a 5-4 for me, but I don't have anything overly negative to say about the 3 and the 6.
It was a big buyer speed figure last time out for the 4 run and score at Laurel, though going 1 mile and an 1/8, but certainly has some races, as you mentioned, sprinting that would make him very competitive in this spot.
Yeah, he does, and sometimes you'll get horses coming from out of town, and you're not exactly sure what to make of them, or who are they running against. But that's kind of what speed figures are for. Speed figures can help you understand how good a performance was or wasn't, and his speed figures put him right here in the mix.
5-2 now on Shlomo. Favoritism shifting over to that one. We have a pick 4 kicking off here. Just a reminder, all of those pools, mandatory payout today for the final day of the Aqueduct Spring Meet. We'll see what takes place in this upcoming 3rd race. New York bred allowance in the spotlight. There goes Warlow, who was reunited with his rider after a brief little joyride there. 5-1 on that one. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the rest of the load and call race 3 live at Aqueduct.
Stand, run, and score. I'll leave 3 out. Shlomo. Stewie. Thank you, John. To the outside. Is in. All set. And they're off. Shlomo has early speed, and Stewie is hard sent from the outside too. That's the top duo. As joining them will be Thank You, John, is now a well-settled 3rd. Just behind them and challenging for the 4th position, Run and Score is out in the center of the racetrack now. Does take 4th with back to 5th on the hill. The 2 at the back, Messi the Magician with Warallo. It's a 2-way battle for the front as they're approaching 4 furlongs left to go. It's Shlomo to the inside with a neck advantage over Stewie, 22.59 for that pressured opening quarter mile. Thank You, John. The long shot does get a nice journey here from 3rd. Starts to make up some ground on the top duo, who are well clear of the rest. Warallo has moved to the inside of Run and Score, who's all in there in 5th. Messi the Magician and tailing off was on the hill. Stewie is to the outside here of a stubborn Shlomo. They reach the top of the stretch, and Shlomo is still a nose in front. Stewie with every chance to run on by. Here's Stewie to the outside, Shlomo, and they're shoulder to shoulder. Warallo is moving at the rail, is trying to join the top duo, has a furlong left to catch him. Run and Score's got late momentum too. The front 2 still there. Can Stewie push on by from Shlomo? Can Run and Score catch them both? Down to the line, it's going to be a tight photo. Shlomo by a nose over Stewie, then came Run and Score, and Warallo in 1 minute 11.73 seconds.
They made it exciting down to the line. Shlomo victorious in a slight bob over the 6 Stewie.
That was a heck of a horse race. I mean, they hooked up at the top of the stretch, and there was never more than 8 inches in between their noses. They just went ding-dong all the way to the wire. And Shlomo looked like he was in trouble right about here. It's hard to tell from this angle, but it looked like he had gotten headed by Stewie. But he just never gave up on the inside. It was a great finish by Jose Lezcano and Chris Elliott.
And as you had commented in the stretch, Shlomo in the pink cap on the inside, late switching leads, and once he did, it seemed like he found a little bit more, just enough to be game and just a little bit more over Stewie.
Absolutely. It's just like I don't know who said it first, Richie or Lafitte, but they both said it where, you know, you're in the airport and you're carrying the suitcase and no one's in the airport more than us.
Yes.
The airport, right
you
hand
fly a lot
suitcase.
too. Don't sell yourself short.
And then you got to switch it over there to try to get that extra little umph, and that's exactly what happened when he switched leads, though. He was good. He was good. They were both good today. Neither one of them deserved to lose.
5-2, 5-2, and the board was right on how evenly matched this race was at 5-6, 4-2. In race 3, Jose Lozcano on Shlomo down to the inside. Very game fighting down to the wire. They certainly did make it exciting in the stretch. We'll bring you prices when we come back. We'll take a quick time out and recap what just took place and look ahead to what's still to come.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com today. In the third race, what an exciting stretch battle there between Shlomo and Stewie. Shlomo coming out victorious, now making it 2 wins in a row for Bill Mott.
Something tells me Lee's very happy.
As he should be.
As he should be, yeah. Look, he ran well, and Jose Lozcano did a great job, and it seems like Shlomo's kind of got it figured out now. And that was a heck of a stretch drive for if you're new to the game. That doesn't happen all the time where it's that close for the entire stretch.
$7.50 winner in the third as we head over to the fourth race. This is one of 2 races on the card still on the turf today, though moved to the outer turf from the inner. So a New York bred first level allowance going 1 16 on the outer turf. And taking a look at the field, pretty wide open group. Right now the favorite is the 5 Smooth Breeze, who I think should be coming back to New York bred company for the first time since his debut when he won.
Yeah, Smooth Breeze deserves to be the favorite and is the most likely winner. But there's some other horses in here. The 3, the Paddock Pastor, the 4, Courtly Banker, the 7, Willing to Risk It All is a little bit interesting, and even the 9, Pay the Juice. This is a very interesting start to the pick 6.
Intriguing group for sure. We'll talk more about it. As Jonathan mentioned, the pick 6 kicking off here. And 6 days away from the Kentucky Derby, journalism has impressed at every turn. Can he keep the momentum going into the first Saturday in May?
Was Full Count Felicia, never in doubt.
pin on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the races on this Sunday afternoon as we take a look at the infield at Oaklawn Park in the third race. Coming up next there in Hot Springs, here's a look at the field for race number 3 here, a mile and a 16th. Non-winners of 2 in life claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. Right now it is Batera for our friend Tom Amos, who's the current favorite. Meeting the rest of the field, though, JK, starting off with Sir Exton.
Yeah, Sir Exton was odds on last time and just lost ground all the way around there and still won. Should be able to save a little bit more ground drawing the rail this time.
Here's a contender, Higginsville, one that will be running late.
Yeah, another one lost a ton of ground last time. Had been running on the turf. Ran well enough, though, first time on the dirt last time out. Or not first time on the dirt ever, switching back to the dirt.
First time in a while. Here's Patera, though, your favorite, another one that did the turf to dirt switch.
Yeah, another one that that exits another nice race. A little bit over bet, though, at this point for me.
Yeah, short price at 6 to 5. Here's 10 days later.
Yeah, this horse was claimed or switched from Kenny McPeak. It's been with Ingrid Mason. The first time with Ingrid Mason ran pretty well and then did not run that well last time off a little bit of a break.
Also had an outside draw. Here's Money Shot going by, and there is Wicked Melody.
Yeah, Wicked Melody, another one who has some numbers that are floating right around where you're going to need to be to win this race.
And Riftage, the number 7 for Steve Asmussen.
Just doesn't have a lot of early speed from that outside post. Sometimes when you're out there, it helps to have a little bit of tactical speed.
6 to 5 on the favorite. That's the field for the third at Oaklawn Park. We've been talking a lot about the Kentucky Derby, of course, with the post position draws taking place last night. The favorite to be Journalism, Jonathan. I mean, this is a horse, though, that just is impressed at every turn in the way he's come into this Kentucky Derby for trainer Michael McCarthy.
Absolutely. I mean, it's sometimes the Derby favorite can you know, you can struggle to trust them. This is one that I trust. Journalism's going to run his race. He, you know, I think Michael McCarthy does an outstanding job. I don't think he's underrated. I think he's probably talked about as a trainer. But Journalism he's run fast numbers. He's overcome adversity. I guess most people would point to the fact that if you wanted to find one of the chinks in his armor, it's probably the inexperience of Umberto Rispoli, but it doesn't really bothered me very much. Mario Gutierrez won 2 derbies. How much experience did he have prior to that? So, look, I think this is definitely the horse to beat. He worked this morning, and the internet seems to say it looks good, and it looked good to me. He's I think he's a very talented horse, and he's not going to be too far back, but he's also not going to get hooked into a too fast of a pace. He's got a nice foundation. He checks really all the boxes. He's also well-bred, so you understand the distance likely not going to be an issue for him. He's a deserving favorite, and in my opinion, the most likely winner. But it is 20 horses getting into it, the same starting gate and going a mile and a quarter. Things could happen.
Yeah, he's a horse that is coming out of graded stakes tries in California, so shorter fields. Last 3 races he was in, just a 5-horse field, so certainly will be facing the biggest field that he has, and certainly the biggest field that all of them will have run against. But sometimes it is a little bit of a jump given how that 20-horse field is run. But according to his trainer, Journalism has that special something.
There's just something about him. I think when horses really kind of get in a routine and get in a pattern and win and keep winning, I think there's an air of confidence about them. I think they know they're good. His mind is maybe his secret weapon. As you can see, he kind of walked out here like it was no big deal, got onto the racetrack. People around, nothing seemed to really bother him. Of course, I'm sure as the week goes on, there'll be more and more people around here. He's got a wonderful pedigree, stamina laden on top and bottom, so I think that's going to help him as well. Genetically, there's something there that just clicks for him. When he came to us late in July of this summer, last summer actually, he touted his hand pretty quickly. So he started to get ready a little bit faster than your average 2-year-old. That's when we kind of started thinking that maybe he might be just a little bit better than average. And then obviously after his first start, we stretched him out to 2 turns, and that's kind of when good things really started happening for him.
Journalism, as you see that pedigree that he touched on. I mean, this horse was expensive for sure, but by Curlin out of Mopetism, graded stakes quality. While she disappointed in Kentucky Oaks, she did run in the Kentucky Oaks, but she obviously was a very good mare throughout the running of her career for Doug O'Neill. And then Curlin, I think, kind of speaks for himself as far as the stamina and quality influence is concerned.
I tell you what, after watching that, I know Michael McCarthy well. I consider him a friend, and if you don't know, that might not seem like the most talkative person in the world. That was a very talkative version of Michael McCarthy. He loves a one-word answer. I think it's probably a little bit of superstition, not wanting to say too much, not wanting to put too much pressure on the situation of the horse. That was a very confident version of him. And so if you like journalism, I would definitely like what I just saw in that interview.
And not to compare them as horses, just talking about his trainer, I feel like the last time I really saw him like that was with Rombauer going into the Preakness.
Yeah, he was pretty confident with Rombauer, and then even before that, I could go back to maybe like City of Light, where he was kind of, walking around with that much confidence and using more than 3 words in a sentence.
That's a good sign for sure. Journalism will be the favorite, drawn well in post 8, and rightfully so. Has really done nothing wrong as of yet. Excited to see what he can do in this year's Kentucky Derby as we see horses on the track and getting ready to move towards the starting gate for race 3 at Oaklawn coming up. Again, we're going a mile and a 16th here. Favorite continues to be Batera. I realized that this was a horse who did run well in the dirt last time out, but as we went through the post parade, you made a case for a couple of other horses who were kind of doing a similar move and a little bit more of a price versus that one.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these horses look the same.
Yeah.
And while we'll start with the favorite, the 3 Batera. I mean, look, she can win here. She's got a little tactical speed, or he, excuse me, got a little tactical speed. He was wide all the way around there last time, which you'd like to think he could work out a better trip here from the 3-hole. There's just not a horse in here. Usually when I find spots like this, I'm looking for who's going to tactically take advantage of the race, who's going to find themselves in a comfortable spot on the front end, and it was hard to find someone. I guess maybe the 6. But then the 6, Wicked Melody, he's coming off of that poor race last time, so he doesn't give you a lot of confidence. And I suppose the 3 Batera can be at least connected enough.
Maybe the 1?
Maybe the 1, especially from the inside, you might get a little bit of different intent. I think the 2 Higginsville, for me, would probably be the one that I would hitch my wagon to at that price, and based on the way this horse ran last time.
Did that turf to dirt move last time out. Wide trip when drawn to the outside. Higginsville finishing a good third. And we'll see if he can come running late in this third race coming up. They start to load in for race 3, 7 to 5, still on Batera as we get ready to go. The mile and a 16th distance over this muddy track at Oaklawn Park. Matt Dennerman standing by with the rest of the load and call.
Post 6, Batera, your current 3-2 favorite. Post position number 3 for Tom Amos, Rafael Bejarano, and Steve Asmussen, the trainer of Rivetage, employing his son Eric for the ride. Last one to load in, Rivetage. We're ready to go. Looks like they need to straight out 10 days later in the gate. 10 days later, the 4-horse. Looks like we're good here. Here we go. And they're off. Rivetage was throwing his head around right when the gates opened, and he was away slowly because of that. He's at the rear. Batera on the lead right away from Wicked Melody, who's shown rain to show forward position, but he's second off of Batera, who's quickest going into the first turn run. Wicked Melody second, Sir Exton third. 10 days later, right behind him, he's 4 lengths off the lead on the outside. Gap of 5 now to Higginsville, Money Shot, and that leaves Rivetage, the slow starter, out of the gate to trail. Approaching the back stretch, the favorite Batera gets in a good gallop, leads a length and a half. He's clear on the front end. Wicked Melody right behind in chase mode second. Sir Exton 2 lengths off the pace on the inside. 10 days later, parked outside of him. Still a big gap back to Money Shot. Higginsville has lost position, is second to last, nickeled along a little bit now by Tyler Bacon, approaching the half-mile pole, and Rivetage has yet to pass a runner as they're halfway home. Batera still on the lead, a half length. Wicked Melody getting closer in second. 10 days later is third, 2.5 lengths behind. Sir Exton in fourth on the rail. Money Shot out of harm's way on the outside. He's 4 behind in a space of 5 to Rivetage, passing Higginsville. Higginsville doesn't look like he picked up his feet today. Coming to the top of the lane, Batera. Rafael Bejarano riding this one with some confidence here. He's still on the lead by a neck. Wicked Melody right there to the outside to engage, and these two come off the corner together. Batera inside, Wicked Melody is outside. Sir Exton pops outside for the final 3/16, and he's gaining good ground on the top pair. Sir Exton on the outside, roaring to the front. Batera behind in second with Wicked Melody. Sir Exton kicking away. Sir Exton by 2. Wicked Melody second. Batera back in third, beaten as the favorite. Sir Exton, though, he's running away from this group, and he'll give Francisco Arrieta 2. And Francisco Arrieta now 2 wins ahead in the jockey standing. Second home, Wicked Melody, then Batera and Rivetage.
Sir Exton with the win, and as you heard Matt Dennerman say, second win of the day for Francisco Arrieta and giving him a 2-win cushion in the riding title, and this horse makes it 2 wins in a row after breaking his maiden last out.
Yeah, you know when you get a horse around this level, when you can roll off back-to-back wins, it's encouraging, right? You're going the right direction. You're starting to figure him out a little bit here, and Sir Exton comes in off of, like you said, this is his second win in a row, and even before that, his 3 races back prior to this one, it was a nice second place as well.
Good effort and good form on the main track is Sir Exton, and in good form is Francisco Arrieta as well. We talked a bit about the Kentucky Derby the day before. Is the Kentucky Oaks. Here's a look at the field of 14 as we'll take a look at Good Cheer, who is 6 to 5 on the morning line. Now, she has been pretty impressive thus far, Jonathan. She's undefeated, 6 for 6. Is it too short of a morning line for you when it is a race like the Kentucky Oaks?
It's not that it's the race like it's the Kentucky Oaks that's the problem. So, yes, it's too short of a line, but it's not necessarily that's why. It's because she hasn't really just 4 to 5 wowed me. Now, I know that could be silly because she's won 6 races in a row and she's undefeated and all those things are great. But she hasn't done it in a way that makes her look like none of these other horses can touch her. It just looks like she's been in the right place at the right time to get these 6 wins in a row. And so too short of a price for me based on that. I'm not going to be shocked when she wins, and I don't think that she's not the most likely winner. I just think that because of her undefeated record and her connections, you would think that she's going to take a lot of money, which is going to leave some other horses a little bit ignored. Horses like Quiet Side or 5G or Lacara. The one horse I can tell you for certain that's going to take a little bit of money, not that much, but a little bit of money that I'm against is Tenma. She's trained by Bob Baffert, but she's just not that fast.
Yep. Well, speaking of Quiet Side, she unfortunately true post 14 of 14, so a little bit hurt there, going the mile and an eighth by the post position draw. She will break from the outside. She was one of those horses that was impressive winning first out, and then looked like she was kind of stuck in second gear, but the last two races, she just really put it together.
Yeah, I loved her race here, and when you look at a horse like her, Quiet Side, when you win first out at Saratoga and run well as a 2-year-old at Saratoga or run well in these 2-year-old stake races at Saratoga, you've got some talent. And it's just about how your trainer can help progress that talent. Sometimes, you know, it can be a little bit of that, you know, the 8th grader that's bigger than everyone else, he's just better than everyone in 8th grade, and then the high school kind of evens out. That could happen from time to time, but John Ortiz has done a great job with her, getting her to kind of go back in that direction. What we saw that she was leading towards as a 2-year-old.
Coming in off back-to-back graded stakes wins, including the Fantasy at Oaklawn, which we just watched. We'll see what kind of trip she will navigate from the outside post. So she does have natural speed. You can imagine Jose Ortiz has got to come out running with her.
Yeah, you would think so. If I'm not mistaken, I think Pretty Mischievous won from out there.
Yeah.
So it's not like an impossible feat. Yep. And then I'm going to forget the other one, so I want to. Catherine Sophia, I think also was at least 12 or something. She was out there as well. Serengeti Empress from the 13. I can keep going. So I think if you want to get your position forward and then hope that by the time you get to the first turn, you can tuck in a little bit. I think if a horse like Quiet Side, if she can just get to like the 3 path going into the first turn, then that's something I think she can navigate. Now, if she ends up being 5, 6 wide and getting kind of carried out, that's going to be a little bit hard to overcome.
See what kind of trip she can pull from the outside post, but it's a fun rendition of this year's Kentucky Oaks. Back to today, we have the 4th race at Aqueduct coming up next on the turf here. Again, one of 2 races on the card that remains on the turf. There's a look at Smooth Breeze, a horse that broke his maiden first time out against New York bred company, and then since then has been running in stakes against open company, so returning to restricted state-bred company today. As we'll take a look at his race 2 starts back. This was in the Central Park, the last race of his 2-year-old season, when he had trouble at the start. He had to take back, couldn't kind of use that natural early speed that he had, but came running to be second that day.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those horses where he's just shown up. He ran well first time out, and then he just always runs well. The last time I thought he had a little bit of an excuse. He was wide all the way around there. And so the previous races, he's run into Zulu Kingdom. He's run into he's just been in a lot of good spots. He definitely deserves to be the favorite in here, and hopefully, just hopefully, if he can continue to improve, he could be tough in here. He takes the blinkers off, adds Lasix as well.
And I think taking the blinkers off is a key as well. As you mentioned, he was wide last time. He also was keen. He did not look settled, which sometimes can happen for a horse adding blinkers on. So they come right off, which I think seems like the right move for him. We'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting off with New York Panther going from synthetic to turf.
Yeah, New York Panther is one that is a little bit in deep waters when it comes to this group.
Big price on the board. There's the other part of the entry, the 1A, Solo Empire.
Does have a little bit of speed, which could be an interesting part to the equation.
And I'm sorry, there's New York Panther. I forgot about the entry, went right to the rail.
There's New York Panther. Yeah, New York Panther is the one who I thought is in deep waters here.
Here is Paddock Pastor stepping up in class with Amelia Green.
Yeah, the numbers fit for this horse, but just kind of in that little area where I don't quite trust it because of the like you mentioned, the class.
Here's Smooth Breeze, your favorite next.
Yeah, definitely deserves to be the favorite in here and has a bunch of races that could win this one.
First start of the year for the 6th, Royal Brown.
Yeah, Royal Brown has a little bit of tactical speed. I'm a little bit concerned about Royal Brown in terms of the other speed that's in this race.
Willing to Risk It All gets back onto the turf.
Yeah, Willing to Risk It All has some speed and is a much better price, is one that I would trust a little bit more just because of the price you're going to get on that one.
A new face, the number 8, Wait For Me, first time on the turf.
Yeah, this is a horse that got loose last time for Brendan Walsh. Probably won't get loose here today.
Pay the Juice, intriguing back against New York breds.
Yeah, this horse ran well on debut, sprinting, and then last time down at Gulfstream didn't run particularly well, but I can forgive that. Some horses just don't handle Gulfstream very well.
And last out in the post parade, as he typically usually actually in the past, he's gone out first. Today he goes out last, Courtly Banker, but typically staying away from the rest of his competition.
Yeah, this horse has had some back races as well, but just kind of went off form in the last two. If they can go back to what they were doing up at Saratoga, it definitely puts this one in the mix.
Yeah, won the Rick Violet Stakes there for Barclay Tagg. As we'll take a look at that win, which was on a yielding turf course. There was quite a bit of rain that day at Saratoga. Shocking, I know, that it rained in Saratoga. But the blinkers do go on this guy. Like I said, he has the tendency to sometimes be a bit of a bad actor prior to his races. Looks like he was keeping it under wraps out there. But wondering with the blinkers on if we're going to see him get back to some of that early foot that he showed before his last two starts.
Yeah, and maybe it's just the ground here. I was trying to think of some reasons why ran well here and then kind of didn't run as well in the next two starts. And I thought to myself, well, maybe it's just maybe it was the ground. Maybe this horse really appreciated the give in the ground.
That's a good point as well. Did win on that softer turf up at Saratoga. We'll see how he handles it today. For more, though, on this field, let's check in trackside with Sarah.
And we'll start with the first-time turf starter who did break the maiden first time out over at Turfway and now in against that New York bred company for Brendan Walsh. And that's the number 8 who does have plenty of turf pedigree with the Second Dam Criminologist, a multiple graded stakes winner on the grass going a route of ground. And wait for me with Brendan Walsh, his trainer, second-time starters that did win their first race. He has excellent stats. He's 12 for 42, 29% with a $3.01 ROI over the past 5 years, 55% in the money. So if they win first time out, they usually go on to do good things, and there's plenty of pedigree to suggest that this one will be able to handle the grass without any problems at all. I do agree with Jonathan. I don't know that he's going to get the same kind of trip that he did winning first time out, as he was able to control that race and was very well rationed in there to hold on, having that speed really well timed. And there is some other speed in here, so maybe he'll have to do things a little bit differently today. But I do like this one getting on to the grass, as we'll go to an even bigger price with the number 7, who has plenty of experience over the grass as well as recently on the dirt, and that's Willing to Risk It All at a big price, who has the recency, is a little bit older than some of the main competitors in here at shorter prices that are those 3-year-olds facing older company. And you have to go back a ways to some of his competitive turf efforts, but he's one that's in form right now, and I do like that he is really trending in the right direction as of late overall for this switch back over to grass. You know that he can handle the main track now, and he's one that has shown some good early position on the dirt, but now switching back over to the turf where he showed even a little bit more early speed. I think that he's way too big of a price in here, having the proven form on both surfaces, the recency, and moving in the right direction. So certainly a long shot that I want to include in the mix, but I did land on the number 4 Courtly Banker as my top pick, going out last in that post parade. His connections of Saratoga Stable saying he'll be the first one back, so they didn't really have any concern over that. John Velasquez reuniting with this one after a race over here last fall, and he is making the start off of a layoff, those blinkers going on. He was able to win that Rick Violet over the softer ground, the yielding surface, when he was able to control a very slow pace in that race and have enough. But he's one that just got a terrible trip last time, staying out 3 to 4 wide the whole way around in that next start in September. That's not the winning route to turf races, and that was a day where the winner was able to control on the front end and have all of that inside ground as well. So we'll see what we get from him coming back. I think that he has plenty of back class turf form, and I like the blinkers going on just for a little bit of forward position here.
Sarah, thank you. 7-2 on Courtly Banker. Looks like he's minding his P's and Q's this afternoon. The number 5 Smooth Breeze, though, continues to be the favorite. Who'd you land on here, JK?
Yeah, the 5 was my top pick, but there's a few of them in here I think they could win. I think the 7 is not impossible. If they can get back to some of those previous turf races when the horse was with Jose D'Angelo, that's a big if, but it's possible. I thought this was a tough start to the pick 6, to be fair. I mean, outside of the 5, it's a pretty wide open spot.
And as mentioned, closing day today, so mandatory payout in that pick 6. Do you feel like Cornucopian is probably the universal single in the sequence.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, some people will probably try to get cute in there and hit the all button and try to beat them and pick up a lot of value if they could do so. But most people playing with a budget or, you know, at least, I don't want to say common sense, but playing with a budget will just try to get Cornucopian home.
Smooth Breeze, the favorite going in. There's Royal Brown off the layoff. There is a look at Flavien Prat with Smooth Breeze as we get ready to kick off today's pick 6 on the turf here. Race 4, again, do note the Memories of Silver, the only other race on the grass today. Good luck if you're playing. Here's Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Smooth Breeze broke beautifully from in between horses. Courtly Banker is right there. Joining them will be Royal Brown. Willing to risk it all is towards the far outside with Solo Empire as they try to tuck in, but it'll be Royal Brown. Lane Luzzy now presses on, is full length in front, will cross over and get to the rail position. Smooth Breeze is content to now sit back, is going to take back to second. 2 wide, and that second grouping is Courtly Banker. 3 wide is willing to risk it all, and they want to push forward. They're going to come after Royal Brown, who's now only a half length in front. That's the leading 4. Back there in 5th is Solo Empire, who's towards the outside here of Wait For Me, who's going to sit right there in the 6th position. There in front of Pay the Juice, and towards the back end of the field, I'm Solo and In Love is followed by the Paddock Pastor. And far back the trailer, New York Panther. 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile, 48 seconds flat for a half mile time. Royal Brown is in front. Courtly Banker has found that position, has worked on through, is 2 wide here, is coming after the leader, still 3 wide, willing to risk it all. No move yet from Smooth Breeze and Pratt, and here they come. Ground-saving journey towards the inside here of Solo Empire, who's going to keep that rival hemmed in here, in tight here at the rail with Pay the Juice, who starts to rally on from the back. The Paddock Pastor starts to warm up to the task too, is going to be wide, but has some momentum at the rail. Wait For Me. They reach the top of the lane. Courtly Banker is in hand, is just moving right up and idling here towards the outside, but now Smooth Breeze is ready to pounce, and the Paddock Pastor is chasing that move. It is now Smooth Breeze who gets the jump. The Paddock Pastor in pursuit. Flavien Prat is now extending the margin here with Smooth Breeze, and they're opening up inside the final 16th. They got the jump, and they're going to cruise home. Smooth Breeze wins it. The Paddock Pastor second, Pay the Juice, and Courtly Banker in 1 minute 42.49 seconds.
With the win, Jonathan, watching this race, it was just a matter of time until Flavien Prat could get some room because he had a lot of horse underneath of him.
It's funny, right here, Courtly Banker is giving you that, a lot of horse left confidence, and in about 3 jumps, right by him. Impressive.
Smooth Breeze kicking away over the Paddock Pastor, but it was just kind of 1 tap from the riding crop, and then Smooth Breeze accelerated again. Back in against New York Bred Company. Looks like Jorge Abreu is another good one moving forward into his 3-year-old season.
Yeah, I mean, he got a great trip, a great ride by Flavien, too. He sat right in that little pocket spot, saving ground, and, you know, it's like the perfect trip. When you tip out, you go around 1 horse, 2 horses, and then you explode down the stretch. I mean, this horse was very, very impressive. Blinkers off. Be a fun little New York bred 3-year-old for the rest of the year.
Paddock Pastor checking in second, never did switch leads, though that's a habit of his that he's had for quite a while. 5-3-9-4, no doubt about the winner, though. Smooth Breeze, much the best there in race number 4. It's time for me to say goodbye, though. I'm heading downstairs to report, and Andy Serling is coming up to host the rest of the show.
Some might not say that's an even trade, but it is what it is.
I'm leaving you in good hands. Don't worry. Stay with us on America's Day at the race. There's plenty more still to come. That Memories of Silver as well. And more Kentucky Derby talk as we talked about Steve Asmussen looking for that elusive Kentucky Derby victory. He has 2 chances this year in Tistastic and Publisher. More on them after this.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty. The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and standing here, I'm Sarah Badwi with winning rider of our 4th race, Flavien Prat, who has an exciting weekend coming up as well. But first, we'll touch on your win here with Smooth Breeze. Flavien, you saved a lot of ground and were very patient with this horse and got the right kind of trip. How much acceleration did you feel once you were able to get in the clear from this horse?
Yeah, as soon as I, give him a gap and he get through, he gave me a very good run.
Definitely it did in here. Just seemed very push button type in your first time on him. But we'll talk about this big weekend coming up where you have in the Oaks Ballerina Doro. It seems like there's a lot of speed signed on in this race, and she's one that comes from off the pace. Any plans for her trip or any discussion with Chad Brown about how you'd like things to shake out?
Yeah, it seems like the pace is going to be key for that race. I think we have a good draw, and she come out of a win, so full of confidence, and hopefully she can give us a good run.
Ed listed on Neo Equos going into that Kentucky Derby, first preference on Baeza, who's sitting on the also eligible list. He's drawn towards the inside and lots of other speed in there. Any plans for him?
Yeah, I like the draw. I think I like the horses that are around me. So we'll see how he breaks. He's always been very forwardly placed, but we'll see what other guys around me wants to do.
All right, Flavien, thank you very much for your time. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Nice to see Flavien Prat back here at the Big A. Spoke to him a little bit earlier today, and very soon. It actually feels like a bit of a preview, Jonathan. Irad's back today. Like, the gang is getting back together. By the way, the gang's back together here. Smooth Breeze, you got $4.90 on the win end, $10.50 for $1 exacta. I'm Andy Serling. He's still Jonathan Kinchin. We've spent some quality time together today. It's been a big day for me.
Before you got on, I was saying I couldn't wait for Acacia to leave and for you to get here.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people have that feeling. A lot of people. One, my mother would generally. She might hedge on that one a little bit. It really would depend on the situation. Anyway, nice day here at Aqueduct. I got to say, the outer turf course, which we did race in yesterday, based on that time, I'd say it's more firm. Though it doesn't really matter. We're not on it again today. So you could probably tell by looking at this race, one of two things happened. Either Cornucopian is in here or this race is off the turf. So in this case, it is off the turf. But we still have a field of 8 and Perugia. This must be is this the Kinchin? No, this is Linda Rice here. See, we talked about this earlier, you and I, John. This horse would be overbet.
And it's happening. I think we like 2 other horses in here. One's 9-2. You like the 6, and I like the 10. It was 8-1. So some opportunities to try to beat this overbet favorite.
Yeah, we'll see how things play out. So far in the 3 dirt races today, we've seen speed be dominant. The first one, the way he sort of drew away from the field. The second race, a somewhat difficult long shot, holding off a horse that appeared to have a perfect trip, and then battling the wire in the third. We'll see if that's a trend that continues as we are on the turf for the feature, but the other races on the dirt. Good news, though, we're heading to Oaklawn as well. We're just a little under 10 minutes away from race number 4. And I think the horses are on the track, Jonathan, or heading on the track. Is the MIG here for this race, too? Don't bring me on without the MIG. That's not in my contract. Got any plans? You got any ideas here? Vulcan, the horse to beat, the 6?
Ideas is a strong word. The 3 a little
Five
bit.
letters.
Maybe the 4-ish.
Okay.
Looking for a little bit of a price.
Midday Image coming onto a dry. Is it dry? What is sealed?
Yeah.
What happened? It's muddy. It's not dry. So Midday Image just brings the bad weather, right?
Yeah.
Source has been on the dirt twice at Oaklawn and 3 times now, and has found a wet track and a wet sealed track each time. The MIG down there, just 1 week left. They're drawing that closing day card today. I was just texting with the MIG. A little late on the opening day card. It's the latest. They draw early. They're good. This is the latest I've ever seen a card come out the entire meet. So that's a credit to them, really.
You got a lot. They must have a lot of people trying to get in.
That big closing day card. You're going down next weekend, right? You're going. It's not going to the Derby. You're going to Oaklawn, right?
Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
Claiming you're going to the Derby.
Yeah, I told people I was going to be out of town. That's for the.
Want to miss Oaklawn. KC Rocket starts it out. Rocco Bowen.
Doesn't have a lot of early speed.
Yeah. Oh, in this field, we'll see. The number 2 is Cane Creek Road. Goes out for Tommy Vance and J.C. Belmere. Oh, that's a 1A. I apologize. Love to win.
There's the 2.
There's the 2. I gave you the information, so move on.
Yeah, the horse has been going in the wrong direction in the last couple starts.
Yeah, I agree. Although the 3 is 5-2. I agree with that. Midday Image. But did you want a dry track for this one?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see this horse on a dry track. I thought he ran well last time on a track with moisture in it, though.
Ingrid Mason and Richard Migliori's former favorite rider. The 4 is Macho Ronnie.
Yeah, has a lot of speed, but just faded badly last time. Maybe second off a break can help.
Drop down on Volcan for Greg Compton and Christian Torres.
Yeah, I didn't really like the last race after breaking slowly, but there's a couple races in the recent form that could get this one.
The Queen's Jewels, a horse that used to race here, goes out for Tom Van Berg.
Yeah, it just has not been the same horse since coming back off the break.
Derby date, slight hunch bet, but not taking much money. Keith Asmussen riding for his dad.
Yeah, no early speed or late speed since moving to the Asmussen barn.
Super Brady. Gee, I wonder where that name came from. Not a New York sports fan.
Yeah, another one who in the last, 4 starts hasn't done much running.
Well, speaking of super, we got something super here in New York, and it's down in Oaklawn, and that's my good buddy, Richard Migliori. What's happening, Richie?
Yeah, thanks, Andy. And, yeah, I mean, it's my last Sunday here, 3 more shows after today, and then I'll be heading back to join up with you guys, and we'll be right on top of basically the Belmont Stakes in Saratoga, and then summer will be upon us. So year's going by quick. This has been a fun experience, but I'm really looking forward to getting home. Let's talk horses, guys. The 2, Cane Creek Road, making a real nice impression here. This horse has kind of made a slow, steady slide down to the $7,500 level. And Joey Belmere, I talked about it earlier. He was injured earlier in the meet. Nice to see him gaining some traction, putting that injury behind him. A nice win earlier in the card. And I really like the way this horse looked from a physical perspective at a big price. The 3, Midday Image with Tyler Bacon, will ultimately be my top selection. Horse looks fantastic. You get Tyler Bacon, Andy. And I think he's going to sit a good trip right in behind the pace. Boy, he looked outstanding. Really, Ingrid Mason does a really good job. This New York bred by midshipmen, bred by the Generazio family, so it's kind of nice to see New York breds all over the country. I thought Midday Image had a real look. And Vulcan as well. Obviously, he's your favorite. Last time, he didn't get off particularly well. Was trying to get out. I just thought that race left a lot to be desired, especially the getting out. That's always problematic with me when I see a horse trying to bear out, pretty substantially the way he was last time. And I just don't trust horses like that as favorites or as shorter prices. So I wound up on your second choice at this point with Tyler Bacon aboard, the 3, Midday Image.
Thanks a lot, Richie, and want to thank Richie for everybody here, the job he's done down at Oaklawn Park, heading down there, not his normal territory. I know he's had a good time down there, but we appreciate his hard work down there as well. Any clever insights here? Or mildly clever?
Yeah, I thought maybe about trying to draw a line through Vulcan's last race and look to that race 2 back, but not at 9-5. That kind of erases the clever.
I thought Richie's comment was an interesting one about him, the way he drifted last time, and it's kind of a good point. It's not to say that he can't win here, but when you see them drifting like that and then they're descending the way this horse is, it's a pretty good chance that it's a big negative.
Yeah, no, I think I'll go with midday range. You know, with these two horses kind of floating around the same price, 9-5 and 2-1. I'll take midday range as a little bit of value. Midday image.
You can pick him, but you can't change his name.
Midday
You're just
range.
not
I don't
in
know where
that.
I got that from.
At some point in your life, you'll get the position where you can change horses' names during the race. But right now, you're done. Matt Dinnerman can do that if he likes, whether it works out or not. As my people know, I'm a big fan of Matt's. Terrific guy, and I love his enthusiasm for the game as well. We're talking about now the 8 and Derby date. Well, Steve has a Derby date, and the more pace, the merrier. Where does Tistastic stand for you among the deep closers?
I mean, honestly, I don't have a real negative against him, but at the price he's going to be versus the price of his stablemate Publisher, I suppose Publisher is a little bit more interesting, even though he's only a maiden. The one thing I will say about Tistastic, though, while a lot of these other horses have to answer the question about 1.25 miles, Tistastic basically answered that question with this race being 1 mile and 3/16.
Right, he's probably not losing the Derby because he couldn't get the distance. To be honest with you, the horse that I would take out of this race would be Chunk of Gold. I mean, this is just more my kind of horse. Now, I'm not saying I'm picking him, but of the two, because, and I'm not knocking Jared Ludberry at all, but because situation, he probably moved too soon. He was probably too close to a pace that collapsed. And in result, and now with post 19, I see him dropping back. I respect his Tastic. I haven't done enough work on the Derby to say I have an opinion on him one way or the other.
Closers just aren't my thing in the Kentucky Derby.
This year, you're looking to bet some speeds. A little Owen Almighty journalism box. What's his name? Rodriguez box for you?
No. But I think that I want a horse that's going to be in that second flight, not a horse that's going to be in the last flight.
No, I think that's an interesting point. There's sort of a very dichotomy in this field. There's speeds. There aren't that many in the middle. I think a horse that could fall into that category perhaps is Grande, who drew well in post 10 and really enjoyed the draw last night. Really did a good job there. Our friend Travis Stone, he ruled. I thought he was terrific.
Yeah, Travis, I look forward to hearing his Derby calls every year. He does an outstanding job, and it's not an easy job, I can tell you that much.
No, and I thought he handled draws, having done a lot of draws. I thought he did a superb job in having sort of little tidbits about the horses and the connections as well, and not making it about himself. So I don't like to show this for Steve because he doesn't need this harassment here. In only 2 seconds and 2/3, obviously. And the question is, has he underachieved? Well, he didn't underachieve with looking at Lee. He was looking at Lee was 1,000,000 to 1.
No.
Okay, did he underachieve with Curlin? No. Curlin was making his 4th career start, and he showed what he was with more time. And Steve's always been a trainer that horses of his, they prosper with time. Gunrunner was just sort of okay until the Clark.
Yeah, don't let that miss. That 2016 Gunrunner was not the 2017-18 Gunrunner.
No, it's a completely different situation. And one of the things that changed, I think, for Gunrunner was being aggressive with him, setting him the lead. Yeah. And as far as Epicenter, I mean, if you're Steve, even if he wins a Derby, he's going to have that nightmare about that race. But that's one of the tougher beats you'll ever take in the Derby.
Yeah, that's probably the one that bothers him the most, I would think. I would think that he's probably gotten over the fact that, with Curlin and with Gunrunner, and obviously them being unbelievably talented horses and two of the best stallions this world's ever seen.
Too. They also lost to good horses.
100%. But I would imagine Epicenter is the one that's going to haunt him a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that was, especially with a horse getting in off the also eligibles. And it's funny because as a horse player, and I know this has happened to everybody who plays the horses, you end up liking some horse that's like 8 or 10 to 1, and you get run down by a horse that got in off the AEs. And while they have every right to get in off the AEs, it always makes it a little bit more maddening. And I think you magnify that by about 1,000 for the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah,
right?
It's you got to ask somebody what color the saddlecloth is for the 21.
I think he's got to be like, I wonder if he's talking to D. Wade at this point, if he's gotten over it yet, because D. Wade scratched late. D. Wade never scratches, right?
Yeah.
In that situation, but it's a very tough race to win. But the truth is, it's a little like championships. Is Charles Barkley, is Patrick Ewing, are the lesser players because their teams didn't win title? Patrick Ewing, as I recall, met a guy named Michael Jordan quite frequently.
Yeah.
He kept Charles from winning as well. I don't think it diminishes him that he hasn't won a Derby. It's pretty random.
And he's got, I feel confident that he's got one with his name on it.
We'll see what happens this year. Tistastic can take advantage of a pace. They're hanging the gate for race number 4. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Derby date walking into the starting gate. Midday Image still working with him. Midday Image goes in. Two back, Macho Ronnie. Post position 4. And Super Brady to the outside post. Here's Super Brady. Eduardo Gallardo won a race yesterday. Goes in the gate. We're ready to go. And we're off. 9 runners broken a single file line. A scrimmage for the early lead. Macho Ronnie is there. Cane Creek Road in the mix as well. Macho Ronnie, the gray, head in front of Cane Creek Road. Midday Image between that pair. Love to Win, Park Deep, 4 wide, a length off the top 3 who are all right together going into the turn. KC Rocket in the 5th position with Super Brady. The Queen's Jewels is next, parked wide. 6 off the lead. Gap of 3 to Volcan, dropping to the back and not being persevered with here. Volcan dropping to the rear. Derby Date is now second to last. Coming to the top of the stretch. Macho Ronnie battling on the lead with Midday Image there together. Cane Creek Road down on the inside has dropped away as 3rd while under some pressure coming to the top of the stretch. Far outside, Love to Win's kicking it in. They're down the lane. Love to Win on the grandstand side comes calling for the lead. Macho Ronnie has run a huge race today. He's in 2nd, still battling for the win, but Love to Win has a head in front with a 16th to go. Super Brady, he's finding his best stride late, but the battle's for a minor award because Love to Win is going to win. Love to Win, Alberto Puzak to score. Macho Ronnie 2nd, Super Brady 3rd, Midday Image 4th.
Love to Win, a very nice ride by Alberto Pusak to get the victory here. The 1A, the other half of the entry, gets it done. And a great info before the race from Mig about the favorite, the number 6, and about him bearing out before that. We talked about it. He was basically eased, bearing out on the turn. Good information there from the Mig. A lot more to come here at Aqueduct. The late pick 5 starting out just a few moments. Horses in the paddock for race number 5.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. A nice scene in Central Park. Looking forward to getting over there in the next few days on our days off. And want to remind you that America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play through NYRA Bets. As we said, off the turf for race number 6, a field of 8, and the 2 Perugia. Boy, is this horse overbet.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling for the next 4.5 minutes we're going to do that thing where we tell you all the reasons this horse can't win. And
it can win.
I
would
don't
never bet it.
Yeah,
She's a turf horse. She's meant for turf. I mean, not impossible, and here she is. Irad Ortiz may have something to do that as well, riding for Linda Rice.
Yeah, I mean, she's a half to Amundsen, who is a really cool New York bred that wins a lot of races on the dirt. She just feels turf meant to me.
Linda knows that. She's pretty sharp. Mega Changer goes out. Jose Gomez riding this one for Demetrius Sinifis.
Yeah, didn't take much money on debut. Didn't do much running either.
The number 6, Sunshine Lily, switches to Greg DePrima.
Yep, I got no problem with this horse. Showed a bunch of speed last time. Kind of a race you'd like to see here.
Kendrick and Dillon are now tied for the title. There goes the 10, Julito. We'll let you talk about her in a moment. The 11, Inamorata, goes out for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, this one had some trouble, but didn't do much running.
Bodegas, Javier.
Yeah, look, this horse is taking a little bit of money. I mean, 8-1 into the teeth of these other horses.
Yeah, I thought it was really more of a turfy pedigree. The 13 has gone by the long shot. And rounding out the field, Lollipops, Jorge Abreu and Flavian Pratt looking for back-to-back wins.
It's another one that's a little bit overbet. You know, I mean, if you think that the pace was quick, that the 6, 10, and the 15 exit, then you have to like the 6 and the 10 more than the 15.
I completely agree with that, which means the 15 and 2 will probably run 1-2, but I don't think there's any real argument against that. We're heading down to the paddock now. Paul LaDuca down in the paddock. Paulie, a little bit warmer. A little nicer than yesterday, a little rain yesterday.
Yeah, a little rain yesterday, but it's nice and cool down here, and the horses absolutely love it. And speaking of the favorites in here, the 2, I have nothing wrong with the 2 in here. I thought the horse warmed up very nice away from the pony and seemed like, like you always say, Andy, Linda kind of knows what she's doing. But again, getting Lasix, obviously, for her 3-year-old debut, I just can't bet the horse at that price. I thought the 6, Sunshine Lily, looked amazing on the racetrack. And she's got some races to go to that are competitive. Now, it's the first time in the Greg DePrima barn, but this filly by Vekoma, like we've seen so many of these Vekomas, dumped into the New York bred. But, the race at Tampa was an open race, and that is an okay race. So I think Sunshine Lily has got a really good shot in here at a decent price. Kendrick Carmouche, 9-2 now, down to 4-1. I'm going to take a different stance with you guys on the 15. I actually like Lollipops. She was in a 14-horse field last time. I just loved the way she actually warmed up and the way she was in the paddock. She looked great. Flavian and Jorge, I think Jorge Abreu's barn is starting to heat up, so I'll go there. And I do think the 11 in a Murata, I think that horse looked tremendous too and might like the dirt. Yeah, that'd be my long shot in here, but I'm going to go with the 15 on top, guys.
Well, interestingly enough, and this is what Jonathan was alluding to, the 6, 10, 11, and 15, all come out of the same race. And your point was that if you want to bet horses back of that race, and I agree with you, you want the horses that were forward in there, not the horses trying to close.
I mean, you'd like to think so. I mean, but that's if you.
It doesn't always work out that way.
Yeah,
the game's not that simple. It never is. Sometimes it is.
It depends if you believe that the pace was fast. I believe the pace was quick.
I agree.
So you want the ones that are forward.
Let me ask you a question about that. I agree it's about pace. You know how I feel about that, and you and I are on the same page. But do you ever look at races where you think the pace wasn't that fast, but the pace totally fell apart, and you think, I know that it doesn't read that way, but I look at the way the race played out, and and it wasn't like some obvious result or something. You know what I mean? That sometimes race paces that aren't as fast seem to fall apart.
Yes, I will visually accept that a race fell apart, even if the number doesn't suggest it was fast early. But the one caveat is the horses that were setting the pace, were they 20-1 shots?
Well, that's what I'm saying. In other words, I'm saying that, right, obviously, race can fall apart. Yeah. I think we're all on similar pages here. I like the 6 and 10 like you do, and I'm very surprised at the price of the 10, who I think is an outrageously big price. And I wonder if in exactas, the 2 is nowhere close to his current odds. I think in exactas, the 2 is probably closer to 5-2 or 3-1, and horses like the 6 and 10 are probably 3-1 and 5-1.
Yeah, I would say I'm shocked, but I'm not fully shocked because this happens very often where people bet turf horses and off the turf races as if the race is being run on the turf.
Yeah, and this is one that Linda wanted to run on the turf, and she came back to run on the turf with it, so it's not as though she was expecting it to come off or something. And she's pretty sharp, and I'm going to guess this horse is much more suited to the turf.
But there's also a couple of reasons, I think, for those at home of why trainers will run a horse like this on the turf. I mean, on the dirt when they want to run them on the turf. One is sometimes they just need a race, right? These horses are big balls of energy, and sometimes you gotta let the air out a little bit. So you have to kind of give them a race. The second thing is,
and this horse is off a layoff.
Is also there's some I won't bore you with the racing office side of things, but scratching can sometimes you miss your date, and then you can end up on the AE somewhere else.
Also, sometimes you find out you got the horse wrong, and the horse should be on the dirt. That does happen occasionally as well. Chris Griffin has the call. Race number 5.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Perugia was off very slowly. Same can be said for Inamorata. Lollipops has the speed from the far outside and rushing up here after breaking a step slow. Perugia wants to be up front, and now Perugia had to move quickly, but is on top, is up by a length and a half. Lollipops is a well-settled second, is towards the outside here. Sunshine Lily, who's at the rail in third. Julita is progressing from fourth. Inamorata's made up some ground to be fifth. Less than a half mile to go, 22.77 for the opening quarter mile. Bodegas in the blue silks is now starting to move forward. Broken Zipper, second to last, and Mega Changer is the trailer. Perugia's got the lead. Perugia is up by a half length. Here comes the pressure, 3 wide from Julita in between horses, Lollipops. These 3 approaching a quarter mile left to go. Sunshine Lily switches to the outside for Carmouche. That's the leading 4 right now as they reach the top of the stretch. Julita is in front. Perugia continues to battle on towards the inside and is finding more. Perugia is now opening up the margin again here on Julita, who's a clear second. Dropping back was Lollipop. Sunshine Lily approaching a final furlong, and Perugia is still there and well clear. A 16th left to go. Off a step slow, but no doubt drawing away at the finish. Irad Ortiz Jr. Perugia wins it. Sunshine Lily up for second. Julita, and a late run from Broken Zipper in 1 minute 12.55 seconds.
Well, we put this guy in the winner's circle, and it's an interesting situation. He clearly was best, obviously, or she was, excuse me, because as you'll see, she completely blows the break. But Irad understands the racetrack, and he understood the horse he was riding, and when nobody decided to shut the inside off, he just scooted on through. She was best. I'm not denying it, and she obviously spotted the field a few lengths. But if you haven't been paying attention to the way this track is playing today, you haven't noticed the inside speed is deadly. She was much the best.
Yeah.
But let me say something else. I don't want any horse ever again on the turf and out of this race. How's that? Is that fair?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, the 6 and the 10 both had really no excuse in my opinion.
The 6 were on the rail most of the race.
Yeah, I mean, and look, if you would have asked me after they broke and after the 2 rushed up, I would have doubled my wager to try to beat this horse in this spot.
Yeah,
she ran away from him.
I thought I was going to make a nice little hit in the exactas around the turn. No good. Listen, you bet against horses like Perugia, over time, you will be rewarded for it. You weren't today, and she was the best. She did, though, benefit from the way the track was playing, and I'll be interested to see if Linda Rice comes back on the dirt or turf with this horse. I think she'd be encouraged to run back on the dirt. I'm wondering if the performance is a little dressed up. And I'll tell you something else, a little bit of a slow race, right?
Yeah, no, it's
probably a better turf horse. When a horse like this wins a race like this, do you say to yourself, boy, if they'd run this race in the turf, I'll bet she would have won for fun? You know what I mean? Because she was obviously ready to go.
Oh, my gosh. If it would have been on the turf, yeah. I mean, but on the turf, she made a bunch of sense.
Yeah, yes. No, I'm not. I'm just saying you look at it and you think to yourself, as well as she ran today, she was ready to go. She probably, and 100%. She's probably, even though she won, and she obviously ran well today to win, I still think that she's a bit of a turf horse. Well, that does race number 5, starting off the late pick 5 with the favorite, the 6-5 Perugia. Jonathan, I'll be back in just a moment.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. A popular victory for a lot of people, none of them sitting on this desk, was the 2 Perugia. Getting it done, Linda Rice. Linda Rice still not here, but getting the victory nonetheless. Irad Ortiz riding for Linda gets it done.
Yeah, look, I didn't see this one coming at all. I thought it was the 6 or the 10, but the 2 was much the best.
The man of the hour standing by with Paul Duca.
Yeah, I'm with the man of the hour here, Irad Ortiz Jr. And Irad, you were telling me this horse, you even like this horse for the turf.
Yeah, I really like her on the turf first time out. Linda know what she's doing, so she stay on the race, so I know we got a shot. Missed the break and was available to let her do her thing and still get the lead. After that, she do the rest.
She kind of rebroke in the stretch, huh?
Yeah, she was pretty easy, going pretty easy on the 3-pole, ears up. I'm waiting for some company, and when I turn for home, I have a horse outside of me, and I asked her to go, and she responded really well.
Okay, so 6 days from now, you're going to be in the Kentucky Derby gate with Publisher. Now, you haven't really worked him, but you kind of know his style.
It looks like he does one of those kind of horses that he like to come from off the pace. Look like some speed on the race. Hopefully they have good pace in front of me, and I can run them down.
Well, good luck in there. Now, in the Oaks, you said you did work the Grand Motion filly.
Yeah, fondly. She was really good. I'm happy with her. She won like 102, showing the track. I mean, I feel like was galloping, so it's a filly they only have 2 races, but I think she have a great mind, and she can be a nice filly.
Well, good luck today. You got the job done on Perugia, and good luck on the first Saturday and Friday in May, Irad.
Thank you very much.
Guys?
Oh, thanks, Paulie, and thanks, Irad. It's nice to see Irad back. He has not been, is this his first, this might be his first trip here since he left for winter.
He's back, though, now, huh?
He's a pretty good rider. I don't think he's on the livest of horses in the Derby and Oaks, but I'm sure he'll give him the best possible chance, and he'll be on it. He'll have his day. Irad has a Derby in his future, if not several of them. Race number 6, and I think once again it's a tricky race because, in my opinion, because the way the track is playing, and I think it really hurts the horse that I like, Dear Moon. K-Cup returning off the layoff has speed, the 6, the favorite, but with so many firsters, there's no way of knowing if these firsters have speed.
Yeah, but based on what K-Cup did, I mean, they're going to have to run a pretty sensational race if K-Cup takes that step forward from 2 to 3. They're going to have to run the firsters would have to run a pretty spectacular race to be able to be competitive with her.
All right, Rad will be looking for 2 straight wins. Jorge Abreu looking for his 2nd win in 3 races. Anyone want to tell me what we're doing now? Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Keep in mind, I have no idea what's going on around here, so give me a little help. The cross-country pick 5 is coming up. How could I have slept on that? Starts out in race number 5 at Oaklawn, 5, 6, and 7 at Oaklawn. Interspersed with 7, 8 here. Starts a little bit after 3:38, actually. Take a quick break, but we will be coming back, and we'll be heading to Oaklawn again for race number 5 and the start of the Cross Country Big 5.
This is my Oaklawn.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Horses are on the track for race number 5 at Oaklawn Park. We're just about 7 minutes away from the 5th race, which once again does kick off the cross-country pick 5. We're having that wait for them to make that turn for the Beauce Parade. Sicilian Grandma runs the rail horse. That's the number 1. This horse started out running in New York, I think. Right? Mike Dubb, I think, had the horse.
Has not run well, beaten 26, 24, 33, 16, 30, 12 lengths.
Probably an underlay at 17-1. The 2 Little Town Cyst went by. Stephen Eric Asmussen teaming up. The 4 is Marina's Goal, Francisco Arrieta.
Yeah, doesn't have a lot of early speed. Was trying to close into a fast pace last time to no avail.
The number 5, Delphia, Norm McKnight, and Keith Asmussen.
Yeah, this horse ran well last time, wire to wire, but there's some other speed in here today.
The number 6, A Long Shot, Class Code.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of early speed.
The 7 at 3-1, Blaze On.
Yeah, this horse ran well last time, but was closing into a fast pace. Might get that same fast pace here today.
A lot of money for Baby Gundon as well, going out for Ingrid Mason and Ramon Vasquez.
Yeah, a little dressed up off of that meltdown last time.
It's 50 shade time. Not for me, it's not, actually. Cipriano Contreras off the claim.
Yeah, switches Barnes here for a horse that has not necessarily been going in the right direction.
Let's head back down to Hot Springs for more from the MIG.
Yeah, guys, and if you didn't notice, I lost my sport coat. It's pretty warm and humid here. I mean, we're up in the mid-80s today. Andy, you're right about Sicilian Grandma. She was in New York. The last time she ever started in New York, she won an off-the-turfer in Saratoga for Michael Dubb. So your memory continues to hit on all cylinders. She's just been really off form last few starts. The 4, Marina's Gold, she's catching very similar conditions that racetrack-wise that she did 2 back, kind of a sealed, wet surface. I just don't think she's going to get loose on the lead here, and I think that's why she was so effective that day. I think Delphia, the 5 right outside of her, projects to me to be the speed of the speed, the main speed. Last time she was allowed to bowl along freely under Tyler Bacon. She gets Keith Asmussen, who Norman McKnight said to me yesterday is his favorite rider here, and they teamed up for a real nice win yesterday. But I think she's a filly that just wants to be free run and get out of her way, let her do her thing. But she could have some company. I do think there's a little bit of other speed signed on here. The 7, Blaze On. Dropped to her lowest level last time and really delivered a race with a long, sustained kind of run. And, you know, that race kind of makes her a contender. I just don't completely trust her. You know, she's been kind of doing that slow, steady slide down the ladder. And consistency means a lot to me. I like my horses the way I like my people, honest and hardworking. And that's why I landed on the 8, Baby Gundan. She's going to get pace, I believe, to run at. She's consistent. Basically, her last 3, any one of her last 3 races put her in the frame. And you don't see those, like, big, good races and then a real negative race. She's pretty consistent about it, and I'm going to land on number 8, Baby Gundan, which the public is landing on now as well, as she's ticked down to favoritism at 5-2.
Thanks, Richie. 3 horses in this race, Jonathan, taking very similar money. The 5, Delphia, the number 8, Baby Gundan, and the 9, not the 9, I'm sorry, and also the 7, Blaze On. But I wonder where they're going to go with the late money, because the late money can be very, very persuasive in these races.
Yeah, you know, I think I'm kind of leaning towards the 5 here. A horse that has some tactical speed, has shown some nice pace figures, is drawn outside of the other speed in the 2 Little Town Sis. You get the 2 Asmussen brothers who you know, are going to pop away from there, see which one of them if they hook up. But I just trust this horse more, Delphia, who's going to be forwardly placed, while the rest of them will be trying to come from out of it.
And based on multi-race bets, she's going to be the distant 3rd choice, where you're going to see the 8 favored over the 7, with perhaps you'll see the 5 end up drifting up. Delphia, Jonathan's selection. Derby coming up, as you might have heard, in just 6 days. Draw last night. And did you find, I mean, we talked about it a little bit. I always think the draw is a bit overrated. I don't know that anybody that really matters got affected by this draw.
I mean, it's not ideal for Citizen Bull, I suppose, but
the Pate Mile would be ideal for Citizen Bull. Kentucky Derby's not ideal for him, Jonathan.
Yeah, you know, I guess, what about like a Final Gambit, who hasn't run on dirt, now is drawn on the inside, so is inevitably going to eat a bunch of kickback for the first time. I guess that's probably not ideal, but...
So you're thinking 17th instead of 15th?
Yeah, it's called TV, Andy. I was trying to say something.
Is that what this is called? Seriously? Wow, you're taking this way too seriously. I just find, the whole draw thing funny, because while I like to watch them, I like to see what posts they got, at the end of it, you always sort of feel like, okay, now I know what post they have. But
well, like last year, for instance, with a pace horse like Dornick drawing the inside, that mattered to a certain extent.
Well, especially because he didn't get out of the gate.
Yeah, especially. So that mattered. And then for him to go on and win the Belmont, it says that could have really made a difference.
Well, on the other hand, what was he going to do in the race that was going to change his chance of winning, because the pace fell apart?
Right.
So even if he went, you would have had a faster pace. Now, is it possible that would have helped Sierra Leone? That might have actually hurt the winner of the race, oddly. Something that's never come up, right? He breaks and there's more pace. It might make it even easier for the others.
And then like an over-the-top one-way speed drawn to the far outside, I think, can have an impact, because they're trying to clear to get over, which could kind of make it almost like a V. It's going to be V no matter what. But, yeah, but I didn't think anything really, like I said at the top of the show, I thought East Avenue got the best of it, having all of the other speed to the inside. I think you can't ask for a better
situation. Do you have
situation.
any confidence in him? I have none, and I'd love to see Manny.
I'm trying to have some confidence in him.
Okay. All right. To be honest, I really haven't looked at the race enough to have any strong opinions. Looking forward to doing that as we're back at Aqueduct for race number 6, and there's the favorite K-Cup. Irad looking for his 2nd win in a row. He's just a super logical horse that ran against some good horses first time out.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a horse that can run as well as K-Cup did at Saratoga, on debut, it goes a long way for me. It goes a long way for me and expecting, understanding the talent that a horse has and what to expect for them moving forward. This is a good race. This horse ran well, and that was as a 2-year-old. This horse ran a number as a 2-year-old that they just duplicate that number. It's going to be very hard for anyone here, at least from what I've seen, for them to run faster than that.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the question of first-time stars. I liked the 8's last race. I thought this horse was typical Linda Rice first-time start. It's going to run a lot better today. And if I was confident the track was playing fairly, and I'm confident it's actually the opposite, I would be happy to bet this horse against K-Cup. I agree. Ran well last year. Routine improvement. You got a horse that's going to run a better race. So I don't have anything against K-Cup. I was just interested in the 8. As far as the firsters, are they all cold, or is it just really that the money is zeroing in right now on K-Cup?
I think the money's zeroing in on K-Cup. I also think that Bill Mott and Linda Rice horses, people aren't typically cutting in line to bet them first time out.
That's a good point.
So I think they're probably just drifting like naturally.
Right. Even George Weaver, who could be dangerous with the firsters, he's not the kind of trainer that's taking a ton of support. He wins with them, but I think that's a good point. These are not trainers that are habitually getting bet with first-time stars, as successful as they both are. Horses heading over the gate for race number 5 at Oaklawn. Interestingly enough, the 5 who you like is currently the favorite. I'll be very curious to see after they leave the gate if that horse remains the favorite, because based on the multi-race, the pick 3s, this horse is supposed to be relatively distant third choice.
Well, I would imagine. We saw yesterday with Hoosier Philly, who was 1-5 going to the gate.
What? She was 1-5?
1-5 going to the gate, and then when the graphic caught up, she was 3-5.
That's what happens. Colleen probably didn't hide the money, and Tom bet the entire family net worth on that horse. I may have to pick up some checks this summer. They're heading to the gate for race number 5. Matt Dinnerman has the call.
Here's Delphia going into the gate. It's 50 shade time. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good beginning for all. Marina's Gold on the lead with Delphia, who's sent for speed. Grabs it. Naturally quickest is Delphia. Littletown Sis takes the second position away from Marina's Gold. Sicilian Grandma third going into the first turn run. Delphia clears off by too early. Littletown Sis running in the second position. Happy to stalk the pace today. Sicilian Grandma is third down on the inside. Blazon fourth. 4 off the pace. A length to Marina's Gold. It's 50 shade time pretty much alongside of her. Class code second to last. Baby Gundon whips them in. 8 lengths off the pace being held by Delphia and Keith Asmussen. Delphia, length and a half clear of Littletown Sis and Eric Asmussen. Stalking, gap of 2 lengths to Sicilian Grandma, and then Blazon, who's pretty much level with her. 2 more to Marina's Gold, who's come under some pressure here. 50 shade time is joining her. Baby Gundon inside. Class code is 4 deep with that pack as they go into the far turn. Delphia, Keith Asmussen letting her roll, and she has increased the lead to 3.5 lengths, rounding the far turn run. Littletown Sis still in chase mode second. She's 2 ahead of Blazon, who's sent along a little bit from third, passing Sicilian Grandma, who retreats. Baby Gundon underway fourth. 7 off the pace as they're strung out now, and Baby Gundon is sent along on the rail. They all have to catch Delphia, who hits the quarter pole with a 2-length lead. Littletown Sis making up some ground now. Blazon is third, and Littletown Sis on the outside, going to challenge Delphia in the final 3/16, and she just passed her. Littletown Sis with about a furlong to go, putting away Delphia, who begins to struggle on the inside. Baby Gundon about to get up into second, is charging after the front runner, Littletown Sis, who hits the 16th pole with a 3-length edge, and she will win it. Littletown Sis to score. It's 50 shade time second, Baby Gundon third, and Delphia faded to fourth.
Well, it was Steve and Eric Asmussen teaming up the win for Littletown Sis. I thought your horse Delphia was cruising up front, but Littletown Sis had her measured the entire way and gets it done, and holding off the three chalks, I should say, in this race, and winning convincingly.
Yeah, Littletown Sis was the other one with some speed, but didn't go. Took back, let the 5 get loose out there, which
right thing
early
to do, I
in
guess.
the race looked like a mistake, but it turned out to be the right move.
And the number 9, it's 50 shade time, was a bigger price, getting up for second as well. So it'll be a nice exacta in race number 5. It was Littletown Sis, Steve Asmussen, and Eric Asmussen. Head back to New York, Horses, are they on the track yet for this race? They are on the track. We'll get back to the post-parade in just a minute. K-Cup remains a heavy, heavy favorite in this race. I am interested in Deer Moon. Take out, look at the post-parade on a delay. The number 2 coming out is Lady Louie, Dominic Scatino, and Carol Cedeno.
Yeah, not taking much money into the teeth of this Saratoga 2-year-old comebacker.
The number 3 is Garden of Grace, George Weaver and Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, George not known for always having younger horses, first-time starters ready to rock and roll, but that's kind of changed in the last couple of years for him.
The number 4, Top Spin Ace. Some tennis fans involved with that horse for Bill Mott, Firster, Javier.
This horse had one sibling without much early speed.
Jose Lezcano rides Munnings Express, an expensive yearling purchase for Linda Rice.
Yeah, and I would like to think that Linda probably hasn't had a bunch of expensive yearlings.
Favorite going by K-Cup, we've talked about. Aperitif, Elizabeth Merriman, Firster.
Enjoying Aperitif. SARMS Racing.
No, really? I didn't know. Deer Moon, my selection, rounds it out. Christopher Elliott looking for another win. This one for Linda Rice.
Yeah, it was closing into a fast pace last time, but did do some running.
Let's head downstairs and get more information from Paul LaDuca.
Oh, thanks, Andy. I ran into trainer Jorge Abreu when I was coming on out, and he saddled the horse early. He did K-Cup, and I said, listen, you got a big shot in here? And he said, yeah, I do. The horse has been working really well. And he was concerned about maybe the outside horse in here, the 8, but, he just said, getting Lasix for the first time, that she was really working well. But he did say, Deer Moon was the horse that scares him a little bit. She ran kind of, over or better than her odds suggested first time out at 37-1. Now, that was a 14-horse field. For her to navigate through that whole field, I thought it was a very impressive race. Andy makes a good point. Is the racetrack kind of playing towards her running style, but you really don't know if that's her running style. She kind of just fell out of the gate and just fell back and then made a big run. I do think it's between the 6 and 8 of the first-time starters in here. Couldn't say anything bad about the 4 or the 5. I thought it was interesting that Flavian Pratt for West Point lands on the 3 for George Weaver, who's had 4 seconds in so far in 5 starts, so been a little bit unlucky. But, Andy, I'm going to stick with K-Cup here. I do think Deer Moon is a formidable competitor, but I just think K-Cup might be too quick for this group.
So I like the admittance of being a chalk-eating weasel there by Paulie. He was sort of debating the 3-5 and the 6-1, and he went to the 3-5. Now, you, on the other hand, Mr. Kinchin, you were never going to the 8. You were always on the heavy favorite here. You tried to beat some favorites earlier. The 8, Deer Moon, not a fan?
It's not that I'm like outright, you're crazy, why do you like this horse, not a fan. But the conversation that we had earlier for race 5, when we talked about that March 29th race where we felt like the pace was fast, this horse, Deer Moon, also exits that race where she was closing into that suspected fast pace.
Fair.
So it doesn't mean that she can't run well here. It's just if I want to think that race was fast, and you got to think she got the best of it.
I just felt, and that's very fair, more than fair, that she ran like a typical Linda Rice Firster that just wasn't ready to go. And those horses often improve a lot second time, and a lot of times second time out they have a lot more speed. Now she better, because this track is not being kind to horses trying to close.
You're also getting 5-1 to figure it out.
Yeah, no, listen, I've done well betting these Linda Rice horses that need their start. And, this is one of these horses that had the big gallop out, and I have a guy who seems to be obsessed by my feelings about gallops outs. I don't know what they mean. I don't think they're meaningless. I often call them meaningless as a joke, obviously. 99% of the people pick up on that. But I just don't know what they mean. Because a lot of times they're running, the race is sort of over. You know what I mean? There's some like phony horses that don't want to pass and then they gallop out really well.
I think that gallop outs are in the same family as miss the break and rush up. It's an indicator of energy to me, where if a horse
I get it.
misses the break and rushes up, they use a lot of extra energy. If they gallop out a lot and head, then they didn't use that energy they should have probably used during the race.
Okay, gallop outs for horses that have made many starts. I'm interested in gallop outs maybe in first-time starters a little bit. I don't care once a horse has made 4 starts. I don't, because some horses just do that all the time.
No. I guess it matters a little bit more
Maybe
if there's
a
a trip.
layoff.
There's a trip, and so the horse is like comes running late for third and doesn't quite get there, and you want to know, was that all they had, or did they have a little bit more? They just didn't get to show it throughout the race. So
I think some horses pull up quickly, and they do. My problem in general is I don't know the answer.
Yeah.
And I try to stay away from the things I don't know the answer to because I just don't know what it means, like voided claims. I've yet to find any rhyme or reason whether or not it matters in their next start. No. We see plenty of them win. We see plenty of them lose, just like the rest of the game.
Well, it would help if we had the reason. That would be helpful.
Yeah, but that's my gripe about them. I don't believe information should be given out in horse racing where some people have all the information and most people don't. You've got to get that information out to everybody. I mean, I think that we owe that, and we certainly owe it to all the horse players that they get the same information. I mean, it's one thing, the stuff that goes on inside of barns. As you and I both know, a lot of times you're better off not knowing it anyway, you know? So it's a little bit random, but stuff like voided claims, if you're going to use it, have something on the website that says this claim was voided because of specifically what it was. Anyway, they're behind the gate for race number 6, which kicks off the late pick 4. Keep in mind, all payoffs today are mandatory. The late pick 5, the pick 6, everything must be paid out today, as even though it's not the end of the year, and we'll be still at Aqueduct on Thursday, it's the end of the Aqueduct meet. Normally, we would be going to Belmont Park, but obviously, because of the reconstruction at Belmont Park, we will still be here for the Belmont at the Big A meet, which begins on Thursday. But for how that applies to the possible carryovers, no carryovers on closing day of the meet. This is closing day of the Aqueduct meet. And the good news is September of 2026 will be at Belmont Park.
Looking forward to that.
We should go out and take a look at it. I hear on the second floor, the Mig was saying.
Yeah, I want to check it out for sure.
Absolutely. Heading in the gate, Chris Griffin has the call. Maidens in the 6th.
K-Cup. K-Cup moving forward. 2 out. Aperitif. Aperitif and Dear Moon. Last to load to the outside. Aperitif is in. Dear Moon. Dear Moon hesitating briefly. Started the late pick 4 here this afternoon. Dear Moon now moving forward and goes in. All set. And they're up. Dear Moon flew out of the gate towards a far outside draw, and there's K-Cup in between horses now and also applying pressure. Munnings Express. Munnings Express now puts a nose in front. Back to second will be K-Cup. Center of the racetrack is Dear Moon, who's in third. At the rail, Garden of Grace is ground-saving journey here in fourth, and splitting rivals will be Top Spin Ace. Is taken fifth. Top Spin Ace is now on the muscle. Really wants to go. It's just held back. Is in the 5th spot. Losing some ground was Aperitif, and the trailer, Lady Louie. Less than 4 furlongs to travel, 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Munnings Express is only a nose in front. K-Cup is ready to challenge. Irad Ortiz Jr. and K-Cup now put ahead in front. At the rail, Munnings Express is trying to go right with this leader. These two head and head. They're chased all the time by Dear Moon, who's now a hard-driven third. Trying to rally on Top Spin Ace. The rest got to pick it up. Garden of Grace towards the back. Aperitif and Lady Louie. Less than a quarter mile to go. Irad Ortiz Jr. looking very confident here on K-Cup. And now K-Cup getting that mild encouragement to move forward. And K-Cup is sprinting clear. Dear Moon is giving game chase here. Is taking a clear second inside the final furlong. K-Cup will have to hold off the run from Dear Moon. A 16th left to go. Give it to K-Cup. K-Cup with a dominating victory. Irad Ortiz Jr. back to back. Dear Moon second, then came Munnings Express and Top Spin Ace. 1 minute 17.76 seconds.
Comfortable win for K-Cup. Irad Ortiz and Jorge Abreu, both of them getting their second wins on the afternoon. Good news for the other riders is Irad's not here enough for him to win the title, but stick around. I think the racetrack did help this horse, and it probably worked a little bit against Dear Moon, but he also won fairly comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Excuse me.
this horse ran really, really well as a 2-year-old at Saratoga. And you get all that time off, you're allowed to grow up, mature a little bit, and you come back to the races for a trainer in Jorge Abreu who knows how to get horses to run well fresh. I wonder where he learned that from. And you're going to get performances like this. It's really pretty simple. It doesn't always work that well, but what happened today, I think, is was pretty obvious.
Yeah, the 8 ran well against
Very
the track,
well.
chasing on the outside. The horse I don't want next time is Munnings Express. Maybe he ends up being a turf horse because there is a lot more turf, I think, from the dam side. But I don't like that performance, first-time starter or not. But it was a popular victory for K-Cup in race number 6. So we have seen 2 favorites, 2 Irad Ortiz horses starting out the late pick 5. I don't think we'll have to worry about the mandatory payout. You're leaving me.
Allegedly, that's what they tell me.
All right.
I'm going to go get on this train.
It's been real. When's the train leaving?
4:06.
What time's it
Don't
now?
you do it to me.
4:06 you can make.
I know, he's going to try to stall on me.
No. Get out of here. Anyway, it's been a pleasure. See you next week. Oh, I won't. You'll be at the Derby. Have a good time.
Yeah.
And I'll see you in a couple weeks.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, good. All right, we'll take a break. And when we come back, Paula Duke will be here.
And they're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And as the field turns for home,
they're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside is coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Nominate now for this year's Fasig-Tipton Selected Yearling Sales. The July sale. With a focus on precocious and athletic yearlings, July produces strong results in the sales ring and on the racetrack. Last year's sale produced the highest median in the sales history, with 46% of yearlings sold, bringing $100,000 or more. The 104th Saratoga sale. The crown jewel of American yearling sales, Saratoga smashed every record in its 103-year history, led by a $3.4 million sale topper. Saratoga also produces the highest percentage of Grade 1 winners of any North American yearling sale, led by recent Breeders' Cup Classic winner Sierra Leone. New York bred yearlings, the leading marketplace for New York breds, held during the Saratoga race meet. Last year's sale set the highest median in the sales history. Selected sales, superior results. Visit selectedyearlings.fasigtipton.com to nominate now for our 2025 Selected Yearling Sales.
Olympiad's first foals are being born in 2024, so we've been out inspecting the foals. Very big, very long-legged, kind of atypical of a Speightstown, but Olympiad's atypical of a Speightstown. He's 16, 1.5, so he's a good-sized horse, and he's throwing good size on these foals. You know, he had a good first year. He ended up breeding 228 mares that first year. We're off and running, couldn't be happier. He bred 170 mares this year, so continuing with a hot streak of number of mares that we're getting to the stallion.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Things have changed a little on set. I'm still here, but Paula Duca has replaced Jonathan Kinchin. It's good to see you.
How you doing, Andy? Good?
I'm good. Good. Everything all right?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Kentucky Derby, aren't you?
Always. I'm looking forward to any day of racing.
Kind of true.
There's
Because like at $10 pays the same on this day as it does on Kentucky Derby Day.
On a cold Thursday in February.
Yeah.
There's some terrific cards on the races on the undercard, too. And I see Nisos back.
That race is loaded.
Yeah, the Churchill Downs Handicap at 7 furlongs, absolutely a loaded race, as is the Philly counterpart for Derby City Distaff. I think a field of 16 was entered. But from a man that you were just speaking to, in a place that he spends a lot of time wherever he's riding, Irad Ortiz, in the winner's circle, this time for trainer Jorge Abreu, the connections of K-Cup.
Yeah, and a horse that just looked the best out there on the racetrack. Irad kind of just let this horse sit in stalking position and just let her go, and she got the job done very easily here. Dear Moon, I think she franked her effort. You know, sometimes when horses come from way out of it, then they're up close, you kind of think, Okay, she's going to back up. She didn't. I think she chased a nice filly here, so Dear Moon's going to graduate sooner or later. She just ran into a better horse here in K-Cup.
No argument from me. We're coming upon race number 7, and race number 7 is sort of a good and bad race coming up, but we are looking forward to seeing Cornucopian. K-Cup, $3.40 in the win end, $6 and for $1 in the exacta with Dear Moon and Experience running 1-2. And we mentioned this, we could have used a little more help. Rick, you could have run one of your 2 horses, I Can and Toga de Oro. One of the 2, Chad Brown's Garamond, stayed in. Mai Matoli, thank you to Carlos Martin for staying in. They all saw Cornucopian in the overnight, and they went, huh?
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, with just the giant numbers. I mean, the double, that's K-Cup to Cornucopian was at $1. Now, I don't know if it's going to pay $1.40, $1.60.
Well, it's not paying $1 even, but I can tell you what it's paying by going to my phone.
I'm going to say it's going to go $3.
You would be incorrect. It's $1.95.
For $1?
Yes, you're getting $3.90.
That's not bad.
Well, last winner paid $3.40, so you $1.40. So you're getting better. And the horse is probably going to be 1 to 9.
1 to 9, yeah.
I think the Garamond is a little bit of an interesting horse, but you're talking about a horse that may be pretty good, Cornucopian, for trainer Bob Baffert. And speaking to Bob Baffert, Cornucopian did not make the Derby, but he does have a couple of runners in there, headed by Rodriguez, the winner of the Wood Memorial.
Yeah, and it seems like a lot of the speed drew to the inside. Bob Baffert getting the 1 hole with Citizen Bull and the 4 hole with Rodriguez, which I think that's just enough. It is a little bit better now where they, cart the horses a little bit farther out, so the ones that have a little bit more chance. But I know you like this horse a little bit, and it's going to be very interesting with a lot of the speed on the inside, whether he goes to the front end or East Avenue, or I think draws well, gets to the front.
East Avenue and Rodriguez are 2 horses that can't win without the lead.
Yeah.
I think Rodriguez is very talented if he can control a race. But he's shown himself, much like East Avenue, to be a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde. Just totally incompetent when without the lead, but very good in the front end. And Mike Smith doesn't get in their way. I like him the most from a talent standpoint, the speeds. I'm just afraid this pace may be a bit hectic for him, and I just don't trust him to run his best race unless he's up front.
Yeah.
But Bob's not afraid to go too fast to secure the lead.
No, I mean, you can go back to Bodemeister, who went 109 and changed, just got ripped, not ripped, but got beat at
Madacat Road in the Arkansas Derby.
Yeah.
I mean, not the Rebel.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Irad was telling me he worked that horse, Madacat. He's going to be riding Madacat Road in one of the undercard races. But there you see right there, you see Citizen Bull, the 2, Rodriguez, the 5, they all have speed. But I think Rodriguez is the speed of the speed. And then
Wayne's going with American Promise.
Yeah,
I'm not so sure. East Avenue. I'll tell you something. I think from a post position standpoint with Citizen Bull, if he drew the 1 on a gate that was about 150 yards in front of the other gate, I think he would have a chance to be in the Super.
He's a confusing horse, right? It's just like he ran so puzzling last time out, and now he draws the 1 hole. Gosh, I don't want to be where he's at right now, but Martin Garcia will be aboard. He's going to have to push him out of there and try to get position, or maybe he tries to sit for the first time in his life and try something different.
He can try to sit, but he's tried that before, and he stunk.
Yeah.
And I just think the other thing about him is, it's not just that. See, I feel like a horse like Rodriguez, he set an honest pace early in the Wood Memorial. I think he can go a bit faster. When Citizen Bulls won, he set very moderate paces and been very fortunate to win. Not a fan. And there's Bob Baffert, who's finished first 7 times, disqualified with Medina Spirit, but he has those 6 wins. And first time he was in the Derby, got beat the dirtiest of noses on Cavanier. And I think, like a lot of people, I said, poor guy, he'll probably never get back here again.
Yeah, and he would probably tell you his most mortal lock that he thought of all the horses over even America was Point Given. Yeah. and that was a tremendous racehorse who actually won the Preakness by a mile, and then the Belmont by
close Preakness, the Belmont by a mile.
Belmont by a mile, but he'll say to you to this day, Point Given's one of the better horses, even to justify an American Pharaoh.
He was a very, very good horse.
Yeah, very good horse.
It's a very good horse that took some tough beats in his career as well, including the Breeders' Cup Juvenile behind Macho again, I believe. Yeah. Take another break, but of course Cornucopian's down the paddock. Looking forward to talking about him. Acacia's down in the paddock right now. America's Day at the Races will continue after a quick break.
won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
Will then and Vince Chemino take the Jimmy Durante.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
They're into the stretch. And Jose Ortiz says, let's go, Guarana. Coming down to the 8th pole, trying to hold this lead. It's now 2.5. On the outside, Point of Honor is running on in second. Guarana trying to get another 16th. Point of Honor running out of time and ground, and Guarana kicks away again. Guarana has won the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Watching that, I remember there was this somewhat weird claim of foul in here. And I can remember half the race, trainer Chad Brown being concerned he was going to get disqualified. You see her duck out. Guarana was a terrific horse. She won her maiden race at Keeneland. She won the Acorn her second start, the CC Oaks in her third start. She retired 5 for 6 with 3, well, at least 2 Grade 1 wins. I'm not sure that Madison was a Grade 1 when she won it. It was, so she had 3 Grade 1 wins and a second one as well in the Cotillion. And why are we showing you Guarana? Because she's a half to a horse that's about to race in this race, the number 7, Cornucopia.
Yeah, really fast horse with a lot of promise, who in the Arkansas Derby in only his second career start just got into a vicious pace duel and ran phenomenal for at least
I agree.
in my eyes.
It was an amazing, amazing performance. Yeah. That pace was about as fast a pace as you will ever see in a route race. Remarkable performance, and was still battling Coal Battle for third in the stretch. Well, the good news, Keisha, is you're not going to get that confused. There's only 3 of them in the paddock.
I will try my best, Andy, but can't make any promises. As Cornucopian, yes, he was dazzling in his debut, but I agree with Paul. I think his defeat in the Arkansas Derby was actually his most impressive race, as he was part of that early pace, dueling with Speed King, who's a fast horse, and they opened up on the field early on. As Andy mentioned, this is as fast a pace as you'll see pretty much in any race, let alone going a mile and an eighth, and for a horse making just his second start to be able to hold on for fourth like he did, dueling with Coal Battle in the stretch then too. Now he's a horse that, I remember Maggie Wolfendale and I talking a lot about him, having covered both of his races over at Oaklawn Park, because if he was trained by anybody else, you'd look at him physically and say, I don't think he wants any part of the mile and an eighth distance, but Bob Baffert really does have the strength and the experience with putting the miles in the morning and the way that he trains his horses, giving them that extra stamina to be able to get those distances. Now, that being said, I love the mile for him. From a purely physical perspective, I think that he is a horse that strikes me, especially with the blazing speed that he has, that he looks more like a horse that wants one turn, and he gets to do that again here. Looking at him, he looks sensational, as he always does. He's dappled out. He did ship back to California after that Arkansas Derby and then ship here to New York. He's definitely a bit more tucked up than I saw from him last time, but honestly, I think that's in large part because we've seen him have experience with racing. You see kind of that line along his belly, that fitness that he is gaining as he continues to strengthen and move forward. He was sharp when he first came in, but not doing anything over the top. He's been the consummate professional in all of his races thus far, acting like a horse that is far more seasoned than he already is. I think he's the goods. I think he's done it on the track already and probably will do so again today. Will be interesting to see where he goes next after this, but so far so good from what he's doing as your heavy, heavy favorite here in the paddock.
Thanks, Acacia. And obviously, Cornucopian potentially is a super talent. They still have to do it on the racetrack. I would say he's sort of done it in his 2 starts and run very well. I know the connection said something about using this as a springboard to the Preakness. That seems like a lot of rushing in a young horse's career.
Yeah, and I would tell you if he wins this race easily, he probably would be the favorite in the Preakness just because of his credentials, who he's trained by.
You're not concerned with how the Derby goes next week?
Yeah, what happens in the Derby, unless, the Buzz horses, there's not an upset, and it looks like, to me it looks like it's going to be a formful Derby, at least in my eyes.
We'll see how things play out in that 6 days from now. We'll take a look at race number 6 at Oaklawn, and I think we're heading down to the MIG.
Yeah, Andy, and we've got a real interesting race here. We're going to start with the 2-horse Songmaker. She broke her maiden last time after stumbling at the break. I mean, really blew the break badly. And then she came with a kind of a long, extended rally, hit the front before the top of the stretch and finished the deal. So I think the race was a lot more impressive than the final margin of victory would tell. She is a filly that has a propensity to want to bear out, so something to keep an eye on here. Norm Cassie's put together a nice meeting here as well. The 3-horse Carrie's Kiss, I think, plays out to be the speed of the speed, particularly watching her warm up and how sharp she was. I mean, she just looks like she coiled up spring ready to be released. The 4 Perfect Shot will be ultimately my top selection. I think she comes out of some pretty tough races. I think she's got a good style. She should set up shop pretty much just off of Carrie's Kiss and potentially the horse right outside of her, Lady Whooping. And I think she's going to just trip out and looks outstanding from a physical perspective. And the 6-horse Standout Sensation from our friend and colleague Tom Amos. Look, she ran big last time, well beaten by Where's My Ring, got a good figure. She was ahead in front of Feeling Beachy, who came back and ran yesterday in an optional claim or allowance race here at Oaklawn and was beaten 2 noses. The problem with Standout Sensation, to me, who looks fantastic from a physical perspective, 1 win, 8 seconds. Now, last time she was second best, but there's been some other seconds on her dance card that felt like maybe she could have got it done and seemed a little bit more, comfortable running with horses as opposed to running by horses. When they start accumulating that many more seconds, I'm always going to lean towards somebody else if it's close in my estimation. So I'm going to go with the 3-horse Perfect Shot. Standout Sensation's going to have to show me she can break through and get it done as your favorite.
Thanks, Richie. And Paul, I would offer something else about her. No, she ran okay in her first start in a sloppy sealed track. I'm not sure she's as good on a wet sealed track as she is on dry harrow tracks.
Yeah, Perfect Shot beat her 2 starts ago, and then you
That's
talk
the worst
about
race she's run in forever. Pretty Layla beat her.
Yeah,
Perfect Shot also, yeah.
When you have 8 seconds, it's tough. And
yep.
0 for 12. Tom's such a winning trainer that it's concerning, So
right, when winning trainers have horses that don't seem to find the winner's circle, right? I agree with you.
So I agree with Mig. I do like the 4 Perfect Shot. I think Lady Woo Pig, the 5 is an interesting horse because I don't know why. I honestly think she's an Arkansas bred, and they probably wanted to get a mile back into her, and they probably didn't draw an Arkansas bred mile race. I think she's actually dangerous as an Arkansas bred at 14-1. She's gotten better as a 4-year-old.
Big price on Lady Whoopig. Standout Sensation, the favorite. The guys are going to try to beat Standout Sensation as she drifts up to 2-1 and the 4 Perfect Shot down to 5-2. We'll see what happens at the break. Matt Dinnerman with the call of the 6th from Oaklawn.
Georgia on his mind will be next. Perfect Shot as well. Two back, Georgia on his mind. And to the outside post, Catching Heat. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good beginning. Standout Sensation, prominent. Carries Kisses quicker. Standout Sensation, a half length off early. Catching Heat 3 deep in third. Georgiani's Mind tucking in right behind the pace, a little bit keen as she goes into the first turn run. Perfect Shot pretty much alongside of her. Songmaker scraping paint, 2.5 lengths behind. A gap of 3 to Belle Cherie and Lady Woo Pig at the back. Approaching the backstretch run, Carries Kiss, neck in front. Standout Sensation on her throat latch. Perfect Shot right behind them in third, tugging a bit with Catching Heat. And Georgia Ani's Mind wedged between that pair, easing off now to run within 3 lengths of the lead. Songmaker just past her on the inside and claims the third position. In fact, we come back to Belle Cherie in the pink colors. She's 5 lengths off the lead, racing outside of horses, and she's 3 clear of Lady Woo Pig as they head down the backstretch. They're halfway home. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Carries Kiss in a good rhythm now, a length in front. Standout Sensation gets a breather and is second, stalking into the 4-turn run. Songmaker patient, third on the inside of Perfect Shot, who's right up alongside. Gap of 2 to Belle Cherie, getting closer. 5th. Catching Heat has come under a hard ride. Georgiani's Mind is plummeting to the back, passed by Lady Woo Pig as they round the far turn. Standout Sensation now makes her move, even with Carrie's Kiss, and these two are squaring off. Looks like it's a 2-horse battle. Could be a 1-horse battle at this point as Standout Sensation just put away Carrie's Kiss, and Standout Sensation is long gone. Now it's just a guessing game of how much she's going to win by here. Standout Sensation, Rafael Bejarano in a romp. They are 7-8 lengths clear and geared down at the finish. Carrie's Kiss, second, tight for third. Perfect Shot and Songmaker.
Sometimes, Paulie, even if you don't really like to win, you find the field that you can't help but defeat, and she galloped.
Yeah, she did. She galloped. And this is the kind of races that when the horse is run second 8 times, this could propel her to be like, oh, okay, I just won by open lengths. You know, when they win by like a nose or a head, you're still a little skeptical. This could, you know, vault her a little bit in the non-3s, and she might be really tough next time.
Speedy Carrie's Kiss held on for second. A bit of a price in there. 6-3. Excuse me. 6-3 in race number 6 at Oaklawn Park. 3 lining up for our 7th race. You know, we haven't talked enough about Garamond. As we'll take a look at the post-parade, I think after post-parade, we should talk about Garamond because I understand he may be tackling the best 3-year-olds in the country, so it'll be hard to win. But this horse not without talent, Juddmonte, Flavian Pratt, and Chad Brown.
You know, winning first time out, then running an 89 buyer in the Gotham. So, yeah, it's definitely, and gets Lasix back on. The other one in here by far.
He was also, you know, the only one sort of making up ground kind of a little bit at the end. The 6, Maimatoli, he's no slouch either. He's the 3rd choice, but he's okay.
And Carlos Martin's Barn got off to a good start so far to this meet. And
nice
the blinkers
turf
come
winner
off. Yeah.
I agree. And there's the star of the show, Cornucopia and Rad Ortiz. Rad looking for 3 in a row here and pretty likely to get it.
That many times you see the comment maker say, suicidal duel.
Yes, some would.
And that's what kind of
Some might object to that comment, to be perfectly honest with you, but I was a little surprised to see it well. But with more on Garamond, let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, he's an interesting horse, Andy. It is my first time actually being in the paddock for one of Garamond's races. But he, as Paul mentioned, did come out of a 3rd place finish in the Gotham when trying the mile last time out. But this is a horse who, pedigree-wise, looking at him, there's quite a lot of turf on the bottom side. He's by Uncle Mo, which certainly can have a horse on either surface. And the dams was 0 for 1. Her only race was sprinting on the main track, but the second dam was Special Duty, who was a European horse trained by Cricket Head, who was a multiple Group 1 turf sprinter in Europe. And in fact, the siblings were turf horses of this one as well. Usually when there's pedigree to sway a horse one surface or another, and you see Chad Brown pick the opposite, in this case choosing dirt over turf, it's typically a very good sign of that horse's ability. And obviously this one delivered at a short price at Tampa, first time out when breaking slowly. One thing I did notice though last time as well, even in the Gotham, hesitating a little bit at the break. This was a horse that was so laid back in the paddock. Quiet, reserved warm-up with the pony. One that I would imagine will probably be trying to make a little bit of a late run, and sometimes that kind of running style is tough in short fields because it can be very much of a rider's race. I'm actually looking at him now. He has perked up a bit on the track, which I appreciate, but a big, solid horse that certainly looks like he has a lot of substance along with his quality. Now, the 6 My Matoli, as Andy mentioned, he certainly does have some credentials. He won impressively back in February, and then 2 back in the Gotham, finishing 4th when being forwardly placed and a bit difficult loading last time out as well, having to saddle with the pony. He did the same today, but all in all, he's been very professional. He was sharp in the post parade, and I thought last time out when they put the blinkers on, he got keen and was kind of running with his mouth open. Blinkers come right back off today. Christopher Elliott gave him an aggressive solo warm-up. I mean, I don't know if he has kind of the same speed as Cornucopian. I don't know if anybody does, but I would imagine his tactic is going to be with this horse, get your position going forward and try to give him some position. As far as Cornucopian, he warmed up beautifully out on the racetrack away from the pony. We'll see if this is just a big stepping stone onto bigger and better things down the line. Andy?
Thanks, Keisha. Listen, I think everybody's viewing this as a stepping stone. I think all these horses have shown that they have the talent. And Chad Brown's very high on Garamond. I don't think he expected to be in again against Cornucopia. And I would say Usain Bolt, the thoroughbred Usain Bolt, would have trouble keeping up with this horse.
I know, this horse is a fast horse. You know, Sand Devil's out of this race, but Garamond was right behind Sand Devil, who was second in the Gotham.
I like Garamond's last race a lot.
Yeah,
I just don't think he could beat Cornucopian.
Yeah. He's a nice horse, though. I mean, for Cornucopian, you make a good point. You know, have a horse in here like My Matoli. It just shows you how Cornucopian. My Matoli would be 5-1 in any kind of other race, you know. But the 3 right here, Garamond, you get Flavian Pride aboard.
Let's head down over to Richie.
Yeah, guys, I just wanted to comment. It's great to have Cornucopia in there. It's just so disappointing to have a field scratched down to 3. And listen, no one wants horses to run if they're not in the best physical condition to run. But if you're scratching just because there's a horse like Cornucopian in the race, there used to be ramifications. Racing secretaries would, inhibit you from running back within a certain period of time for scratching for no reason. Listen, if you enter, you should run if your horse is 100%. You shouldn't scratch. And like I said, years ago, could be 2 weeks, could be 3 weeks, could be a month, where the racing secretary said, okay, well, you scratched without a good cause. Now I won't accept your entry as readily. And it would give people an incentive to run horses. Again, if they're physically sound and they've entered, they should run regardless of who showed up in the race.
Richie, thank you for saying that. And I think everybody agrees with you. And the other thing is, you know, everybody matters in this game, and when you scratch in those reasons and you end up in a 3-horse field, it's obviously not good for us. It's not good for bettors. It's just a bad look, and I couldn't agree more with Richie, and I appreciate that Richie said that. Look, we're thrilled to see Cornucopian. We appreciate that both Garamond and My Matoli stayed in, but did Rick Dutrow really need to scratch both of them?
No, and it's an $82,000 purse. So if you just happen to run second or third, that's a nice chunk of money.
I don't disagree, and it's very disappointing. I agree with the MIG as well, but we are very happy. You know what? He scared them off, but I'm happy that Cornucopian's here. And I'll tell you something. I don't believe he's going to lose here, but I still believe that both horses behind him in this race, you know, Rachel Alexandra won the Mother Goose by almost 17 lengths in a common gallop, and the horse that finished second won 2 Grade 1s, and the horse that finished third won a Grade 2 a little bit later. So
that's
it was only
Rachel,
3,
every time
but they
she
were
won,
talented.
all the horses that she beat up keep coming back to win.
She was pretty good.
Yeah.
They're heading into the gate. Cornucopian has yet to load. Chris Griffin has the call of the 7th.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Cornucopian broke smoothly towards the outside with Garamond, who wants to challenge for early supremacy, and Garamond will put a nose in front. Cornucopian is well settled now in second, and My Matoli switches towards the outside. It's going to be a stalking third as they get set to come out of the chute, and they're chasing Flavien Prat on Garamond. Little headstrong here, gets over to the rail. Cornucopian is just watching this rival. He's within a half length of the leader and not going to let the leader skip away through a 22-4 opening quarter mile. My Matoli is trying to keep up with the top duo as they speed up the backstretch, tightly bunched now, and Garamond is doing it nicely as a bit more settled, and Garamond is going to try and take them all the way. Cornucopian and Irad Ortiz Jr. just watching that rival and now moving back to within a neck of the lead with less than a half mile to go. 45-4 the half mile time, and the front two start to get away. My Matoli is all in, is trying to keep up still, has been third. But Garamond still with a nose in front, and Cornucopian just waiting for the cue as Cornucopian looms to the outside. My Matoli still very game. Keeps chasing this top duo as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go, and Garamond is a stubborn foe to get by. Cornucopian now gets the encouragement here from Ortiz, and here comes Cornucopian, but Garamond is still there. Garamond is shrugging off the challenge of Cornucopian right now, and Garamond has a final furlong to get. Cornucopian's got to go and got to pick up this rival. Garamond is down at the rail. Cornucopian has a clear second. Garamond is getting away late, and Garamond will win it. Garamond wins it over Cornucopian, who will hold on over My Matoli in 1 minute 36.58 seconds.
When you concede races, funny things happen. And I'm going to tell you something. I give Flavien Prat an enormous amount of credit. There's absolutely no way you could predict that this horse, Garamond, would be in front of Cornucopian. And they were overconfident with Cornucopian and also probably not paying as much attention to the racetrack as they should be, a track that's clearly helping horses on the front end. And Garamond took advantage. And I got to say, that is a massive disappointment for Cornucopian. And right now, where do they go with him?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, the 6 almost picked him up for second here, but no doubt about the winner, Garamond. Flavien just put him on the front end, and there he went. And then I was wanting to get back to the beginning because I couldn't tell if the 7 Cornucopian went down to his knees at all, or because it kind of was a funky beginning. I know that Chris Griffin said smooth getaway. Is there any excuse here for the 7?
Well, it came in a little bit.
No, not at all. It was kind of propped a little bit, but nothing at all.
If I'm Bob Baffert watching this,
should have went to the front.
Obviously, you're disappointed, but I think Bob's going to say, I don't quite understand. I've had all my success, much of my success as a trainer, because I never rate speed horses. I sent him the lead. This was an overconfident, cocky ride on him. Maybe they wanted to see if he could rate, but I got to tell you something. I don't know why you have a horse like Cornucopian and you want to take him out of his game, but I'm going to ask another question. And we probably overlooked this a little bit. Is it possible a race like the Arkansas Derby took a lot out of it?
Yeah, that could be it. I've seen a lot of horses from Oaklawn that have struggled a little bit coming out of that racetrack. It could be a tough racetrack on you. But Garamond just took this horse and took the pace away from Irad Ortiz Jr. Now, 110, 123, they didn't finish up that strong. Garamond just went away from the 7. Like I said, My Matoli was under a ride for a long time and almost ran down the 7 for second.
Let's get more from Acacia.
Yeah, it is definitely, as we talk about, a rider's race when you do have a short field coming in here. But as far as the tactics are concerned, yes, Cornucopian did break in and bump his foe a little bit at the start. But I was just told by Irad Ortiz's valet that he was riding to instructions. When Cornucopian chipped in here to New York, he, like all Bob Baffert horses, when they come to the East Coast, will ship into John and Tanya Terranova's barn. And I was told that Tanya passed on the instructions to Irad Ortiz to take a hold of Cornucopian and see if he could rate and potentially go on and settle into a race like the Preakness. I would imagine it's back to the drawing board with Cornucopian, as not only was he not able to control with the natural blazing speed that he has, and we've seen in his 2 races so far, but didn't kick on when asked late in the stretch, Andy.
Thanks, Acacia. That's great information. And obviously, and it's understandable. You want to use these races somewhat to learn about your horse. Well, I think they've learned one thing about Cornucopian. He's not that good when he rates. And by the way, the winner's pretty good. Let's not just completely dismiss him. Chad Brown had a lot of confidence that he had a chance against Cornucopian. I thought he was kind of crazy, but he turned out to be right.
Yeah, and you know what? I think the Gotham is going to turn out to be an okay race. Now, Floodzone went over the UAE Derby. He just didn't like the racetrack. He just backed up completely out of that racetrack, and I get it. But I think it's a better race than people give it credit for, and Garamond was very good today. And Cornucopian, what got you here should be what gets you to the next place. And this horse went gate to wire. in his first race. The last race he ran in the Arkansas Derby, yes, he just ran into a race that sometimes happens once in a blue moon when you go just absolutely raging on the front end, and he ran fourth. So now you're going to go around one turn and take the speed away from him. That's not Bob Baffert, and that's confusing. It's not Irad Ortiz
Not
Jr.'s fault.
It's clearly not Irad either.
It's
to
confusing.
To be fair, I don't disagree. And I'm going to ask Linda and Rick Dutrow, are they looking at this race and thinking maybe I should have run? Because it obviously didn't come up as strong as expected. Garamond getting the win. Juddmonte, Flavien Prat, and Chad Brown. Take a break. We'll be back with race number 8 and more at Oaklawn as well.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. A nice shot of Manhattan on a quiet Sunday afternoon, and we saw a big upset in race number 7 as Garamond held off the 1-9 Cornucopian. Back to the drawing board for him. Another win for Flavien Prat as well, and it's great to have Flavien and Irad back here.
Yeah, and a good Juddmonte pedigree here, and Uncle Mo have a Tapit mare, and Flavien Prat, yeah, like you said, he's just a heck of a rider. 770. This horse is going to play so much bigger in your pick 5s and pick 6s.
I agree. It'll be very interesting to see where it goes, even with 2 heavy chalks winning the first 2 races. Race number 8, named for one of my favorite horses, Memories of Silver. Just absolutely love that race mare, and she's responsible for a lot of the stake race names we have here because her foals have races named for him. I mean, she is like one of the most important horses for the New York Stakes program. And also, whenever you see these horses in the Phillips family, I think of trainer Jimmy Toner and what a great trainer he is and all the good horses he had. Miss seeing Jimmy around here, and boy, was she a good one. Jerry Bailey riding her, I think, for much of her career.
Yeah, for much of her career. This is her win in the Diana. She was really good. I mean, really consistent, too, as well throughout her career. And deserving of like you said, a race named after her, but man, she threw some nice ones too.
I think that's Auntie Mame finishing 3rd. That was because she's wearing the Forgo silks, the Lazy F silks. And I think Auntie Mame, that Angel Pennant Jr. trained, was her. She was a very good horse, and Memories of Silver making her look kind of ordinary there. And I just love when we run these races. Any of the races named for this family, and all those Phillips horses, and so many of them trained by Jimmy Toner, and just so much success. And good times for sure, and a nice field for this race. We did have a couple of scratches, but we've got some dangerous players in here with Virgin Colada and Laura Lynn, the 2 horses that you would think take most of the play. I think the opening price of 1-4, however, on Virgin Colada.
Virgin Colada.
Do you think that millions of people that watched the Netflix series on racing, Racing the Crown. They got familiar with Jon Stewart, so they want to come and bet their entire net worth on his horse in this race.
Yeah, right.
Be careful, John. You might bury a few
This
people
one
here.
for Resolute Racing, but Flavian Pratt will be aboard. This is a horse that was second in the Miss Grillo last year, and then went on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Philly Turf and didn't really pan out. She had a really bad trip. So the one probably with the most class, but there's some other horses in here. I think Laura Lynn, the 2's got a shot. I also think the 3, Italian Soiree, could be a horse at 16-1 that could surprise in here.
I agree. I think she's very dangerous if you're looking for a long shot in this race. I could not agree more with you, Paul. I picked her 4th, but I thought she was one at a price that had a real chance in this race. And the board is skewed. I mean, obviously the entire, you can't trust the odds. I think the 2 might even be favored in multi-race bets.
Multi-races, yes.
I don't know. It feels like somebody bet $10,000 or $20,000. The male division of this race was the Woodhaven run yesterday. Woodhaven is an area, is actually not a horse trained by Jimmy Toner. He had the fillies and mares. Dream On got an excellent ride by Javier Castellano to get it done for trainer Mark Cassie.
Yeah, I really did. A horse that usually is on the front end, just got that pocket trip and was able to run down your pace setter. Looking on paper, it just looked like Dream On would be in front by himself, and it didn't happen. But Javier with that nice ride, he just seems to be uncanny when it's a stakes race or not. He always puts out his best ride. And then you could see the
race
one
was
horse
falling apart a little bit at the
Brown
end.
that just started running late first time on the turf.
So I'm looking at the betting in this race, by the way, coming up. Unless you have more you want to say about the Woodhaven, and you're right, for Sun of the Grass, that was flying. The race was kind of falling apart, to be honest, in the late stages. Very late, because even the horse for Sakatoga, who looked like he was done top of the stretch, came on. But Dream On, who had some good race at 2-year-old, well, he continued with a nice win in the Woodhaven. I'm looking at the betting here, and it looks like somebody bet $50,000 to win on Virgin Colada. The pick 3s are often a better indicator of the final odds. The 2 is favored, Paul. And the 5 and 6 are the second and third choices based on pick 3s. Now, obviously, one big bet has changed that here, but it feels like somebody bet $50,000 to win on this horse. It wasn't you, right?
No, it wasn't me. And
I saw that $50,000 on your desk.
That's a lot of money.
I
think they're trying to maybe get, with the money that could be in the pool today, maybe they're going to try to get even money?
Well, I don't know exactly what the mindset is for doing that, but I think one of the reasons would be if you make a big bet early. If you make it early, it discourages people from betting the horse, and it drives them to other horses, and it helps maybe get the price to go up. We'll see how that works out, but it does feel like one big bet was made. Laura Lynn, however, may be the horse to beat in this race, and she drew well for trainer Graham Motion as she puts her 2-for-2 record on the line in the upcoming Memories of Silver.
Horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop a thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
They're into the stretch. Significant Form turns for home with a 3-length lead. Now it's 4, now it's 5. Sweet Sting has moved up into second past Coffee Crush. Wealth Effect finishing well on the outside with a shot for second, but no shot to get Significant Form. Significant Form comes back and comes back strong.
Significant Form, who later won the Ballston Spa as well for owner Stephanie Seymour Brandt. A really nice filly. She won her debut at Saratoga. I was just talking to you about it in the last race one day, and she got disqualified for fouling another Chad Brown horse in the race on the first turn.
If you remember correctly, remember I had a big win bet on her. You remember that?
You did. I was with you.
Had
You're
500
absolutely
to
right.
win
You
on
did.
her.
I remember. I was just going to say 500. I totally remember.
And the horse
You were
lugged
next
out
to
on
me.
the turn.
Yeah, now that you had
forgotten.
forgotten, and you had forgotten it, and I reminded you to
now,
torture
yeah.
you.
Yeah.
She was a very nice runner, and she's got a nice foal, her first foal in Opulent Restraint. A horse that Chad Brown very high on early in the career before she ran. She's run okay, Acacia, but Opulent Restraint, how good is she really?
She's talented, Andy, but it's her mind that holds her back. And that's something that Chad Brown even said about her last year as a 2-year-old, thinking that she has the talent to go to the Breeders' Cup, but mentally did not think that she was there to be able to handle it. So instead, putting her to the bench and bringing her back as a 3-year-old. Now, I was there at Tampa last time out for her last race when she finished 4th in the Florida Oaks. And while she was very sharp and snorting in the paddock, as is typical, she was not over the top. She wasn't doing anything naughty. She was really revved up when she first came into the paddock today. They saddled her with a pony alongside, and now that she's got the tack on, she's a bit better. She's calmed down a little bit, and I'll keep my eyes on her. But often, it's the mental aspect that has been the undoing. And looking at her from a physical perspective, she really is kind of the best of her two parents. She has the gray look of her mama, and then the big kind of burly build of a Dubawi from the top side. So that being said, she was beaten by Nitrogen last time out, who did come back to win the Grade 2 Appalachian with her subsequent start in an 87 Beyer speed figure. But Opulent Restraint didn't quite kick on from there. She should be better and stronger second off the bench. Hopefully she can keep it together mentally. Her stablemate, the number 9 Virgin Colada, did run in the Breeders' Cup, and she was really impeded into the first turn. Not the quickest out of the gate. She was in tight in between horses and pushed out pretty drastically on the first turn by another foe in Scythian in there. And she didn't kick on late, but she never saved any ground. And she was one that I was at the Breeders' Cup. She actually got pretty wound up in the paddock before going to the starting gate. She was touting and she looked fantastic, but she was being really energetic, really kind of feeding off that crowd, the big field, and everything that comes along with the Breeders' Cup. But coming back now as a 3-year-old, she's always been a big filly, and there's been a lot of size to her, but she's filled out in all the right ways. She's incredibly fit coming back off the bench, looks tremendous in her coat, and she's been very relaxed here, just the right amount of intensity underneath the surface. I love what I see from Virgin Colada off the layoff. Now the number 2, Laura Lynn, 2 for 2 as a 2-year-old, including winning the Tepin right here at Aqueduct. She's never had the best kind of trips. Last time out, she was 2-path and did end up kind of grinding down to the stretch there with a relatively slow pace. And coming back now as a 3-year-old, she's a horse that, looking at her, I think she will benefit from getting a start under her belt. She didn't grow or change too much. She's been very professional here. She's very fit, but I do think that she will, like I said, really benefit from getting a race under her belt, especially in comparison with Virgin Colada off the bench. Now, of course, Laura Lynn, she's an Irish bred. They do tend to be a lighter frame type overall, but we'll see how she can do coming back in the first start of her 3-year-old season, because, Andy, you like to see them make that jump physically, and hopefully that jump carries over to the racetrack as well.
Thank you, Acacia. I mean, Laura Lynn, she's been really, I thought she's been pretty impressive in a couple of races. She's had pretty good trips in those races, but I really think she's run well in both of them. And drawing the 2-post, it just gives her advantage because she sort of falls into a position that a horse like Virgin Colada's got to try to find from the outside. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and her first start, she kind of got left behind the 8 ball way back at a slow pace and ran him down. On this day, she was a little bit closer up with Kendrick Carmouche and was able to just get to the wire first. Then she's 2 for 2. And, Grand Motion, very sharp with these type of horses. He trains a lot of his horses at Fairhill, which is a training center, and he gives his horse a dirt work, maybe to get a little bit more fitness. But I thought this was the other one in here. Maybe the 5 Opulent Restraint, if you want to give one more shot, but I know a lot of people have kind of given up on her.
And Graham Motion in a pretty good position with his 3-year-old turf horses, because not only obviously does he have this very promising horse starting her 3-year-old year out, but he's also got an extremely talented runner in Test Score who couldn't have been more impressive in his 3-year-old debut winning the Transylvania. And obviously we know how good Graham is, and I got to tell you, I am disappointed that both Graham Motion and Christophe Clement did not get in the Hall of Fame this year. And I just feel as though there's too many people voting that don't really understand the people that are worthy, because both of them belong in the Hall of Fame, at least in my opinion. I was disappointed to see they didn't get in.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. Graham is just, I guess he doesn't do it by numbers, but he does do it by...
Does it with the numbers he has.
He does it with the numbers he has. I'm talking about mass, I guess, when it comes to Graham.
Right, no, I know what you're saying. Right.
He's just a phenomenal trainer, though.
Yep, they're heading the gate for race number 7. Any quick thoughts on this one, Paulie?
I was on the outside horse to 12 because Ingrid Mason's horses, first time in her barn, have just been devastating. This horse is coming from Presque Isle. Should have the speed. There's not much in here.
Tom Morley ran this horse 4 times in the synthetic at Presque Isle. Now in Ingrid Mason's barn, drying the dirt for the first time, a daughter of Into Mischief as they headed the gate for race number 7. An 11-horse field going 6 furlongs. Matt Dinnerman will have the call.
For the Jade Cunningham barn, Kernon, another first-time starter for Ron Moquette. Call Sadie, My Spittin' Image, the next pair to go into the gate. Three back, Miss McKenna. Wise City, post position number 11. Into the outside post, Love Restrained. To round out the field, Love Restrained, Eduardo Gallardo. In the Danny Caldwell Silks. Goes in. We're ready to go. And Laroff. From towards the outside, My Spittin' Image gets the first call, but Maxi Lady is quarter-horsed out of the gate to get forward position, snatches the lead, and it's going to be Maxi Lady on a hold right now. Very naturally quick, strides a half length in front of Lottery Ticket, who picks up the running in the second spot. Miss McKenna is 3 deep third. Then Mazarn fourth, 4 off the pace with stablemate Kernon, the first-time starter. Another 3 lengths back to Love Restrained as they go into the forward turn. Calls Sadie well out of it today. She's in midfield, racing about 8 or 9 lengths from the top. My Spittin' Image has already plummeted back. Line Runner just passed her. Wise City second to last, and you know it don't come easy as last first Lottery Ticket just breezed by Maxi Lady, who calls it a day, plummets back. Lottery Ticket, the one to reel in on the lead, a length in front here. Miss McKenna is second. Kernon is third coming off the turn, riding the rail as they come off that corner. The others need to get going as they come down the lane. Lottery Ticket, 3/16 to go. A 2-length edge now, 1 furlong to go. Call Sadie getting into gear on the outside, Unleashed with a powerful run, and she's your winner. Here she comes. Call Sadie breezing by Lottery Ticket, who's out of gas, and Call Sadie will win it. 2 on the day for Joe Belmer. Lottery Ticket holds second. Good effort, but just second best. Then Kernon and Line Runner.
How did I miss the horse that has the same name as the cat I had as a child as Call Sadie? Boy, Lottery Ticket. You felt like you had a winning Lottery Ticket with that horse in mid-stretch, and Call Sadie came from the clouds and just rolled on by.
Yeah, for Joey Belmer, who's had 2 on the card so far today, and Tommy Vance, he's had a lot of seconds and thirds. He deserves one like this. And Brad Cox, how about this? Or it just shows you the drop in class from main 80 to 12.5. A 0 buyer to just getting beat.
Call Sadie getting it done at 5-2. Horses are heading out of the track. Icona Mama, the 1, will come out last, but Laura Lynn, who's currently the second choice for Graham Motion and Kendrick Harmouche.
Yeah, if there's any give in the ground, which I don't think there's going to be much, the 2 should like it.
The number 3 Italian Soiree, John Terranova and John Velasquez.
The 2 turf races have not been bad, and I think this horse at 12-1 has got a shot.
I agree with you. This horse is a very big price near. Opulent Restraint. I expect that Irad's going to be aggressive with this filly for Chad Brown.
Listen, a lot of buzz behind Opulent Restraint. I think Chad just hasn't figured her out yet. We'll see what happens today.
Candy Quest, dangerous as Mark Castiel tries to sweep the stakes. A long shot burner account goes out for Miguel Rodriguez.
Yeah, should be some speed. This horse showed speed going 5 furlongs. And then the 9, there's Virgin Colada. 4 to 5, they're getting up towards that even money that they probably want.
And finally, we get back full circle to the 1, Icona Mama, who is trying the turf for the first time for Flint Styles.
You know, this horse went almost gate to wire first time out over synthetic at 5 furlongs. So I don't know what to tell you about the 1 and 8. The 2 longest shots on the board do
the
have
8 looks like the
speed.
speed.
Yeah.
Both of them look like they should be forwardly
Yeah.
placed. As we're going to take a look, I believe, at the number 2. There's Laura Lynn. And the 9, Virgin Colada, who this horse Scythian is really her nemesis. Scythian beat her in the race we'll look at here, the Miss Grillo. I want to say a couple things about this race. And then she completely eliminated her around the first turn, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, which needs an acronym because it's just a mouthful. Now, this was a funny race because of the horse that bolted. It took out 2 different players, at least, out of the race. But also, it was a super gold rail with the rails at 0. And Virgin Colada and the winner rode the rail, the winner the whole way, and the Virgin Colada until the stretch. I still think she's been pretty good, and I thought she was very unlucky in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. We got to think of a name for that. What do you want to call it?
I'm kind of with you. I was done with the juvenile turf.
It's just too much. It's
Yeah.
just too much of a mouthful.
But then again, over there in California, they named grade 1s after chandelier rooms.
Well, has something. Yeah, I think it's 92. But I mean, I think didn't Oak Tree own some of the names of those races?
At the Oak Tree meeting, yes.
Yeah, and I think it was some of the reason they changed. Listen, they've got the Awesome again. He never raced in California. I like Virgin Colada's chances, and with Flavian Pratt and a couple of scratches, now post 7, you imagine that he'll find a way to be able to work out a trip. He usually does.
Yeah, he usually does. You're right there. And I think with the smallish field, it probably helps Virgin Colada out the most because she's probably got the best kick out of all these fillies. Now,
Laura Lynn's
Lynn,
pretty good.
Yeah, Laura Lynn is a horse that maybe a little bit closer up. I don't know. I do think the 3, Italian Suara, again, not getting played that much. If Johnny V gets aggressive, I wish he would get aggressive with her and see what happens if she got on the front end.
Let's get more from Acacia.
And we'll check in with the number 6, Candy Quest, who I haven't seen since her debut, in which I had written down that she was a horse that just looked like she needed some time to bring it all together, that she was kind of a big rough type of build to her, and she has done exactly that. Seeing her now as a 3-year-old, and she has the recency edge too, having run 3 times down south in Florida at Gulfstream. She's become far more athletic, far more refined, and grown and filled into herself nicely. I thought she ran very well in the Sanibel Island last time out, where she was a horse that broke well inside and just kind of dropped back from there, running on late, just missing with an outside closing kick for Mark Cassidy. We'll see if Mark can sweep the 3-year-old Turf Stakes after winning with Dream On yesterday. I have no problems with her and the form that she brings in. She stacks up nicely against this field. Now, as you guys are touching on with the 3 Italian Soiree, very intriguing going back to turf, because it's interesting. I had written down when seeing her at Tampa last time in the Suncoast that she just is such a lighter frame type. She lacks kind of the physical strength and build for a 2-turn dirt race, particularly in her hind end. She's just put together far more like a horse that would have an easier time of it on the turf. Now, pedigree-wise, she's the full sister to stakes winner Be Better, who was good going long on dirt, but I do think that turf is her preferred surface. I wish she had strengthened a bit more. Overall, seeing her today versus last time, there's not much change in her, but maybe that's just how she is. But I think this is the right surface and the right distance for her. As she starts back in the Jessamine, when they had taken the blinkers off, she got very keen. I think those blinkers actually help her to focus a bit. And just a quick note, as you mentioned with Laura Lynn, she had a big warm-up and she looked far better out on the track than she did back in the paddock, Andy.
Thanks, Acacia. I'm not sure Kendrick's ever been on a horse that he didn't give a good warm-up before the races. Paul, you're taking a long shot at Italian Soiree, and I think you're on to something there.
Well, I just think
better than her odds. I'll put that.
Yeah, 12 to 1. Listen, the 9 in here, if you're ever going to beat her, I think today is the day.
It's a terrible gamble at even money because of that big bet. She's never supposed to be even money. Frankly, Laura Lynn's a fair price at 2 to 1. And I think, a horse like the 6, we didn't really touch on Candy Quest. She's not impossible as well.
Not impossible at all.
Be interesting to see how these 2-year-old fillies run, or 3-year-old fillies, excuse me, as we get closer. We have so many big races for them. Not just the Lake George and the Lake Placid up in Saratoga, but you've got the Belmont Oaks, the Saratoga Oaks. You've really got a great program program for the 3-year-old fillies in the turf in New York. And usually you get some pretty good fields. It'll be interesting to see how things play out. And I think there's some hope that it's a stronger vision for the boys this year, because the 3-year-old males last year left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, they were a little bit on the lighter side. The fillies seemed like they were better in both. On the dirt, the 3-year-old filly.
The dirt there, the boys were pretty good.
Yeah, they were pretty good.
They had one filly that was
one
remarkably
filly that was good, yeah.
But there were some boys that could really run. They're heading in the gate for the Memories of Silver. Chris Griffin with the call.
3 out. Candy Quest. Burner account. Virgin Colada. Virgin Colada goes in. All set for the Memories of Silver. And they're off. Iconomama breaks with speed towards the inside, but there's Opulent Restraint in between horses, and Burner Account wants to join the early leader. It'll be Opulent Restraint who's in front, and Burner Account's going to be a stalking presence from second. Just in behind them comes Italian Soiree. Also at the rail in fourth is Iconomama. Cornering just a touch wide there is going to be Opulent Restraint. Now straightens up, and Opulent Restraint is up by a length and a half. Burner Account is in second. Iconomama also cornered wide is towards the inside here of Italian Soiree. That's the leading four. Candy Quest is in the purple silks, is now in fifth. Just got passed for that spot by Laurelyn, who's patiently ridden at the back end of the field, and Virgin Colada is the trailer. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. The leader, Opulent Restraint, is just winging now on the front end, is let it out a notch, and here is Opulent Restraint and Irad Ortiz Jr. through a 48.60 half-mile time. Burner Account is still in second, and here comes Laurelyn. Made up a lot of ground quickly. Iconomama has dropped out of it, and Laurelyn is now ground-saving towards the inside. Just took second. Back to third is Burner Account. From the back, Candy Quest starts to rally on. Virgin Colada and Italian Soiree. They're trying to follow those moves too. Opulent Restraint. A lot of steadying there as there was some traffic on the turn. Italian Soiree got the worst of it. Opulent Restraint now sprints for home. Laurelyn with every shot to gun a rival down, and here comes Lauren towards the outside. Laurelyn is now catching with every stride and trying to open up here late, is doing just that. Opulent Restraint is back to second, trying to run on Candy Quest and Virgin Colada late. Laurelyn is almost there. Opulent Restraint is coming back at her. It's Laurelyn who wins the Memories of Silver. Laurelyn wins it over Opulent Restraint. Then came Virgin Colada, followed by Candy Quest. Final running time, 1 minute 38.68 seconds in the Memories of Silver.
Kendrick won this race when he made a somewhat aggressive move on the backstretch to get position, because not only did it allow him to get that position to run down a leader that did not want to give it up, but it also kept him out of the trouble, because you're going to see some trouble involving the number 8. And also the horse inside of her, I'm not exactly sure, the 8 sort of took a step or something, and Virgin Colada was just getting ready and starting to make her move, and that stalled her as well. I don't want to take away from the winner. She ran very well as the second place finisher. The instant behind may have caused some problems, not saying that horse would have been better than third regardless. And Chad Brown has been insistent to me, Paul. That's why I said look to see her be aggressive, that for Opulent Restraint to achieve her best self, she needs to be ridden aggressively. Did that, and she ran very well.
She did. She came back on the leader. I was trying to look what happened there with the 8 Burner Account. Kind of just like ducked in, and it really caused the 3 Italian Soiree a ton of problems. And I don't know, I mean, how the 9 got through that traffic at all. But
luckily, she was far enough behind it, because there could have been an incident, but I think it very much stymied her bid and hurt her in this race. But take nothing away from Laurelyn. She's now 3 for 3, and this was a very good ride by Kendrick. And I want to say, Bobby, you can feel free to correct me on this. I think that this puts Kendrick 1 up on Dylan Davis. He was 1 up coming in for the day, and now they have both won a race for that prestigious boutique Aqueduct Spring Meet.
Don't matter where it's at, it's
20,
a
and Manny
title.
not riding here today, so he was not going to pick it up. And what do we have in the last race for these two gentlemen? Kendrick's on Motel Patel, and he can only share.
You can only share, right?
I don't know if Dylan even has a mount.
Yeah, right?
I don't know if Dylan has a mount. It's over. Yeah, Wrighton got scratched.
Yeah.
It is over. Unlike the winter a few years ago where Eric Cancel won 8 of the last 9 races and beat Kendrick, Kendrick's home.
Kendrick's home.
And with a very good ride, a stake race for Graham Motion as well.
And he got his 4,000th. He went up into the stands. I mean, you talk about
and he got back safely to the chalks room.
The last couple, like I say, month has been a good month for Mr. Carmouche.
Yeah, you know. It's always good for Kendrick. We'll take a look. And Kendrick with 21, Dylan with 20, and Manny, of course, not riding today, had 19. All three of these guys had terrific meets, and they're all riding extremely well. We are extremely fortunate to have just an amazingly talented group of riders here in New York. And the best thing you can say is there's so many good riders for the most part. You just don't worry about getting a bad ride. I mean, everybody can get unlucky, get bad rides. It happens occasionally, more bad luck than anything, but for the most part, these guys are just good riders.
They're just good riders, you're right.
And gals, I should
You add
say.
now, obviously, Junior Alvarado's been a little bit banged up. You add like a Tyler Gaffalone who's been banged up. I'm talking when we go to Saratoga. You add those guys to the room, to the guys that just finished 1, 2, 3, 4 here, Carmouche, Ortiz, Flavian, and Dylan. And then you got Jose Ortiz, who will be up there as well. That's why when you go to Saratoga, it's just a different ballgame.
Laura Lynn, undefeated at 3 for 3 as Kendrick wraps up the Spring Meet at Aqueduct riding title. A lot more to come on America's Day at the Races after a quick break.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Memories of silver in the books as Laura Lynn remains undefeated and remains undefeated with Kendrick Carmouche as well. As Kendrick, I heard you come back and say she was a push button, and I think it was kind of that early move. She took you right up into the race.
Yeah, you know, I had a nice and relaxed going around the first turn. The ground was breaking a little bit, so I didn't want to like rush her into it. I just let her get her feet underneath her. And down the backside, the one horse was dying before we hit the 3/4 pole. And man, I just tightened my reins and she just cruised up there. And I was like, wow. And, you know, she done the rest. Grab Motion and his team, they got this horse back the same way as last year. It's just a pleasure to ride such good horses on the grass that, you know, you just got to guide them.
And she looked like the type of filly. When she got out on the track and you took her away from the pony, she grew a whole hand.
Man, it's just, I mean, from last year to this year, she just has such a cool mind. And that's what you look for in racehorses. And that builds confidence in a jockey whenever you out there just warming up and coming out the gate and knowing where you're at in the race. I mean, I'm just glad I'm part of it, man.
And it's been quite the Aqueduct spring meet for you. Your valet, Rodney, got to break the good news that you clinched the riding title here. Of course, I know getting that win 4,000, everything that's taken place here at Aqueduct and New York is home, has to be a good feeling to get another title.
Yeah, it's amazing, you know. Thanks to my valet, I didn't know I clinched the title today, you know. It's a pleasure, you know. You work hard to be in these positions, and I have to say, when you love your sport and you love riding racehorses every day of your life, this is what comes out of it, you know. And I just like to say thank you to my agent Jimmy, and you know, we've been working hard. We've been riding less horses, try to win more races with less horses, and I think we've been doing that for the last 2.5 years, and I think that's the road we're gonna take and going forward. And just, you know, keep pushing, man. You know, I'm hungry, man. I'm always hungry. You know, I always want to win.
Your passion always shows through. Congratulations on another title and a nice stakes win.
Thank you. Louisiana, baby. You know it.
Very happy to see Kendrick give a little credit to his agent, Jimmy Riccio, as well, who's done such a great job with him, and of course had such a big role in Jose Ortiz's career as well. The Winner's Circle Lead-In is brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, to be held May 19th and 20th at Timonium, Maryland, after the Preakness. Where will you be?
Yeah, congratulations to Newstead Stables here. A filly by Zarak out of a Cape Cross mare in Barry. The Irish bred gets the job done. Opulent straight, very good effort on the front end. Virgin Colada probably needed this start. She'll be very tough next time out.
We'll see, but Laurelin just keeps rolling along. A lot more to come on America's Day at the Races. Race number 9 coming up off the turf. For a shot of Kendrick. We've got the 8th coming up shortly as well at Oaklawn Park. We're off the turf, but we've still got a big field this race. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4 came out, so we've got a field of 12, Paulie.
Yeah, and a field of 12 where I think a lot of people will lean towards the 9 Leon Blue, but of course it's never been on the dirt before. And the 16 Kings and Queens does draw in a first-time gelding that's getting a little bit of money.
I picked him on top. We'll take a little break on America's Day at the Races and come back with much, much more. Quiet Side. She might have been the unluckiest horse of all when she drew post 14 in the Kentucky Oaks. Talk about her and much more when America's Day at the Races continues.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
This has been a barn that we've been working very closely together from the beginning. When I first started, just had 7 horses. I took in, Sandra Washington. She's also been working with me since she was 18 years old. Incredible horsewoman. When the barn grew, we had some more room, and we brought in my brother, Daniel, who has turned into a great assistant trainer. There's no taking it easy on him. We got to work together, and he makes me better, and I make him better.
This is a very family dynamic barn. John always tells me that this isn't John Ortiz Racing Stables, this is Ortiz Racing Stables, and I look after these horses and the business as if it was my own, because it's still my last name on the sign as well. We got my sister who comes in and does all the videos. Man, Barber Road, he's definitely what you call the Jedi Master. He's the one that's he's been through it all. He's gone through all the rankings as a maiden claimant all the way to the Derby.
Tawny Porton Barber Road, final 16th of the Derby.
He is definitely the class of the barn. He's the teacher, he's the coach now, and he's getting used to his new job.
And now that he's a pony, nothing really's changed. He knows that his time's over, and he loves being a pony.
It's very important to give a racehorse a second chance at a career. I call it a second chance at life, because not every horse can be like Barber Road, and whether they turn into stallions or we geld them and come barn ponies. Some horses are not talented enough. I've seen all these horses just thrive, and they turn the corner, they look happier, and I think that shows when you retire a good racehorse, give them a chance of a second life. When I leave the barn, usually the takeaway I get, the horses are happy, just a satisfaction. It's just a second home, and then to leave here feeling good about the experiences that we have, the good and the bad. It's life, it's second life here.
Okay, even I like that. Even I thought that was pretty cute. I got to admit, that was really cool. And she's a good filly, the quiet side. And I don't know about you, Paulie. I am not conceding this Kentucky Oaks the favorite.
No, I'm not either. I think this filly is a nice filly, too. It seems like wherever she runs her best, and she's never been out of the trifecta. Johnny Ortiz has done a great job with her. That was a great piece on Barber Road. But I think she's going to be your second or third choice, maybe your favorite. It's going to be.
I think her post may keep her. No, she won't be the favorite.
No, she'll be like maybe like 6 to 5
morning line.
Yeah.
I think she's a horse that would have been second choice and still may be, but post 14 might scare some people off. We'll see if she can get positioned. I have not done enough work on the race to figure out, but Good Cheer is going to be an overwhelming favorite, and I think she's extremely vulnerable.
Yeah, she's 6 for 6 lifetime, and that's why she is. But she hasn't really faced a tussle yet. And I'm kind of with you at 6 to 5, especially when you have these many quality fillies in the race. It's tough to take a horse.
She does not have a speed figure edge on quite a few contenders near. Richie, how do you feel about the post draw for Quiet Side in general?
Well, I think it's problematic. The Derby's 20 horses, but they're starting an eighth of a mile further back. So there's more of a run to the turn to sort things out. And even in the Derby, you don't want extremes. You really don't want post 1, you don't want post 20. So 14 doesn't make her job any easier. I have to say, though, John Ortiz did a masterful job with Quiet Side this winter. In January, weather wreaked havoc with the training schedules. He shipped her to fairgrounds to, be able to, train her properly. And then she came in here with big efforts. And like Paul said, she shows up. She has never been off the board. I like my people the way I like my horses, honest and hardworking, and she certainly embodies that. So don't stub your toe if Quiet Side's around, because she is going to, show up and give you a run. It's too bad she didn't get a little better draw.
I agree, Richie. I'm a fan of this horse, and we'll see. But pretty mischievous, won from an outside post a couple years ago. So see if she can get the position. It's not an easy race, and it shouldn't be. Let's get more on the 9th race today from Acacia.
And Andy, we'll start things off with the number 9, Leon Blue, who does come back in off the layoff and make the first start of his 3-year-old season as a gelding. And this is a horse that had certainly shown some greenness back as a 2-year-old and only ever running on the turf. And I can see why they tried stretching him out as well. He is a big, tall, leggy individual. Obviously a great name, a name for Leon Bluschwitz, but coming back here, he has been sharp in the paddock, but back as a gelding, and hopefully that will help him to keep his mind on business and stay focused in here. He just looks so much more like a turf horse. He has a flat hoof to him, slacker pasterns on him. He's very fit off the layoff, looks really good in his coat coming back from El Giddings, but I would imagine staying in here, get a race under his belt, and potentially get back onto the surface that I do think he prefers. But I am pleased to see how he has progressed coming back now as a 3-year-old. There are several first-time starters in here. Take a look at the number 7, No Problem. This is a horse who debuts as a gelding by the late Improbable and sold as a 2-year-old for $100,000. Now, that said, he is the half-brother to multiple Grade 1 place Hijazi, who sold as a 2-year-old for $3.5 million. Hijazi was very fast, but never actually did kind of live up to that big price tag in getting a Grade 1, which he never did win. And he's really kind of the outlier of the family. Not to mention, No Problem was also entered for turf, though it is coming off. So I'm kind of a little bit leery looking at this horse coming in. Looking at him, though, he is sharp. He's been on his toes throughout. He definitely is built like a sprinter. I do think he could tuck up a little bit, with a race under his belt. I'd see he's a big, solid horse. And like I said, the more that I looked through the pedigree, that very high-priced brother, Hijazi of his, really was kind of the lone wolf, the outlier of the family. The rest of the family would seem like he suits quite well right here. The second dam is graded 6 runner Seeking the Ante. It's very good dirt, New York bred for John Kimmel. So I think he should be able to handle this spot just fine. Like I said, maybe he'll need a race for fitness, but all in all, he's on his toes, and maybe he'll just be able to handle this. Certainly one of the first-time starters that was the most eye-catching in the paddock. Andy?
Thanks, Acacia. I want to expand on her mentioning Leon Blue is named for Leon Blushewitz, who passed away relatively recently. And Leon Blushewitz is the last of the great characters in racing.
Yeah.
I mean, you had to really know him to believe, and he was the real deal. This guy ran a horse on Whitney Day in Saratoga in a 1 mile and an eighth dirt maiden race, a first-time starter. He hadn't started a horse in over a year, went off at 5-2, won, and he came back 3 weeks later in the Travers and opened up the favorite.
Yeah, legendary Leon
Blue was a legend, a real legend in this game.
The legend of him firing too back in the day, but he was a heck of a horseman. But yeah, Leon Bluewitz, that's what the 9's named after.
They're heading the gate for race number 8. Are we getting more on this from Richie, or are we just going to the gate? We are not. They're heading the gate for race number 8. Any quick thoughts here, Paul?
The 10's going to be tough near World Fair. I thought Jester Sang, who broke through the gate last time, could be a horse that can run a little bit better. It seems like McLean Robinson horses have been running well of late.
Got 2 Minnesota breds in this race.
Yeah, you're right?
I don't know what the full crop is there, but a couple of them are running here. I imagine they'll be heading up to Canterbury Park.
Canterbury,
Should be opening fairly soon.
And we got a New York bred in here in the 7, who's currently your second choice.
Yes, this is a horse that Kenny McPeak had at Oaklawn that Robbie Medina claimed. You might want to bring this one to New York.
Yeah, right?
Purses are good. Horse is probably fast enough to compete. Some New York bred races has run a couple of buyers, and a horse that's actually competitive in this race as well as they're making the move over there. 1 more week of racing, 3 more days. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Closing day will be Derby Day for Oaklawn Park. And the MIG will be back. Matt Dillon will be heading over to Monmouth Park, his summer home. Matt's done a great job all year calling the races at Oaklawn Park. He'll have another call in race number 8 in just a moment.
Conveyance. Trojan Pride, pose 6. World Fair's in, Tartarian, and McMusic to the outside post. Here's McMusic, Eric Asmussen to round out the field. We're ready to go. And we're off. Another good beginning for pretty much all the runners. Heavenly Conveyance, hard ridden for the lead. Mick Music up with him as well. These two share the top spot. Major Mac right off of them, running in the third position. American Litigator in the purple. Trojan Pride between that pair and a deep Tartarian. There's a gap of 2 lengths more to Jester Sang and Hey Big Un to the inside. Farther out is Solivo, and at the back is Heavenly Deacon. As they approach the 4-turn run, Mick Music is the leader into the turn, clearing off here from Heavenly Conveyance. And World Fair, who's perched deep, now taking the second position after McMusic rounding the 4-turn run. A gap of 2 to Tartarian. He's come under a hard ride. He's making up some ground now as they round the 4-turn. Another 2 to Jester Sang, who's next. American Litigator being asked to pick up the pace, but he's plotting in his position in midfield. Top of the lane here, World Fair, McMusic. They're even coming off the turn. World Fair, Bejarano getting to work aboard him. McMusic, Eric Asmussen in for the fight, though. And these two are together with 1 furlong to go. World Fair on the outside, McMusic inside, not going away. Coming on late, Hey Big Un is charging for Arietta. Hey Big Un gonna gobble up the top pair, and he becomes the winner. Hey Big Un wins it. 3 on the day for Arietta. World Fair, McMusic, second and third. Jester Sang and Heavenly Conveyance were next.
Francisco Arietta continues to ride extremely well and gets the first-time starter home from the clouds in race number 8. Hey Big Un, Greg Compton.
What a meet Greg Compton has had. He's like 20%. He's been winning a lot of races. But Francisco Arietta, inside to outside, we talk about that trip all the time, Andy. This horse got the job done at 10-1. And I've been saying this for a long time. Greg can flat out train. And this is a first-time starter that was not really getting bet, but you had the leading rider in Francisco Arietta. He is, I think, right now over Rafael Bejarano.
They're hitting the track for race number 9. The number 2, Motel Patel, figures to be a speed for Kendrick Carmouche. Looking for another win.
Yeah, a horse that should be on the engine in here.
The number 4, Roofer, another speed. That one going out for Mitch Friedman. Went by the 5 of Firster 80 Gold for Dave Donk with Jose Gomez.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back firsters, the 5 and the 6, Robbie Davis for Katie Davis, so a family affair on the 6.
The number 7, No Problem, will be coming out in a minute. A first-time starter, a half to Hijazi, who cost over $3 million. Tried to enter for the turf, running on the dirt.
Most probable winner of the firsters, no, Andy?
Yes, I would agree. I would stay away from firsters. I usually do, but I agree. Disco Dervish, Lisa Lugovic, and Lane Luzzy.
Yeah, this horse has been beaten by 36, about 58 lengths in 3 starts.
I believe the bet against has no speed, Leon Blue, and is mostly a turf horse.
Yeah, first-time gelding. We'll see how he does on the dirt.
Stormy Birthday, a long shot. Bobby Robato trains that one. The 12, Blue Pill. Gee, I didn't have to look far to see who owned this horse. Omar Moreno Hernandez riding this one.
Yeah, a horse that's really tough to get to. Togo Dan goes through first-time gelding. I thought a player at 12-1 maybe.
Arches Assault to 14 for Charlie Baker and Eric Cancel.
Yeah, a horse that's had a couple decent starts. Now, 1 start's not bad, and this is the horse that you like right here.
I picked Kings and Queens. I'm reticent. The second-time starter, Greg Sacco and John Velasquez, New Gelding. I'm just reticent in this racetrack where horses are not passing. And while I know he has some speed, I don't see how he's going to outrun both the 2 and 4 early. So I'm worried about a horse like this. And at 7-2, I can't bet him at that price on this racetrack.
Yeah, the 2 and the 4 are very fast, Motel Patel and Roofer. And you don't know if any of these first-time starters are going to show some speed. Blue Pill to 12 at 51-1. So the 9 is a horse that's been running long on the turf, now going to be sprinting on the dirt, and you're getting 3-1.
Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah.
And as far as the speed is concerned, as Andy mentioned on this track, I do think that you really want to have speed. And as you might be able to see, there's a pretty good tailwind coming down the stretch here as I just inhaled a mouthful of racetrack a moment ago. It's gotten quite windy, so just something to think about. But I think that Motel Patel, on top of having the natural early speed and maybe having a tactical advantage, just makes a lot of sense in here. This is a horse who's already run good dirt races, and prior to that last effort was running fine in open company 2 starts back on the main track, and even back in January, last time out was the first time against New York breds, and hustled from the inside right to the lead and was caught late, but I thought actually trying and pretty game to hold on between 2nd and 3rd. I just think there's a chance he gets loose in here, and especially with the post, especially with Kendrick, this horse warmed up
beautifully, moving really well out there on the track and dappled from head to toe for Rob Atras. As far as the 16 Kings and Queens is concerned, I did not see him last time out, so I have nothing to compare it to with any difference the gelding might have made. But oftentimes there's reason for a gelding, especially when you do it after just one start coming back, and it can really help a horse to A, settle, or B, for one that's a very big and kind of burly type of build, can help to lighten them up a little bit. And this is a very big, solid horse. The son of King for the day, wearing blinkers yet again. He showed speed last time out, though he did not have the most gate speed early on, kind of hustling up under Romero Mirage. John Velasquez will be in the saddle today. He was sharp. He was on his toes. I'm wondering, though, if he's going to break a bit better today, now with some experience in the gelding under his belt, as he has been touting himself throughout, and I think will need to get himself some forward position. Andy?
Thanks, Acacia. I want to expand on why the 9's a bad bet. And I understand that Linda Rice won with the horse center for the turf earlier. And you can all say, well, you were wrong then, you'll be wrong again. But it's not just that this horse's turf meant. It's that he has no speed. It's hard to imagine this horse particularly forwardly placed, Leon Blue, in this race. And that's what concerns me as well. You know, at least with the Linda horse, that horse took off after getting left and was up front. So this horse is going to take kickback for the first time and try to close into a track that, unless the pace is just supersonic, and maybe it will be, and the race collapse, but based on what we've seen in 6 prior dirt races, Paulie, they are just not making up significant ground.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, the 9 is a horse that, you know, maybe those works over at Palm Meadows have been good, and maybe that's why the change to the dirt. But this horse was basically on the turf, and everybody stayed in, basically. I just think the 4 is really dangerous in here, Roofer, because Ruben Silvera is one of those guys that will just keep on going till he gets the front end. The 9, calm down there, sweetie, buddy. He is a guy that will not concede.
Paul, he's calling
the lead.
male horses sweet. I don't want to let that go without a comment. I just didn't want to let it go.
I just think the change to Ruben Silvera, I think the 4 is going to stay alive a lot longer in this race.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 4 is an overlay right now at 8-1. I'm not a huge fan of this horse, but I can see he's forward. I worry about the Hotel Patel being in the race, being a problem from him, and you know Kendrick's going to go. But I don't disagree. On this racetrack, a horse the speed he has to be 8-1, and he's not that good, but he's not that bad, and he has a real chance to upset this field at 8-1.
Yeah,
I think it's a good point, and I'm just not taking
5-2,
taking 7-2 on the 16 in this race because he's not going to get the same kind of aggressive ride the others, and he's not going to see the inside. So in all likelihood, he's very possibly going to have the wrong trip on this racetrack. And we see the rider of number 8, Lane Luzzy, is off behind
looking around for his mount. And I think
he's gray. The horse is gray. He shouldn't be that hard to find.
Right?
I can usually pick them out.
I think the state vet just taking a look and making sure everything's okay with the 8.
Yep.
You see Lane. Still one of the most amazing things, if you don't know a lot about horse racing, Lane Luzzy last year at Saratoga got kicked in the face by a horse.
Yeah, I got to admit, that was the act of, maybe one of the greatest acts of bravery I've seen in my entire life in Saratoga. And he got up, and yeah, I agree. And, you know, what's amazing is he was struggling at the meet, and then he started winning races.
Don't you think he's gotten light years better?
I think that he has improved dramatically as a rider. I completely agree. And I think it's a nice thing to see. We've all known Mike Luzzy for a long time. His father, terrific guy, terrific rider as well. And I think the improvement for Lane, he's really doing well considering, because this is a very hard colony to break into, to say the least.
It is. And I think he's done really well. Cut his teeth in Texas. He had to do what he had to do. And then, you know, I actually saw Mike the other day, and he's just so proud the way Lane's been riding. And he was on a Dutro horse. He's getting some good mounts. And, you know, Mike was a heck of a rider. I think a lot of people forget Mike won a lot of races.
I don't think too many people forget. Mike was a good rider
it's
here
like
for
Robbie
a long,
Davis.
long time.
You mentioned it the other day. People forget how good of a rider Robbie was.
Well, Robbie's selling himself short and talking about how much better his children have done than him. And I'm going to tell you, Robbie, they're all good. You were very, very good. So I think it's very nice as a father to be giving the credit to the kids, but let's not forget the kind of rider that Robbie Davis was when he was riding. A top rider.
You see the 12, 80-1. They're almost all in here, but they're having trouble with the 12. Now, the 8 is still circling around there.
A lot of circling left to go here, but you know what? We've talked enough. Time for Chris Griffin to drag them out for the last race of the Aqueduct Spring Meet.
There is Blue Pills gone in. Waiting on just a few more of these. Is a little reluctant to load. Nothing But Nitro now has gone in, and Toga Dan will be next. Toga Dan steps forward. Now Arch's Assault. It's going to be waiting for No Problem. No Problem. No Problem now goes in. Arch's Assault. Also being a little reluctant. Some of these runners just watching each other go into the gate here and hesitating briefly. Disco Dervish, there's Lane Luzzy aboard. It'll be Kings and Queens to the outside as there's 2 out. Set to close out the Aqueduct Spring meeting. Disco Dervish has been a tough customer here. Him behind the gate. Goes in. Kings and Queens. As Disco Dervish backed away once again. Was right in the gate. There's Disco Dervish. Appears to have gone all the way into the starting gate. Kings and Queens to the outside. Kings and Queens. Kings and Queens. John Velasquez aboard and is in. All set. And they're off. Motel Patel broke very quickly from that inside draw. It was Motel Patel right out towards the front. It's chased all the time here by Roofer, who's in second, and in behind them comes Leon Blue. Out wider Kings and Queens, that's the leading 4. At the rail, slipping on through is going to be No Problem, is now taking the 5th position. They are well spread out here in the finale. As losing some ground with Stormy Birthday, just got passed by Archer's Assault on the far outside. Far, far back to the rest. You've got Toga Dan in that mix. Disco Dervish is back there also. 80 Gold in the 2 trailers there. There's going to be Nothing But Nitro is back there. The far end of the field. Roofer is in front, and Roofer is clear 22 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. This is a very well strung out field. Roofer approaches the top of the stretch. Motel Patel is in pursuit, but Roofer is way out in front. Motel Patel is giving that game chase, and Leon Blue center of the racetrack. It's down to this trio. 46.54 was that half mile time. They're approaching a final furlong. Roofer is trying to finish the job, but tiring up front. Can Roofer find a final 16th? It's Roofer, Leon Blue catching with every stride. Roofer needs a line. Leon Blue is lunging, and it's a photo. Photo finish. Leon Blue to the outside. Roofer. Motel Patel further back. Toga Dan was running on late, and No Problem in 1 minute 12 and 3.
Take a look at the slow-mo here. No. It was very close. Paulie, I'm rooting for you. I know you bet Roofer at 7-1. You could see he was shortening stride, and it feels like Leon Blue. Does he get up the wire? He got him there. Do you get the bob? Yeah, he got beat. Leon Blue told you he couldn't win, so what did he do? He won.
Well, you know what? This one's for Leon. He got this one home in the last 8th at the wire and just ran down the lone place setter. I just knew Roofer, Ruben Silvera, would take the initiative, and this is the kind of field that the only horse that could basically run him down was Leon Blue. Very timed. Perfectly by Christopher Elliott, but the 4 Roofer, I like this move. I looked at you, I said, this is the move I wanted right here, and he started to collapse a little bit right here. And I thought he was going to get to the wire, but just not in time, and the 9 will get the job done at 5-2.
Yeah, well, I feel bad for you and other friends of mine who bet this horse, because that is a very tough beat on Rupert. Was he with the racetrack? Yes, he was, but he was still 7-1 and got nailed the wire. Mitch Friedman took a terrible beat at 23-1 yesterday. Happens again as Leon Blue, maybe overbet, but he got the job done. Christopher Elliott getting the win. A lot more to come on America's Day at the Races. We still have action at Oaklawn and a lot to talk about in the Derby Day card. Well, Fierceness was going to the Westchester, but he's picked a tougher spot. He's going to run against Locked as Todd Fletcher has two heavy guns in the Ali Sheba.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The Big Cap, as it has come to be known, is the jewel in the crown of California racing, as some of the all-time greats have showcased their brilliance in the shadow of the San Gabriel Mountains.
Locked is let loose, and he moves to the front with a furlong left to go, and it's lights out. He's pouring it on, but it's all about Locked and Jose Ortiz dominating the Big Cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Well, we conclude the spring meet here at the Big A with a late closing charge by Leon Blue to just nail Roofer at the wire in race number 9. Christopher Elliott, you know, we talk about Lane Luzzy. Christopher Elliott's improved as well. I like what I've seen from him, and a rider who most success seems to come on the front end, but he was able to get up, but he got good position, which did make a real difference. Leon Blue closes out the meet. 9:42 to close it out. We have a new member of the team up here. Sarah Bodway has come to take us through the rest of the card at Oaklawn Park and talk a little bit of the stakes this weekend at Churchill Downs, which includes quite a heavyweight matchup for this early in the season, especially considering Locked and Fierceness, Sarah, in the same barn.
Absolutely, and even a partial ownership of Fierceness has a little bit of interest with Hall of Fame as well, so we'll see how things ultimately play out with all of those interlocking groups. But Fierceness, this will be his 4-year-old debut, of course. My lamentations with him, whether or not he was going to be the type of horse that was able to overcome any adversity, put races back to back, have that consistency, and he really put things together towards the summer last year, where he was able to get that victory in the Jim Dandy, the Travers that we're taking a look at here, and then go on to run a winning race in defeat in that Breeders' Cup Classic.
It's an interesting field. You're looking at a race where Hall of Fame is going to be your third choice in here at about 6 to 7 to 1, and a horse named Most Wanted for Brad Cox around 102 buyer is probably going to be about 8 or 9 to 1,
or even higher.
Even higher. I mean, Locked. Listen, they put the blinkers on. It was Jose Ortiz's idea, and this horse just freaked in his last effort in the Big Cap, the Santa Anita Handicap, and. You know, when you win by that many lengths out there and then Hit Show comes back, I get it. It was maybe a race that wasn't as strong in Dubai, but he won the Dubai World Cup out of it.
He did, and a record-setting margin for the Big Cap as well. It was his career best effort. He really drew off impressively in there, and he's going to be the one that sits the right kind of trip, because Fierceness, he's got early speed, he's got Hall of Fame to his inside, Most Wanted to his outside. They both like to be forward, and Locke's just going to be watching all that action from right behind him.
And Locke was the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile over Fierceness. Can
Well,
he be a better horse than him at age 4
Well, wait
now
a second.
than
Fierceness was coming off a horrendous effort.
Yeah, which was
and
a
he
bad
ran a big
beginning,
race
yeah.
at Keeneland.
Yeah.
I think the thing with Locked is it's a very frustrating 3-year-old year because he wasn't really able to race until the end of the year. Now he is doing one heck of a job making up for lost time. But Fierceness has so much more natural speed than he does. And while there's a bit of speed signed on in this race, it does appear that tactically, Sarah, Fierceness has the edge.
He does, and he has some of the faster races, whereas Locked is one that he hit that ceiling last time out at that Santa Anita Big Cap, whereas Fierceness, he's had the triple-digit buyers on repeat in his career a couple of times, the 111s, the higher numbers. And so Locked, this is a place that he's going versus a place that he's been, but whether or not there's a tactical edge, I agree that Fierceness is going to be ahead of him, but it might end up setting up for Locked.
Well, here's a question, Paulie. Todd Pletcher made it very clear that he wanted to run him in the Westchester at a mile here at Aqueduct. And totally understandably, Mike Rapoli wants to run him. He's got a big group coming for the Kentucky Derby. He's got a big group. It's a big day, and he wants to run a horse that he has a right to consider as good a horse as there is in the country. So it's understandable, and it's his horse. But Todd didn't want to run there. Now, do you think, does that worry you a little bit? He's been pointing for the mile race, wanted to get him there. Or do you just think Todd wanted to keep his two superstars separate?
I don't know. It's a good point. It worries me a little bit because he's running against some pretty good horses in Locked and Hall of Fame, and I think that Most Wanted is a horse that's on the up and up. But when you look at Fierceness and you're trying to point towards his 4-year-old season, there could be an explosion. If he's right physically, he's the fastest horse in the race, period. I'm really excited to see how his 4-year-old campaign starts.
We haven't had a chance too often in recent years to see the best 3-year-olds come back as 4-year-olds because they all go to stud. And I think that's one of the reasons we're not seeing the same kind of big figs we used to see 20 years ago.
That's a fair point as well. And look, we thought that we might get to see this kind of matchup and get to see these two compete against each other at some point this year. And now we're getting to see it a little bit early than I think some of us expected. But Todd probably just wanting to keep some of the horses that he considers some of his top horses in separate places until there's no other option but to put them against each other.
They both have valid points. Mike Rapoli pays the bills, so he's going to have the final say. And if he wants him to run a Derby weekend, it's going to be one heck of a race and what's going to be a great weekend of racing. We're all looking forward to it as well. We've still got a couple to go at Oaklawn Park. We're just under 10 minutes away from their 9th race. We'll be back on America's Day at the Races in just a few moments.
We're in foaling season. Our foaling season starts January. Our first baby was born in January, and we'll have babies clear up until the end of May. So yeah, we are in full swing, starting to get mares back to the breeding shed and start that process back. We foal about 50 mares around here a year, and that's plenty for our little operation because, you know, originally I wasn't really going to get into that, but it's definitely been something that's taken off with the way the program here at Oaklawn's working. It's gotten to be, these Archie breds are starting to be quite a staple here. How our program here works, they foal here, they breed back to one of our stallions that stands in this state. All of our stalls are equipped with cameras, so we will have somebody eyes on all the time. So we want everything to be as natural as possible. You know, we try to assist in any way that we can so that everything goes smooth. It's quite an experience whenever you are involved in the foaling. I mean, to be able to bring in, you know, see the very first day, the very first seconds of these foals' life and the interaction between the mare and the baby, it really does, it's very uplifting and it's very rewarding and reminds you of why you got into this business. And just to be able to watch that process and then be able to raise them and then get to see them at the racetrack, and you know, that first time they get to come into the paddock for their very first race, and it's like a full circle moment. It's very, very rewarding. We've had a great meet this year, and we've probably had 7 or 8 winners this year of our own, and I've had several client horses that were born here, and we all feel like they're just as much ours as it is theirs. The quality of your Arkansas bred horses have really started to change. You're starting to see people not just bring in an average mare, they're wanting to bring their good mares down here to breed and foal and raise and race and get involved in our program, which it's only going to help us and it's only going to help it get better. You know, we've been in it long enough now, like you're taking the time to study your mare and your stallion and what do you think they would look like? What would that baby look like if you put that stallion and that mare together? What kind of runner do you think you'll get? So it's being able to see that and then bring it to life and then be able to be in the winner's circle and see how rewarding that was is definitely the reason I'll keep doing it till as long as I can.
Always nice to hear about the breeding programs and the state bred programs, and they're such an important part of racing, really everywhere. You think about how important it is in New York, and obviously a very big part of Arkansas and how proud people are of their horses as well. As the Natural State Breeders is coming up, and we had a couple of scratches this race. We're going to start the parade, drum roll please, with the number 2, Punchy Girl for Randy Morris and Keith Asmussen.
Yeah, this is a horse that's lost a couple really nice horses, Holland Ice and Mercy Warrior. So Punchy Girl, I think, getting a little relief in here, even though it's a stakes race.
Holland Ice and the big stake, the Derby Distaff on the weekend. Yeah. Number 4, Caliente Star, Tammy Hornsby and Francisco Arrieta.
I think this is the filly to be because she's a 3-year-old. We got a lot of older horses in here. She's the lone 3-year-old in here.
The number 5, Gold Strategy, coming up for Dan Ward.
Big price in here and stepping up in class. She is taking the blinkers off. She was forward and faded last time out.
The number 6 is Cantex, also going out for Randy Morris. This one with Rafael Bejarano's had a great meet at Oaklawn.
Yeah. It's the 4th place in this race last year she was, but she's the last 2 times in Arkansas Bred Company stakes races, she's won both of them.
Long shot Courtney Fay goes out for Danielle Dunham.
The current 60-1 is a lower price than she has been in her last 3 starts.
That means Castillo has the mount. Ramon Vasquez also riding for Danielle Durham on Our Pirate Treasure. Will Matt Dinnerman steal the call from Tom Durkin again?
Still, that Tom Durkin call of R is still one of the most legendary calls.
I told Tom that Matt owes him some sort of fee for stealing his call last time this horse ran. Appealing Addy goes out for Randy Morris with Christian Torres.
This one coming off of a 3rd place finish behind Our Pirate Treasure, and she has tried the mile 3 starts ago, showed speed, and finished 2nd.
And Lassie, My Girl, closes out the field for Melton Wilson and Ricardo Santano. I believe will be heading here pretty soon.
He is.
He is.
Yeah.
Heading to Big A. His new agent, TJ Campo.
Showed some speed before. Actually aired a field in the mud. Now, there's not a lot of moisture on the racetrack right now, but horse that does have a lot of speed on the outside.
All right. Let's get more on this race. He's not quite an Arkansas bred, but they may make him an honorary one soon, the MIG.
Well, one thing, I have enjoyed the natural state. There are just so many great hikes and wilderness state parks. It's been a lot of fun exploring here, Andy. But we'll start with the 2, Punchy Girl from the Randy Morse stable. By Street Strategy out of a Dixie Union mare. The same, very similar pedigree as Cantex, the 6 horse. I just wonder if Punchy Girl really wants some miles. She's 0 for 3 at the distance, and she definitely looks, from a physical perspective, more like a sprinter. The 4, Caliente Star, listen, she's perfect, right? She's undefeated, but she is stretching to the mile the first time, and she is a 3-year-old taking on some seasoned veterans, some really hard-knocking older horse types, and, you know, she still has to prove that she can handle this kind of caliber of horses at this distance. But listen, you can't falter. She's undefeated. Cantex looked amazing. She's just a focused individual, had her head down and focused, looked incredible. And again, By Street Strategy out of a Dixie Union mare. They've kind of hit on some kind of a nick there with Cantex, a earner of over $430,000. Looks very formidable. I was really interested in the 10 Lassie Girl earlier because of her races in the wet. Her best races have come in the wet. She's certainly capable of getting a mile. This track has dried out considerably since earlier in the day. And Andy, she might not be Cintillo, but I was looking for maybe a bit of a price with a horse that really would handle the off-going, which we don't have anymore.
Yeah, well, for those who've been around a long time, remember Cintillo, an incredible wet track horse, broke his maiden in a race in 134 and changed a 2-year-old in the slop at Belmont. Richie and I just loved him. The only time he lost in a wet track was Forgo's last win when he finished 4th down at a dead rail in the Woodward in 1978, I believe. Silver Series for Oscar Dishman was 2nd.
Oscar Dishman, that's going back.
You never really know the names that are going to come flying out. So as they head to the gate, anybody having any clever thoughts in this race, Sarah?
I don't know about clever. I think that Caliente Star might be a little bit vulnerable stretching out in distance. The number 4, it's a very sprint pedigree with the dam and the second dam. Both of them were 10-time winners, but really stuck to the sprint races. A little bit of stamina from the sire side. Tapiture excelled, at least getting the mile, but he does have higher stats with his dirt sprinters versus routers. I think the 9 is a little interesting, stretching back out, appealing Addy, one that's a little bit tactical and who had a little bit of an excuse breaking slowly last time.
Paulie?
I do think the 4 will be tough in here, and I think the 10 might fire a decent shot in the spot. But, you know, Sarah makes up a good point. You know, Cantex is the horse that's kind of proven at this distance a little bit, maybe compared to the other ones, but the 4 is going to have to prove that she can go around 2 turns.
All right, see what happens. Matt Tinnerman with a call of the 9th at Oaklawn, the Natural State Breeders.
And to round out the field, Lassie My Girl. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good start from Cantex, the defending champion. She's not on the lead. Punchy Girl, offensive-minded. Lassie My Girl takes 2nd. Caliente Star on a hold between horses, has to tap on the brake. She's eager in her first lifetime route try, and she's 3rd going into the first turn run. Gap of 2 to Cantex with our Pirate Treasure. Then comes Appealing Addy towards the back of the field. Courtney Faye's between horses. Gold Strategy inside of that pair, now taking to the back of the pack, racing alone, and she's 8 lengths off the lead as the Arkansas bred fillies and mares swing up the back stretch. Punchy Girl, Keith Asmussen carve out the fractions. A half length in front of Lassie My Girl and Ricardo Santana Jr. Caliente Star on a snug hold. She's running in 3rd. Our Pirate Treasure is asked to go by Ramon Vasquez and is now level 3rd with Caliente Star. Gap of 2 to Cantex. Nickeled along a little bit by Rafael Bejarano. Appealing Addy draws level with her. Gold Strategy passing long shot Courtney Faye at the back. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Into the turn they go. Punchy Girl length in front of Lassie My Girl. Caliente Star 3rd, 2 off the pace. She's shaken up, rounding the 4-turn run. Our Pirate Treasure is 4 lengths behind, under a ride, and a gap of 4 to Cantex, not picking up her feet today as they come to the top of the lane. Lassie My Girl comes looking for the lead, and Ricardo Santana Jr. riding this one with confidence, turns for home, passing Punchy Girl and Caliente Star, who's trying to run on here. It's Lassie My Girl. She's got the win if she wants it, and Lassie My Girl is kicking on. Lassie My Girl, a stakes winner in the Natural State Breeders' Stakes. Punchy Girl was 2nd, Caliente Star 3rd, Gold Strategy 4th.
Ricardo Santana and Melton Wilson teaming up for the win, a horse that both you, Paulie, and the Mig liked. And Sarah, you were right about the Ford. She ran okay, but she did not win the part of the mile.
I mean, she ran fine. The biggest disappointment, I think, was the horse who won this race last year and really didn't fire at all in Cantax. But I think that for a first-time routing and trying to get that fourth victory, fourth consecutive one, I don't think that this is going to be her ideal distance by any means, but still a third-place finish. And but great call.
Yeah, the way
Paul.
she did not run like a horse that wanted the distance, because she could not have gotten a better trip and just couldn't gain it all on these horses.
But did anybody really make up any
No,
ground?
it was a total merry-go-round affair.
Yeah,
Complete.
yeah.
I'm happy for Milton Wilson.
I am too, Paulie. I don't know him, but if you're happy for him, I'm happy for him.
Affectionately nicknamed Pee-wee, but he's one of my favorite guys down there. This is a mare by Double Irish that every once in a blue moon, she threw in a 90 buyer, what, 4-back? She can throw in a good race, and Ricardo, with that outside speed there at Oaklawn, just got the job done.
10-4 in race number 9, the Natural State Breeders. What are we doing now, guys? We taking a break? We are, apparently. We're
Good
taking
call
another
by
break.
you.
You know, when you look at the rundown occasionally, Paulie, it's amazing the things that you learn. Much more action to come and a lot more to talk about the exciting Derby weekend coming up. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
This is my Oaklawn.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
The only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt surface, Mid-Atlantic May, continues to produce graded stakes winners across the globe and on all surfaces. Recent grads include Eclipse champion Straight No Chaser, brilliant winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, as well as this year's Riyadh Dirt Sprint at the Saudi Cup, plus Grade 1 winners Full Count Felicia and Sacred Wish. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Looks like a nice day at Oaklawn. Richie's got the jacket off. And that man right there, Carlos Santana, excuse me. I thought it was the music I was thinking of, Ricardo Santana. 2,000 wins for Ricardo. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations to Milton Wilson, Byron Brockman, the owner of Mare by Double Irish, who's been one of the sires that stood there for a long time. And an underrated sider on the bottom side was Mook Takdim, a nice little horse.
Where's the sign? No sign for his 2,000th win?
Were they unprepared?
What's up with that?
Crazy. This was an aggressive ride, and he has the ability to have this horse be forward in here because she's shown some good early speed, good early sprint speed in the past, and he just went with her, and that ended up being the right kind of move because, as we were discussing before the break, nobody really making up ground in here, and this race was controlled on the front end.
All right, I've been told there is a sign. I tell you, our crack staff, they knew it was his 2,000th win, and there's a sign. Thank God. Because I got to tell you guys, I love a sign.
Yeah, I'm with you. I love signs too. I like the ones on the side too.
You gave a lot of signs, Paulie.
Yeah, I did. I gave a lot of signs. He's getting a little bath from the boys.
It's like his first win all over again.
Wow, 2,000. It just shows you that's 2,000 wins, and Kendrick Carmouche has got him doubled. That's crazy.
Mig standing by with the trainer, the winning trainer, Melton Wilson.
Yeah, and I'm really pleased to join. Melton, this is the biggest win of your career to date. You had to feel really good the way she was traveling early in the race.
I sure was. I knew when we left and hit that first turn, I knew I was a winner then, you know.
Is she a mare that kind of touts herself when you train her in the morning, like coming into this, you felt confident?
Real confident. That's why I gave her the 5 weeks. She loved to run fresh.
Well, she was, like I said, looked like a winner every step. Now, I thought she had a really good chance, especially when I saw the moisture in track early, and then it kind of dried out, so she kind of showed she didn't need an off going to be her best.
No, she don't need an off track. She could run when she's fresh.
Now, you also provided Ricardo Santana with his 2,000th win. Kind of a special day all around.
Yeah, I told him last night I was going to be the one to win the 2,000 with today.
I love it, and I love your confidence. Congratulations. Enjoy this.
You're welcome, man.
Guys, I think it's great. You know, one thing that's such a pleasure doing these shows is, you know, get to meet new people, introduce new people to the public, and here's a guy who just won the biggest race of his career, Melton Wilson.
That's awesome, Richie, and I agree. I think one of the most fun things, and I think people sometimes assume that every one of us knows everybody at the racetrack, and it's not true. You don't always know people, and I think this show has done a very good job of letting people get to know some of the personalities of the game. And I also think if you were to go back from the beginning of the shows, I think a lot of trainers and jockeys have gotten a lot better at their interviews because they're on the show so often.
So you're saying the horse racing show actually does horse racing, right?
No.
And not an OTB?
I didn't say we were doing it right, but we're trying.
I agree
We've
with you.
improved, that's what he's saying.
If you look at Melton Wilson, he literally was 0 for 41 in 2025. He started the meet like 3 for 4. And he hadn't won a race in 2025, and then he wins the biggest race of his career just now. So congratulations to him, but I'm completely with Mig. We opened up a whole box when we went to Oaklawn with a lot of new. I even got to Mike Maker, who's like the toughest interview of all time.
He's the best.
He ended up being the best to me.
Mike and I have been friends for years.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean,
Mike's great.
meeting the owners, meeting the trainers, and especially up close there at Oaklawn, you get to meet the jockeys.
Yeah, I agree completely. I mean, going to these different racetracks and talking to all sorts of different connections, we learn more about who's locally based there because we see a lot of the big names travel from track to track, and we get used to some of them running here often. But it's a nice opportunity to be able to be a part of some of the most special moments for some of these trainers that otherwise we might not be talking to.
As we head to break, now that horses that didn't complete wins in the Triple Crown are getting in the Hall of Fame, maybe there's hope for a Fleet Alex. Was really a great story and helped raise a lot of money for a good cause as well. More on him when America's Day at the Races continues.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit ihdvstallions.com today.
My daughter Alex was just a typical little girl. She was our only daughter, and she was diagnosed with cancer as an infant.
And she just said to us one day, when I get out of the hospital, I want to set up a lemonade stand. I'm going to raise $1 million. She said, well, I think if people help me, I think I can do it.
I read about it. I said, I got to contribute.
We sent Alex's lemonade stand, 10% of everything that he owned.
And she was over $900,000. Unfortunately, she passed away prior to hit $1 million.
After Alex died and we decided to continue what she had started in our front yard, we really weren't sure how we would continue without her. Chuck called out of the blue and said Alex had won the Arkansas Derby and would be going to the Kentucky Derby. On a pretty short notice, we learned that if we wanted to, we could set up a lemonade stand there. At the end of the day, we had raised over $10,000 at the Derby itself. And in the weeks following that, we would really learn the power that that opportunity had, the power that Athlete Alex had to bring new supporters and awareness to what we were trying to do to continue what Alex started. Today, 20 years later, Alex's Lemonade Stand Foundation has raised over $300 million. We've been able to continue what Alex started in a way that is way beyond anything I could have imagined.
There's always pressure when you go into a Grade 1, especially the Kentucky Derby. I'd always said I would never run in those races just to run in them. I would have to have a horse that I thought could win it. Alex walked over like he was a lead pony. I mean, he didn't bat an eye.
You're hearing cheers from the 150,000 people at Air just saying, we love Alex. Let's go, Alex. It was just so special.
In my head, going in the Derby, the only thing I had in my mind was don't get stopped.
And they're off in the Kentucky Derby.
It was a deep, heavy, wet track.
It probably was the worst ride Jeremy had put on this horse.
Athlete Alex in tight quarters, running 11.
The problem is I moved way too early and way too many times.
Athlete Alex trying to thread his way through between horses.
Every time I saw a hole, I made Alex go up in. So he made like 5 or 6 different runs. So by the time we got to the 3/8 pole where the run is really supposed to begin, I've already kind of used quite a bit of them.
And here comes Bellamy Road, who's charging up on the outside. High Fly is moving with him. Spanish Chestnut is weakening. Athlete Alex is in behind them.
Why, I have no idea. I decided to hit him right-handed the entire rest of the race. I drove him down to the dead rail, and that's how we got beat.
Here comes Athlete Alex as he through between horses. Giacomo, don't get mad, late charge on the far outside. Coming down to the finish, closing argument short lead. Giacomo, Athlete Alex, it's a 3-horse photo finish, and on the wire, it's Giacomo who has won the 131st Kentucky Derby.
I knew I screwed up.
You know, you can't ask a horse to run and then sit, and then ask him to run and then sit.
We're bummed, but it's certainly not the end of the world. We were hoping for a little more success, and we just felt it all year that it was going to be our race, our horse, our year.
We just had to go forward, put that race behind us, and go on to the Preakness and try and show the world what we have.
But as long as I rode a smart race, I didn't think there was any chance I'd get beat.
I mean, he was like a freight train. I think he would have broke the track record.
Didn't expect what was going to happen at the cord pull.
Athlete Alex was quite the racehorse. 8 for 12 lifetime, 11 times hitting the board. The only time when he had that like a lung infection, the Rebel. Really a tremendous racehorse. He had such a gritty performance winning the Preakness. And he's just another one of those horses that if things had gone right, he could have won the Triple Crown, but that is why the Triple Crown is so hard to win.
He had a couple confusing losses. I think Jeremy will even tell you, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, he even looked back and couldn't understand why Wilco went by him. And even in the Derby as well, when Giacomo wins the race in closing argument, one was 40-1, the other one was 45-1. And probably, you know, he looks back and thinks that could have been the year because the crop wasn't that great that he could have been a Triple Crown winner.
I'm going to disagree with that. That was one of the best derbies we've had in years. Really? Bellamy Road was in that race. I mean, it's just Flower Alley, who got one of the worst rides in Derby history, I think, from Jorge Chavez. He went after Rabbit halfway through the race, Spanish Chestnut. That was a killer Derby. Let me tell you something. Giacomo doesn't get the credit. He was a pretty good horse, too.
No, he was, and his brother Tiago wasn't as bad as well. I mean, listen, Giacomo was... he won his first time and made it 6-1, and then he went to the Derby. He just got the perfect setup that day.
What I would say is that the next 2 Triple Crown races were not as tough. The Derby was super tough.
Okay, yeah.
After that, it kind of mitigated.
Yeah.
And it's interesting talking about how you go through a ride where you've made some incorrect decisions and you end up having some regrets afterwards. I'm sure at the time thinking, well, it can only go up from here. And then as we'll eventually take a look at going on, the Preakness full of drama as well. So able to get the win in there as well as the Belmont. But that Preakness is one that I even remember from watching it live when I was 10, I believe.
Scrappy T.
Yeah, Scrappy T and Ramon. Richie with more on a Fleet Alex.
Yeah, guys, listen, obviously the shorter the margin of defeat, the more second guessing as a rider you're going to do. You put a lot of pressure on yourself. I have a different take on it completely. The Fleet Alex over the winter, they replaced Jeremy Rose. It was either the Southwest or the Rebel with Johnny Velasquez. He wound up having, some kind of respiratory infection. He did not run well. So Jeremy got the mount back in the Arkansas Derby, but now as a rider, you feel like you're disposable, that you're replaceable. You kind of, rocks your confidence a little, your place on the team. So he wins the Arkansas Derby, and Jeremy Rose rode him hard, and I don't blame him, because anytime you ride a horse that you've been taken off of once, you feel like it could be your last time. So instead of winning by 8 lengths, if he had won by 4 lengths and saved a little bit in the tank, maybe he has a little bit more on Derby Day. And I think that if Connections understood the confidence that you have to help instill in a rider that it's going to be better for you and the horse in the long run. And then what he did in the Preakness, I've never seen a horse clip heels, get up and accelerate. I've seen them clip heels and still finish and wind up winning, but not the way he did it. He fell down, got up, and instantly accelerated. And go back and watch this Belmont. It was like Jeremy Rose was driving a car. He moved up around the turn, he got in a spot, he idled. He looked like he was just cruising on the Belt Parkway in a sports car compared to everybody else riding, Volkswagens. An extremely good horse, but that's my take on why he got beat in the Kentucky Derby.
All right, Richie. Well, thank you for that. He was a tremendous racehorse, and also the Alex's lemon stand.
Yes.
I believe lemonade stand. They've raised millions of dollars for cancer.
Over $300 million for cancer research.
Tremendous,
tremendous, amazing, and Sarah made a good point. A lot of things that happen at Churchill Downs, you don't really let a lot of vendors in. They let them in that day and got their message out for the lemonade stand. They made almost $10,000 on Derby Day, and it's turned into $300 million, 20 years later? Crazy.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, good legacy with that for sure.
Absolutely. A lot more to come on America's Day at the Races. We've still got a race left at Oaklawn Park. We've also got the Derby favorite. He drew post number 8. I don't know what post he could have drawn. Maybe post 87 for him not to be the horse to beat in the Derby.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker, but they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as open company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. The last race at Oaklawn has yet to be run. Got 3 more days of racing at Oaklawn next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday before they say goodbye until next year. Sarah Albadwi, Paula Duca, and Andy Serling coming to you from Aqueduct. And the Derby drawn last night, and I know everybody was on pins and needles. We're going to play Name That Derby Winner. Sarah's disqualified. She apparently knows the winner. She cheated.
So can't play. Nope.
That's not a bad guess.
Won maiden allowance in Florida Derby before Kentucky Derby.
Wow. Named 3-year-old champion. Well, it's not always dreaming.
Big Brown?
You got it, Paul.
And then Patrick Reynolds was the trainer of Big Brown in his first start.
Patty
on
Reynolds
turf.
trained him, when he won by 11 lengths and 140 and change on closing day at Saratoga. He was a little better than this field in the Derby.
Wow, he aired from the 20 hole. I mean, the word was out. And very rarely in a 20-horse field back then, you were getting bet down to 2-1.
Yeah, he was a short price, and he
I was
won
against
like
him.
it.
Clever.
I mean, he was just one that was the first one to do it from post 20, and he really ran this field away and came back to win that Preakness, and he is probably one of the most aptly named types, Big Brown.
Okay, when did he lose?
He lost
the
the
Belmont.
Belmont.
Lost the Belmont. You know, I've talked to
Okay,
Rick
then.
about him a million times, and he always said, listen, he was a better turf horse, and the dirt eventually...
He was a better horse.
Eventually got to his feet, which was the demise of him, was his feet towards the end. He kept, listen, you're going for the big money in the Derby and that stuff, but he really truly feels if he kept him on the turf, he would have never lost.
Well, I don't know if people you remember, but his 3-year-old debut was a turf race, and it was rained off. So I loudly said you had to bet against him. He galloped, and then he went and got post 12 in the Florida Derby, which nobody had won out of, going 1 1/8, and he won there. He was a very good horse, and he came along in the right year as well.
True.
He did, for sure.
He did. Journalism. He's a very good horse as well, as he's going to head into this Derby as the favorite for trainer Michael McCarthy. And honestly, Paulie, I'm not saying he's going to win, but I don't know what there is to not like about this horse.
No, I'll tell you this way. It's like almost a Fleet Alex in that year. I think that this horse, Journalism, is your one thing without a just horrendous trip, finishes in the top 3. I think he's that talented. He's that tactical. He can stay up close. He's, like you said, Andy, he's got more speed if he wants it, but I don't think he needs to use it. He's the horse to beat by far.
He's also, Sarah, I don't the best closer that isn't a deep closer. There are a lot of good deep closers. He doesn't need, as Paul indicated, to be that far back.
I agree, and he's going to be the one that sits the right kind of trip in here. We see all of that speed drawing towards the inside. He's right outside of most of that. He's going to get the jump on the deep closers that are going to be some of the shorter prices posted towards the outside. He should sit the right kind of trip in here, and he's done absolutely nothing wrong. I keep looking around this field and looking the race over and trying to find somebody to make a real case against him, and I haven't done it yet.
Let's get more on him from his trainer, Michael McCarthy.
There's just something about him. I think when horses really kind of get in a routine and get in a pattern and win and keep winning, I think there's an air of confidence about them. I think they know they're good. His mind is maybe his secret weapon. As you can see, he kind of walked out here like it was no big deal, got onto the racetrack. People around, nothing seemed to really bother him. Of course, I'm sure as the week goes on, there'll be more and more people around here. He's got a wonderful pedigree, stamina laden on top and bottom, so I think that's going to help him as well. Genetically, there's something there that just clicks for him. When he came to us late in July of this summer, last summer actually, he touted his hand pretty quickly. So he started to get ready a little bit faster than your average 2-year-old. That's when we kind of started thinking that maybe he might be just a little bit better than average. And then obviously after his first start, we stretched him out to 2 turns, and that's kind of when good things really started happening for him.
Was Michael talking about the horse or himself when more people keep showing up Derby week that they're going to be annoying whom?
Michael is like one of the best trainers that's so under the radar.
Yeah.
He's very soft-spoken. That's probably the most I've seen him talk about one of his horses. So that means he has high praise. He's a heck of a trainer that a lot of people don't know about. A lot of people don't realize he campaigned City of Light, so he knows what he's doing.
He does, and I think that even his win with Rombauer in the Preakness a couple of years ago, he's shown that he can have that success on the Triple Crown Trail, and he's coming in with the big dog to this fight, who has a pretty unblemished record coming into this spot. So we'll see what we get, because he's got the big horse to beat.
Yeah, and of course he worked with Todd Pletcher, another trainer that worked for Todd Pletcher that's going on to a terrific career. Richie, tell me that you're not responsible for naming the one Oink.
No, I am not responsible for naming the one Oink, but I have to tell you, this horse really improved from his first start. Now, it's a quick turnaround. He ran April 18th. Here we are, April 27th. So, you know, he's coming back. But you understand, they're Arkansas breds. At the end of this meet, they're not going to have the ability to race against Arkansas breds again until Oaklawn reopens in December. So you understand why people will cram. I got to say, I think the race did Oink a lot of good. And Oink actually did some running. Unfortunately, he gets post one again, which, you know, last time he broke into that empty space we talk about. Horses are like water. They'll flow to empty space. And he gets post one again. But he actually ran a bit in his first race, and I think he can take a step forward. He could not look any better in the flesh for trainer Robert Klein. One horse that took a lot of money on debut was Giant Mood, the 2-horse. Now, was that because Flavien Prat was named aboard that day? Obviously, you know, people, Brad Cox, Flavien Prat connections. But this horse does take a slight drop in class to the maiden 50 level. And the fact that he actually has more time between races makes him even more interesting to me. He started on March 29th. Now you go to the 7, Mr. Butch, April 19th, right? One day after Oink. So he's coming back on 8 days rest. Looks great. From a physical perspective, he's a standout. I would pick him just on looks. And Mr. Butch, is that from Pulp Fiction, the cab driver? Mr. Butch. But I thought he was a bit interesting, doesn't have much speed, a finishing type. And the 10, Tiz Marcus, coming out of the same race, running on the same day, and he has speed from the outside. And he gets Tyler Bacon looking to finish out a strong meet where he will be champion apprentice.
Thanks, Richie, making a case for Oink. I don't know how you name a horse Oink. Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't care if it's your granddaughter's
48-1 first time out
thing or something.
Robert and Kelsey Haar. Robert Klein, 40-1. The 2 for Brad Cox, I'm against the 2 here at 7-2. I just didn't like that last race at 2-1. I get the drop for 50.
But if you're trying to beat the favorite, isn't this horse one of the only options, Sarah?
It seems that way, having that upside, having only the 1 start, wet track, drop in class. They paid $30,000 for this one originally, so in for the $50,000 tag isn't a massive drop. I think the number 7, Mr. Butch, can win here, a horse that's been progressively improving for Mike Maker and does drop back down into the claiming ranks. I agree, but moving in the right direction now, and less chances for the new barn and less chances in for a tag as well.
Mike Maker, Brad Cox have Archie breds.
Yes,
you would have never thought, right?
I mean,
when you're running for 135,000,
can they leave the Archie breds alone and let the other people win with them?
Right?
Yeah.
60. You know, this is still a state bred 50,000. So your $60,000 purse. The Arkansas breeding program is just amazing. And Sarah was mentioning. Sarah, tell us about the 5 and the 6 here.
I don't know too much about them, but I thought it was kind of funny. The sire has 2 registered offspring on the Daily Racing Form, and it's the 5 and the 6, and that's it.
You're not doing the story justice. Let me give you what really happened.
All right, tell us the real story.
You know, who is the sire of the 6?
Stick stately
and
dude.
Sarah goes, you know, it's interesting. He's got 2 foals, and the other one is the 5.
Yeah. What a crazy.
So it's a better story when told truthfully.
Yeah, it is. And Sarah just came with it. I'm like, wait a second here. And Richard Jackson had a first-time sire at a huge price, run okay the other day with Jane Elliott. But, again, when you look at this race, I get it. The 10's going to be really tough to beat here.
I agree, and I think we all agree on that. He is the worst to beat. We'll see what happens here as they're loading up for race number 10. Matt Ditterman has the call.
Golden City Straight next up to the gate, and Tiz Marcus. to the outside post. Kensington Cove will be one of the last ones to load in. Big rig dude coming up. Kensington Cove. Last one in. We give a shout out to a relatively new racing fan, Harley, and we are ready to go. And Larough. Slow break today from Ferris Star. Oink drifted inwards right as they came out of the chute. Tiz Marcus, the favorite, taking it to him from the onset here. Kensington Cove pressing from the outside. Lord Hennessy off the speed today, usually on the lead. Today he's stalking with Golden Moon inside of him. There's a gap of 3 lengths further back to Big Rig Dude, who's sent along already. Ferris Star has made up plenty of position. He's only 5 lengths off the lead after breaking slowly going into the far turn. Gap of 3 to Mr. Butch. Then Oink, who's third last, taken on the run second to last. Golden City Street well behind as they round the far turn. Tiz Marcus on the rail has command of length. Kensington Cove is all in by Ramon Vasquez. He's pumping hard aboard Kensington Cove. Tiz Marcus still showing the way at the top of the lane from Kensington Cove. Down on the inside, Giant Mood hugs the rail as they come down the stretch, but it looks like Tiz Marcus has plenty for this final 3/16, and he's going to win by open lengths here. Tiz Marcus, Tyler Bacon shakes him up to get going, and boy, does he respond. Turns on the afterburners. Look at him go. He's about 7-8 clear. It's Tiz Marcus in a romp. Tiz Marcus dominant in victory here. Kensington Cove holds off Mr. Butch for second, and Giant Moon was fourth across the finish.
Well, Paulie said to us when they were first coming on, he said, how is the 10 not 3 to 5? This horse went from 4 to 5 to 1 to 5 the last flash. I've been around the racetrack a long time. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
One like it, too. And
Yeah.
Sarah and I were talking about the 11. I couldn't believe the 11 was 53 to 1. Listen, this horse trounced the field. But for second.
Yeah, we're going to sound like a red board.
I know, we're red boarding.
But I will say he was a
Did he
big
hold
price
on for
last
second,
time.
or
He
somebody
ran a
nailed
good
him?
race last
Yeah, he
time,
held on for
finishing second, and he did hold off the 7 who's coming late for second. Nobody really making a big move from the back, but, I mean, your winner looked like he was going to do something like this going into the race, and he just seemed very comfortable throughout and drew away convincingly like the short price he was.
They only paid $10,000 for this horse.
Winning like a 1 to 5 stud should. And somebody bet $100,000 on the horse to make him 1 to 5. And we saw some favorites go down today, including Cornucopia. You did hold on for a second. Good call. You guys? Cornucopia, who lost earlier today, sort of scrambling his plans. But big week coming up and a lot of excitement. This is always a fun time in racing.
This is a Super Bowl for us, right? All of our opinions come together, and we try to throw them out there and try to help some people, and our bankrolls as well. But it's always an important weekend. You got to remember, play your exotics because they play a little bit more on Derby weekends.
That's a good point. A lot of money in the pools, a lot of opportunities to get involved, a lot of cool multi-race bets that are unique for the weekend as well with different stakes races. So looking forward to it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's always a fun weekend, and I've been to 3 of the last 4 derbies after having never gone before, and it's a fun experience. It's a real Americana thing. I mean, it's not, the Breeders' Cup is for horse racing fans. The Kentucky Derby is for everybody. It's really a big fun weekend, and fortunately it looks like the weather will be nice, especially on Saturday, so glad to see that. And a lot of people heading down as well. Appreciate you watching. The next show will be from 1 to 6 next Thursday, followed by a Kentucky Derby preview. Laura Lynn stays undefeated with a game win in the Memories of Silver. Kendrick Carmouche sewing up the riding title. Seems like justice after winning his 4,000th career race here. And down in Arkansas, Lassie My Girl gets the upset win in their stake down there, the Natural State Breeders. Thanks for joining us on America's Day Races. We'll see you again on Thursday.